India, but also learn to empathize and empower the farmers of India. On behalf of KIT University, I welcome you all to the day 2 of the 3rd annual conference, 5 Farming 2022, Realigning Indian Agriculture for a Sustainable Future. India is a global agricultural powerhouse. It is the world's largest producer of milk, pulses, and spices, and has the world's largest cattle herd, especially buffaloes, as well as the largest area under wheat, rice, and cotton. However, there is a big challenge that we face, that is raising agricultural productivity per unit of land. The Foundation of Advanced Training in Plant Breeding, known as ATPBR, is a non-government, non-profit making organization that works to strengthen plant breeding capacity in India. And today we have with us Dr. K.K. Narayanan, Director, ATPBR, to chair the session. Under his leadership, ATPBR nurtures experts through inclusive and multidisciplinary approach. He also helps agri-entrepreneurs through capacity and capability development programs. May I please invite Dr. Narayanan to come up on the dais. It is also my great pleasure to invite Dr. Partha Dasgupta, ex-head Syngenta Foundation, to co-chair the session. Dr. Partha Dasgupta is an expert in agricultural development, including field and horticultural crops, livestock farming, agribusiness, including seed system, agricultural extension and rural development, agri-enterprise development, and many, many such activities. Thank you so much, sir. I kindly invite you to be on the dais. To begin with the session, may I invite our chair and co-chair to light the ceremonial lamps. Thank you so much. May I now request Dr. Narayanan and Dr. Dasgupta to kindly begin with the first session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to the second day proceedings of this conference. It is indeed a pleasure to meet all of you again. So this session is on sustainable agriculture. We've been talking about sustainability, but it has got many dimensions. On the one hand, we talk about being friendly to the environment, environmental sustainability. We can talk about financial sustainability. There are many other aspects of sustainability which we can discuss. But I think the one that comes to your mind first is, how can we be friendly to environment when we do farming? Farming, even though we all know but we don't recall or we don't realize, is a human-driven activity. From the very advent of agriculture, man has tried to modify the nature and nurture of organisms in their domestication. When I say nature, it is the various traits, and that it's all determined by the genetic makeup or the genome or the genes which comprises the genome. Nurture is the ambience you provide for the nature to express or manifest itself. So in this, you must remember, I'm not talking about lakes and mountains when I say nature. It's the inherent traits of an organism. So if I am 5 feet 10 inches tall, that's my nature. If I am short-tempered, that's my nature. If a crop yields, let's say, 5 tons per hectare, given the conditions, that's its nature. If it resists insect pests, that's its nature. For the nature to express, you need to provide the right nurture or the ambience. And we have been manipulating, modifying both nature and nurture of crops, of animals, which are all part of the agriculture we talk of today. In the early days, it was all being done experientially or through intuition. But it was not until 1900, with the rediscovery of the Mendel's laws, which was first stated 35 years ago in 1865, that there was a deliberateness and a direction to the way we manipulate the nature. And then you can know about the developments. Today you can have technologies which even talk about editing a single letter in the genome. We talk about genome editing, and I'm sure many of you are aware of it. All that is part of the continuum. So modifying the genetic aspects or genetic enhancement of the crops to create the potential to yield high or say resist an insect pest or resist a disease or give a certain quality, which is what we desire, has been going on. But modifying the nature only infuses the potential in the crop. And like Norman Borlaug famously said, you can't eat potential. The potential has to be expressed. And for that, you need to provide the nurture or the ambience. Many people tend to confuse. Sustainable farming means they call it natural farming. Sometimes some of our government also, zero budget farming, natural farming. In my view, natural farming is an oxymoron in the term, because farming cannot be natural. It is human driven. It is as artificial as this auditorium, the cell phone you use, because if we had not intervened, we will not have the farming of today. But farming can be nature friendly. We need to be cognizant of what is the impact that farming can have on the environment. So I talk about sustainability from the dimension of environmental sustainability by saying that we need to make farming nature friendly. The concepts of nature friendly farming, like less use of chemicals, less use of pesticides, optimal use of fertilizers, mixing natural farm-made manure with fertilizers so that prevents some of the bad effects like runoffs, eutrophication, uh, non-target insects and mammals being affected. All these can be avoided. Now, in terms of modifying the nature, I think most of it is contained in the seed, which is the primary input for agriculture. So today, you can infuse traits into the seed, which now allows you to reduce the use of harmful chemicals. You can infuse traits into the seed, which allow it to sustain the vagaries or the different changes in the weather. So these all should be dimensions when we in a country which is required not to compromise on the production or productivity, because we have so many, 1/5 of all people in the world live in this country. And we don't have that much area. So the density of population is high. The needs are changing with increasing incomes. So without compromising, how do you build sustainability? Is through creating these changes, infusing these traits into the seed. And seed is a primary input. And seed becomes very important. How you manage the seed industry, which develops, who are the purveyors along with the public system in developing improved seeds, new seeds, and also in disseminating them to the ultimate users, has to play a major role. So the first talk in this session is by my friend Ram Kaundinya. Do we have him online, please? Hello. You can put him up on the screen if he is there.
Yes, I'm
Do
here.
we have Ram Kaundinya?
I'm here.
Okay, hi Ram. I don't know if you can
Hi.
hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, I was just introducing the topic. So I'm just introducing Dr. Ram Kaundinya, Mr. Ram Kaundinya. He's a graduate in agriculture with a management degree from the Indian Institute of Management. He's a veteran of the seed industry, not just the seed industry, but generally the agri-input industry. He has led several enterprises, and now he is the Secretary General of the Federation of Indian Seed Industries. I have had many occasions to be with him on several fora. We have worked together on several initiatives, and it is a great pleasure to invite Dr. or Mr. Ram Kaundinya. He deserves a doctorate, so pardon me for calling Mr. Ram Kaundinya to this forum to present his views on what should be the priorities for the Indian seed industry. Ram, the floor is yours.
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure, can you see the audience in front of you?
I cannot see the audience. I can see the stage.
Your
I can
voice,
see me.
you are muted, sir.
No, I'm not muted. Probably they have to connect my audio.
1 second, let us fix this technical glitch. Can
Yeah.
you get his voice heard to the people in the audience?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well.
Okay, shall I start?
Okay, Ram, the floor is yours. And
Thank
what
you.
we will do is, we will leave some time for interaction. And I will ask somebody to pass on chits of paper, or if you have something, if you have questions, you can pass it on to us. And on your behalf, we will get Ram Kaundinya to respond. Is that okay? Agreed by all of you? Okay, so let's do it that way. Okay. So Ram, the floor is yours.
Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
so much.
Ravichandran, you have a quick question? Because somebody else is managing the chat box. It may be low technology is better technology. We call it appropriate technology. Sustainable. So Ram, the floor is yours. We
Thank
have
you.
An audience of guests, invitees, eminent people from industry, from academia, and a large number of young friends out here from
Great.
various colleges. So over to you, Ram.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Narayanan. It's a pleasure, as always, speaking when you are chairing sessions. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and talking to all of you. Most of you being students, I always get very enthused when I speak to students because I am also a teacher for the last 10 years or so. So it always gives me a great pleasure. So I think I will talk a little bit more into detail about what are the priorities for the seed sector. How do we reset the priorities of the seed sector for this decade? 2 years or let's say 1 year is already gone in this new decade, and the second year is in progress. But we still are at the early stage of the decade, and we can talk about what we want to do during this decade. And especially in the context of sustainable agricultural practices. In my opinion, I think sustainability starts with, especially in agriculture and food and agriculture, sustainability has to start with adequate production. If we don't produce enough, anyway, there is no sustainability either for food or for the overall food system. So I think if we accept the fact that we have to produce enough food for the population that we have in the country, seed is the most important input, which has the genetic potential to produce enough. However, all the country is not the same. The country has multiple layers of consumers. So we have some large number of people in the country who need food at affordable prices. And we also have the other part of the population, which is at slightly higher income levels, which can afford to buy food according to their needs, or food that is designed to their needs at even a higher price. So we have multiple layers like that. If we go into those details, we will find that there are many layers of consumers who need different types of things based on their income levels and their educational levels and their general lifestyles. So keeping all those things in mind, and if we keep in mind the fact that agriculture is only a production system, right? If you consider the overall food system, it is an end-to-end system, but agriculture is only a production system, and it is meeting the demand of the consumers. Consumers are nothing but you and me. We are all consumers. So what do we want to eat? Agriculture has to produce. Traditionally, agriculture has produced what it could produce, and we consumed whatever was produced. But that is changing now, and the need for demand-driven agriculture is increasing. So it is in that context that when we talk of sustainability, as Sustainable Development Goal number 12 says, that responsible consumption and responsible production both are important. It is not just that production can be standalone sustainable if the consumption becomes unsustainable. I think we need to look at both ends of the calculation of the equation and then say that we need to promote responsible consumption among people so that people are not eating or consuming things which consume a lot of natural resources to produce. For example, rice. The amount of water that is consumed by rice through the transplanted cultivation system is humongous. So, but if more and more people want to eat rice, then more and more rice has to be produced. Then that becomes unsustainable from the environment point of view. So I think it depends on both, that how do we make the overall food system sustainable. In that context, seed industry has a huge role to play. And I would like to talk a little more about what is it that the seed industry should look at during this decade so that it becomes more, as we call, a market-driven industry. Seed industry has to become market-driven because agriculture has to become market-driven. Both have to be driven by how the market is demanding things. And like I mentioned, market also has to become sustainable if the overall system has to become sustainable. So let me share my screen to show you a few slides. I hope all of you can see my screen. Dr. Narayan, can you see the screen? You can see? You're on mute, Dr. Narayan. Okay, let me continue. Seed industry currently is around $3 billion industry in India. And there is an overall plan that we should reach about $8 billion size by 2030, which includes $1.4 billion of exports we want to build. So if you look at minus exports, because our current exports are not more than $100 million. So we are almost talking of just above doubling of domestic business of seed industry. That means the industry size has to double. But more important than doubling the number is that we have to enhance the stature of the Indian seed industry to the global high table among the seed industry, among the seed industries in different countries. It should become a world-class industry, a world-class sector that can compete with the best in the world, provide the best quality seeds and planting material to farmers in India and also outside, to enhance sustainable farming practices, because sustainable farming is now the buzzword, and it has to become a part of our overall vision. So this is how I would define that what seed industry is trying to do during this decade. But if we talk of the decade, what will this decade look like? If we want to map some of the key things, let's look at, there are two things here. One is on the demand side, which is the first box. On the demand side, population will cross 150 crores. So to that extent, the demand will increase. Demand for large volume of affordable food will continue to grow. This is what I mentioned, that we still have 1.6 lakh crores worth of food subsidy budget per year, which shows actually the need for affordable food production in the country. Higher income groups will look for safe, nutritious and traceable food. This is also a trend that is increasing. Demand for cereals will reduce and increase for protein, fat and minerals. So these are some of the things which are the demand side things at the domestic front. And government itself has got a target of exporting agricultural produce to the tune of $100 billion. Currently, we are only around $40 billion. So this will go to $100 billion. And government also wants to increase the value added component of this from the current 15% to 30%. That means out of 100, almost $30 billion will have to be value added products, not export of just raw agricultural produce. That is on the demand side. But on the production side, if you see, farmers' profitability has to increase. Without any doubt, this is the most important question that we are all discussing for the last few years. And we have achieved a lot in the country in agriculture, but our farmers have not made money. And this is a big issue that we have to address. Climate change is upon us already. It will impact agricultural production in a big way, and we must be ready for that. Demand is to conserve natural resources and to promote sustainable farming practices. This is on the increase. Natural resources like water and soil, we have to, and biodiversity have to be protected, have to be conserved. And so some of the new technologies will come more into picture, like micro irrigation, new agronomic practices, digital and satellite technologies, biological products. All these things will come more into operation. But remember that all of them have to be used on the crops, and the crops have to come out of seeds. So there is an interrelationship between all these new technologies and seeds. There's a need for change in cropping patterns. We have to reduce cereal cultivation and increase oil seeds, vegetables, and pulses cultivations. Oil seeds, you all know that we are importing huge amount of oil, edible oil, and 80,000 crores to 90,000 crores. And last year it has actually crossed even more. So it is a big issue. You also know that our fertilizer subsidy has gone to 1.5 lakh crores last year. So there's a need to reduce chemical usage, not only to save costs, but also to save the environment. So need for changing in cropping patterns. Non-crop production systems need a lot of attention, dairy, poultry, goat rearing, etc. This is now growing faster than crop in terms of GDP growth, GDP contributions. So the day is not far off. I think by the end of this decade, the non-crop production systems may even produce more than the agricultural production system in the country. So we need cropping system in the country. So we need to also provide enough uh, food for human beings, but feed for all the livestock and others. So that is also a responsibility of the agricultural production system. Value chain development, like I talked about, value chain development and market access, both domestic and export market access for farmers, free access to the markets, and making them interact directly with the market, reducing supply chains, length of the supply chain, and connecting them directly to the markets. All this will help the farmers in better price discovery. And as you know, the Doubling Farmers Income Authority has also made a very big report on how to double farmers' incomes. And this is one of the key recommendations, that we must develop value chains and clusters must be developed, and a lot of effort has to be made to add value to farmers' production. Labor is a big issue. Labor saving mechanization will come in a big way during this decade. Digitization of operations will come in a big way, and we are seeing a huge growth in the number and the amount of work being done on the agri-tech front. A lot of digital technology-driven agricultural startups are coming up. E-commerce platforms are really scaling up very fast. In the last 2 years, when COVID was high, e-commerce actually picked up quite a lot. Farmers are now, more than 2 crore farmers are using internet and digital platforms. This is a very good progress that has been made. So I think that is also something which will grow very rapidly. Modern technology usage must go up. I only hope that it will be allowed to go up, but it must go up, whether it is biotechnology or digital technology or nanotechnology and others, which will actually help us in reducing chemical consumption in our agriculture. I think this is also, and also to conserve natural resources. So all these are things which we can say that this is how the decade will look like. And so if we talk of how the seed industry has to plan its priorities, it has to plan its priorities on the basis of this scenario building that we are doing. So let's look at, I have identified 5 priority areas where seed industry will be working, and I will talk about them. Priority number 1 is development of high performing cultivars with high genetic potential to suit the future that awaits us. The future that awaits us, I have already spoken about it. So how do we develop high performing cultivars with high genetic potential? This is what is called the research priorities 2022 to 2030. I will talk a little bit in depth about where the research has to focus. Seed research. When I say research, I am talking of crop improvement research. Research priorities, number 1 must be market driven and sustainable crop development must be supported through seed development. That means if market needs certain characteristics in the output, the seed should be able to deliver those characteristics to the farmer through the seed, so that when the farmer grows the crop, he is able to, for example, nutrition. If the seed is able to give more nutritious crops, nutrition fortified crops, or if the seed is able to give chemical free cultivation possibilities, because consumer needs less of chemical usage, or less usage of water, less use of fertilizers, all this will go in this first point. Breeding for yield enhancement to global standards through higher genetic, in spite of all the progress we made, our yields are still not up to the global standards in many crops, except in wheat perhaps, where we are very high. But in many other crops, we are much below the global standard. So how do we breed for yield improvements through higher genetic potential is the point number one, because like I said in the beginning, if we don't increase yields, if we don't produce more, if you don't produce more efficiently, sustainability is not possible. We cannot be inefficient in production and at the same time want to be sustainable. These two are not, they don't go together. So you have to improve sustainability only by improving efficiency in our production system, which means the efficiency means our yields per unit of input consumed, whether it is water or fertilizer or whatever it is, natural resources, that unit of production must go up. Breeding new cutting edge technology tools like biotechnology, we must use the modern technology. We cannot make our farmers export agricultural products while they are using old technologies. It is like you fight like when the foreign invaders came with guns and cannons. If our kings were fighting with swords, then obviously you'll know what is the difference between the two. So if our farmers are still using old technologies and outside farmers are using latest biotechnology and other things, then this is not a, it is not a common, it is not the same ground on which they're fighting. So we have to equip our farmers with higher modern technologies. Oilseeds, pulses, vegetables have to be under focus of the seed industry to improve yields and quality of output, because these were countries losing a lot of money and country will need a lot more production in the next decade. Developing varieties for conserving natural resources, water, soil, and biodiversity, I talked about it, and to address the abiotic stresses, including stress due to deficiency of nutrition in soil. I think we have, of course, there are many examples of what are the various stresses, abiotic stresses, and drought is one. But because of climate change, we also have a lot of unseasonal rains and waterlogging and floods and things like that. So it works both ways, and we may need varieties which can be which should be able to resist both the kind of things. And soil, of course, is the most important thing. We know that last year was declared as the year of the soil by FAO, and then there is a lot of effort made to make sure that we give back to the soil what we are taking out of it. We have to build organic matter. We have to do many things which improve the condition of the soil. But if the seed is demanding more and more chemical inputs into the soil, then that is a problem area. So I think we need to develop varieties which can conserve natural resources. Development of climate resilient crop varieties. This I talked about, that can withstand weather extremities. Develop varieties with enhanced nutrition, biofortification. We talked about it, with the desired grain quality. Varieties that suit agronomic practices. If we want to promote agronomic practices like direct seeded rice or minimum tillage or HTPS systems in cotton, maize, and other crops, all of them need proper plant architecture and seed variety development to be done by the seed industry. You cannot get the best results out of a DSR or a minimum tillage or micro irrigation or anything other new technologies we talked about. You won't get the best results if you don't have appropriate seed developed for that purpose. So that is also a very important area where seed industry has to work. We have to develop varieties resistant to biotic stresses, key pests, and reduce chemical usage. If there is inherent resistance to pests in the variety, to that extent we will reduce chemical usage. Some of this resistance can come through breeding activities. Some of the resistance can come through biotechnology. It could be even GM technology, which we have seen in the case of BT cotton, how it has successfully reduced the impact of bollworms on cotton. So similarly, it should be possible, and it should be a high priority for us to build this resistance to biotic stresses in chemical and reduce chemical usage. I have just given examples of PBW and FAW here, but there are more like that, and I will show in the next slide. Develop varieties that suit modern technologies. I mentioned this, like mechanization. If we have to mechanize, we need different types of varieties. Cotton, rice, and maize will be the first priorities on mechanization. Greenhouse cultivation, for example, vegetables, we have to still develop good local varieties for greenhouse cultivation. We still import a lot of those seeds today for greenhouse cultivation. Micro irrigation systems also need separate types of varieties to be tweaked, not so different, but to be tweaked to suit the drip systems or other micro irrigation systems. Herbicide tolerance is a big opportunity in this decade because weed management is becoming a big issue in most of the crops, particularly cotton, rice, wheat, soybean. Weed menace is very high. These are the crops on which the chemical weed market is very large. Chemical weedicide market is very large. So if we can develop some technologies through seed, which can reduce the use of chemicals here and use other methods to control weeds, I think that is also something which will contribute towards sustainable cultivation practices. So these are some of the research priorities. Continuing them, we also have to do research investment into developing neglected crops and OP crops. There are certain research needs in OP crops which have not been met by the private industry so much. Most of the investment has gone from public institutions like ICAR, but I think it's time for private industry to step in here. Also, there are some neglected crops which may be very important for some regional, at regional level and for some communities. We need to also put some effort into that. Using wild relatives and land races as well as modern technology. So these are two, they may look like contradictions, but they are not contradictions. Using wild relatives and land races from the traditional systems, also at the same time using modern technological tools, using biotechnological tools, both together we can break yield barriers. We have hit yield plateau in many crops. Practically, yield increases have been very, very stagnant in the last 20, 25 years. So we have to break it. And unless we break it, we cannot produce enough to keep the hopes of sustainability alive. So set up PPP projects with ICR on critical projects. There is a great need for private industry and ICR to work together on some critical projects of national importance, especially because ICR has got huge genetic potential, base. Over many decades, they have built it up, and private industry has got the technology platforms and the money to invest. I think these two should come together, starting with some pre-breeding projects and then going into some of the more advanced areas. This is also an area which can contribute towards whatever I have written earlier, that the thing of research priorities can be also contributed by this. If you just look at vegetables, markers for qualitative traits to be taken up, metabolomics and proteomics to be targeted along with mutation breeding and DH for fast turnaround. So a lot of investment to be done in technology space. Value addition breeding, we talked about that. How do we add value in vegetables like tomato, lycopene, TSS, flavors, shelf life, watermelon, seedless, etc. Okra and sweet corn, high flavonoids, brinjal flavonoids. So I just listed some of these things. This is by no means a comprehensive list, and I will also show you some more of these listings I made. Basically to say that some of these value added breeding will meet what the market needs. And this is what I was talking about, market driven breeding will be possible through value added breeding. And so that is also something which must go simultaneously along with large scale production at low cost. This breeding is also important. Both are equally important because India as a country is developing rapidly. Our average incomes are going up. Demand for vegetables is going up as the income goes up. So there is also a need for more, delivery of nutrition through these things, or delivery of what the customer wants to have. All that will come through value-added breeding. In addition to breeding things, I would also say that we must set up world-class breeding and biotech research infrastructure and a contract research model. Unfortunately, technology becomes confined to companies who can invest large amounts of money, but small regional companies will not be able to access some of those things. So there is a need for setting up under a PPP project, perhaps an outsourcing model, a tolling model type of a thing for both biotech and breeding infrastructure, which can be made use of by small regional companies. This will democratize the research function. Because we have to upgrade, we have to increase the level of overall research in the country. We invest only about 3% of the overall revenue of seed industry in research now, which is very low. Globally, the standard is 10 to 12%. So our research investment is very low. And one of the reasons I will also say is that low research investment has been in seed industry. One of the reasons is also low intellectual property protection. If we don't protect intellectual property effectively, it is a disincentive for in research investments. And that has been one of our problems in the country. Even if the law is there, if those who break the law are not punished, if the enforcement of the law is not very quick and efficient, it will still not serve the purpose. So that we are still in that situation where intellectual property protection is still not up to the global mark. And because of that, research investments are still not going up. I think this is an area where industry has to work with the government to increase the enforcement of IP law. We have a law, PPV and FR law is there, but enforcing it and making it quick and efficient is an area where industry has to work with the government. So we have to, as a part of research, we have to also improve our testing methods. How do we test our varieties in different parts of the country? And how do we do data management systems? They should be on par with the best in the world, because only when we are able to show to the best companies in the world, best research institutions in the world, that we are on par with them, only then they will respect us. Only then we will get more work. Only then we will go reach that high table I talked about in the opening slide. And like I said, because it is a demand-driven agriculture, we are trying to meet. So the demand for food is met by the food industry. But right now, there's not much of interaction between food industry and seed industry. This is something we need to bridge that gap so that the seed industry can also take up customized breeding programs for the food industry. I have just listed a few examples based on some inputs I got from some of the experts. And this is by no means a comprehensive list. These are some of the areas where some attention has to be paid in breeding. So in this decade, in paddy, gall mid, submergence tolerance, plant architecture to increase the number of plants per acre, synchronized tillering, earliness, fertilizer use efficiency, water use efficiency, varieties suitable for mechanical operations, increasing yield, grain quality, etc. In cotton, how to handle PBW, sucking pests, and CLCV, HTPS, like that. These are all listed here. In mustard, how to fight stem rot and white rust. Vegetables, yield, adaptability, and disease resistance are the three major factors or three major requirements for which breeding has to be done. I just gave three examples. Indian greens like coriander, palak, and methi need improved shelf life and improved tolerance to high temperatures. Chili breeding for resistance to CMV, CLCV, anthracnose. They said there is a new pest in chilies called thrips, and it is an invasive pest. It has come from outside. So when such disasters happen, the technical or technological answers have to come very, very rapidly. So some of those things also we have to keep in mind. Like FAW is also an invasive pest like that, which has come in maize. So we have to also keep preparing for such things. Cucurbits breed for resistance to gummy stem blight, DM, PM, and etc. So these are just a few things. So overall on research, I would like to say that there is a need for us to upgrade our research capabilities and also our research outputs to global standards, and to meet the requirements of the demand-driven agriculture we are talking about, and really make seed of such high genetic potential that it can meet these differentiated segmented market requirements. That is the most important part. It is not one single block of market. The market is segmented, and we must breed for different segments of the market. Priority number 2 is to produce world-class seed. While research is on one side of the equation, the second side of the equation is that whatever comes out of research, how do you produce it? And then how do you deliver it to the farmers? Which actually talks of the production systems. In production, we have to modernize a lot of our production systems. So as you know, we still do, or we do contract production of seed, and we still need to formalize that, professionalize that system. We have to diversify seed production areas away from the traditional geographies to reduce load and to de-risk the large volume of production. If we are talking of taking more than doubling the size of the industry, we have to produce that much seed, right? So it cannot be happening without production capacity going up. Production, as you know, seed is produced in the farmers' fields through contract production. After that, it comes to the plant for processing. So while processing plant capacities can be built with money, seed production capabilities in the field cannot be built just with money. It is a time-taking thing. It takes a huge amount of effort to train farmers in new areas, find appropriate areas where suitable agroclimatic conditions are there. And all that needs a lot of effort. And this is something where what I mean by diversification of seed production areas and to support large volume projections that we are making for the seed industry. SPR, which is seed production research function, has to gain more prominence in the organizations to improve seed production methods and seed production efficiencies. At the end of the day, we should be able to produce seed at globally competitive cost. Then only we will be able to build export markets. So that all has to come through SPR function. Then world-class processing facilities to be scaled up to improve quality of seed. But very important aspect is quality priorities. We have to improve the quality of seed. Our seed should be of world-class quality. There should not be a difference between the quality of seed produced in a Western country, modern country, and in India. If a farmer in US gets a particular quality of seed, I don't see any reason why a farmer in India should get anything less than that. So I think we have to build our systems to produce quality of those standards. Seed health management and testing has to be enhanced to global standards. This will help in import and export of seed. Increased use of molecular tools like markers for genetic purity testing. We have to build some new methodologies, new technologies to overcome some of the lacunae that have been there in our traditional systems. Seed enhancement technologies, which are very low currently in India. Seed treatment we do to a large extent, but other things, seed coating, priming, polymer coating, and then in general, seed enhancement technologies have to be increased. They will increase the cost, but they can also be used in at least to start with some of the seeds which go to the higher end of the market. Modern technologies like various types of treatments, molecular impulse technology, artificial intelligence to be used in quality management. We have to upgrade our quality labs with modern technologies. Capacity building among Indian companies for quality management of new technology-based products. Like if you are getting GM seeds or gene-edited crops seeds, how do you test them? How do you do quality testing? And how do you do it in a way that is done in advanced countries? So DNA-based methods and others to be developed. Automation and digitization of germination tests to speed up the process. Accreditation of more labs under ISTA, NABL, this is very important for us. That the other day I was in Hyderabad when Telangana government opened their ISTA accredited lab. This is only the second lab in the government system in the country with a ISTA accreditation. There are other 5 labs in the country with private industry which are ISTA accredited. We need more such things. We need one lab at least in each state, so that the overall quality standards, testing standards, and quality management processes improve. Important to develop quality mindset among all industry players. When we say an industry, we have more than 400 companies, seed companies. So all are a part of industry, but our industry has a small head and a long tail. So unless we improve the quality standards of the tail end companies, the end of the tail companies, the smallest of the small companies, unless their quality mindset improves, unless their quality production improves, it is not possible for all the farmers in the country to get high quality seeds. So I think we have to bring that in as a part of our effort of the industry in this decade. Priority number 3, set up and follow well-defined professional and consistent business processes that enhance the value of Indian seed industry. Like I mentioned in the beginning, we can become world-class and we will be respected only if all these processes are very consistent and professional, predictable, and are value-adding. So some of them I have listed. IP is the most important thing. As when the world looks at any market, they will look at IP. Do we generate enough IP? Do we manage it properly? Do we protect it properly? Do we have a healthy respect for IP among industry players? Not only in industry, I think in general in the country, whether it is among students or research labs or industry or anywhere, there should be a healthy respect for intellectual property, because an intellectual property comes through a lot of effort and investment. So it cannot be just stolen or copied without any proper respect for it. So I think all this has to be built. This is more a cultural thing we have to build. We have to build capacity of our human resources to be of high quality professionals, digital proficiency, progressive attitude, respect for IP, and mindset of farmer welfare. Farmer welfare first. That must be the mindset, especially all of you students who are going to enter into the world later and work for somebody or the other. You all must also understand that when we do commerce, when we do commercial activities, we still must keep farmers' welfare as our first priority. That is very important. A continuous flow of new technologies into the market. As an industry, we must make sure through our own processes within the industry, within our industry, we must have sufficient processes and frameworks in place for commercial arrangements to bring new technologies to the market continuously. So we haven't had a new GM technology in the country for more than 15 years now. This speaks very poorly of our industry as well as our regulatory system, that we haven't been able to bring new technologies into the country. So I think industry also is equally responsible to bring new technologies through self-discipline, through working together within frameworks, and eventually technologies will benefit the farmers. Industry will make some money in the process, but that is not the objective. Objective is that the farmer should get the benefit. He should have access to the best technologies that farmers in other countries have got. So for that, at least industry must work together. Digitization of most of the operations we have to do as an industry, and use big data analytics and artificial intelligence to professionalize industry operations. We have to promote sustainable agricultural practices among farmers and create necessary breeding support systems to achieve that. This is also one of our responsibilities. If we have to meet SDG 12, it is also seed industry which has to contribute along with other agri input industries. But I think seed industry has a bigger role to play in developing sustainable systems in the market. And this is the last priority, I would say, is that there is a target of 10,000 crores of export to be built by 2030. And this is something which cannot be done overnight. This calls for a lot of activity. So some of the priorities here are, we have to develop specific market-oriented varieties for export markets, which are suitable to different geographies. You know that seed travels along the latitude. So we should identify what are our target markets and then develop varieties suitable to different markets which are falling within that latitudes, and identify products from domestic market that are suitable for export markets. So you can either develop products purely for export markets or develop products for both domestic and export markets. But export markets need a lot of investment in export development activity through intense engagement in target countries. Government also has got some programs to help the companies with this, help the industry with this, and we must participate in that. And there is something called contract seed production. It is a very big industry in the world, and India must position itself as a preferred destination for contract seed production, because we have such a variety of agroclimatic conditions here that we can produce seed for other parts of the world. And if we become good at it, but for that, what do we have to do? We have to build confidence among customers. People who order contract production must have confidence in us. We must have high quality production systems. We must have respect for IP, because a lot of contract production involves those customers to give their parent seed to us. So if they know that you don't have respect for IP in the country, they will not do this. They will not give those contracts. Meticulously meeting all export commitments and timelines and aggressive branding. Once we have taken an order, we must deliver it on time as per the norms, as per the quality standards, specifications, timelines, everything. So we cannot give excuses when we're building export businesses. All this, and there are many other things government has to do in terms of providing support at airports, dry ports to be created, and plant quarantine certification to be done. A lot of things are there. We have also given a list to the government on this, but industry has to work with the government to provide that enabling support to make India a seed export hub with a 10% share in the global seed trade. That's what I mentioned, $1.4 billion, because global seed trade is around $14 to $15 billion currently. So why can't we target for at least 10% out of that in another 8 years' time? So these where I think one of the key tasks lies for Indian seed industry. So I think those are a few things I wanted to share with all of you. It is actually a lot of transformational work to be done during this decade. This decade will be transformational for the farmers because they have to shift in a big way towards modernization. It is transformational for our agriculture in general, and it is also transformational for all agri input companies, but more specifically for the seed industry. So those are a few things from my side. I hope the youngsters who are all there would have picked up some useful points from here. And all the experts who are there, I'm sure many of them would have known most of these points earlier. But I hope that I made justice to what you were all expecting. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dr. Narayanan.
Thank you. The echo. Thank you. Thank you, Ram. You painted a very broad picture of the priorities for the seed sector. Very useful takeaways. I think, and also you completed well in time. So we have time for a few questions and interactions. I already have the first question. I see some volunteers actually going around and collecting questions. Whatever you got, you can bring it to me. The first one I already have. This is from, as expected, from our farmer friend Ravi Chandran. And he has a very interesting question. I will not read it out, but I will actually rephrase it, giving my own small twist to the question. I hope it's okay, Ravi. Okay, so he says that, in terms of cereal crops, rice, cotton, or fiber crops like cotton, maize, there are a lot of technologies already available. So they need to be deployed. They have been developed. And the private seed industry is well focused on deploying some of these technologies. And I agree with him when he says that crops like pulses and oil seeds are also equally important in the context of India and Indian farming system in driving sustainability. But there doesn't seem to be as much interest, especially of the private sector, either in developing or deploying technologies through these crops. So as somebody who is actually a voice for the Indian seed industry, what do you think would actually prompt or persuade the private sector to take a little more interest in developing technologies and deploying technologies through pulses and oil seeds? Does that also cover your concerns? Yes. So
Okay.
Ram, over to you.
So thank you. I think I touched upon it briefly when I said that there should be some work done on OP crops and also on some of the projects of national priority with ICR. I think private industry has stayed away from OP crops for well-known reasons that the possibility for value capture was low in OP crops. That was the reason because of which they stayed away for a long time. But in the last 10 years, we find that the tendency of the farmer to improve his SRR, what is called seed replacement rate, has really improved. And now farmers are buying new seed more frequently than before, which is a good thing because that is improving the yields. It will improve the yields if he does that. So that is one encouraging factor for the private industry to invest more in this industry, in this crops. But the real crux still remains that lack of intellectual property protection for work if it is put into OP crops. I think that is where we need to have some, that's what I mentioned, that when we talk of enforcement of something like PPO and FR, we need to work more towards the enforcement aspect at the ground level. So that is where it will give more confidence. But I agree that that's why I said that some public institutions like ICR have got a huge genetic pool with them on these crops, whether it is pulses or oil seeds. In oil seeds, you know that mustard is in a different category because mustard work has been quite high, and hybridization in mustard is also quite rapid now and quite high right now. I think mustard has made enough progress, but if you look at other crops like groundnuts and then even soybean to a large extent, private industry has stayed out. I think this is where we need some level of work together with ICR and with public institutions. We have discussed this with ICR also, and we hope to put in place some system by which we are able to transfer a lot of technologies which are available even outside India, which can be applied in these crops. But we need sufficient supportive environment for that.
Community, I think this, I agree with you. The solution has to be in making sure we have proper value capture system for OP crops, and then the attention will be there. I have another question, and this comes from Jitendra Kumar. He is the business head for forages in Advanta. So you can kind of prejudge his question. His question is, where do you see forage seeds as an opportunity, and how does it fit into the equation of sustainability?
Well, I think I mentioned in the beginning about the need for attending to the non-crop related part of agriculture, which is livestock and others. I think forages in India will play a very important role in increasing the productivity of livestock. You know, we are the largest milk producers in India, not because our milk yields are high, but just because we have the largest number of animals in the country. We are the largest producers of milk. So how do we improve yields of milk is also very much a factor of what feed we use. And I think forages have a huge role to play in this. I have no doubt in my mind that the entire shift that is taking place in the food basket of the farmer, of the consumer, is driven quite a lot by milk and milk products, and also the meat and other products. So all that has to do with how efficiently we produce milk and meat in the future. That will be again highly dependent on the forage systems in the country. So we have to bring modern technology into forages. It is not like the traditional things that we are using currently. We have to move away and then bring modern technologies, which has other things apart from, we need to bring protein into it. We need to bring other things into it. I think there is a huge opportunity. Just to answer that.
Part of it is clear. I think I will take one more. This looks like a comment, and this is from the innovative farmer from Maharashtra, Mr. Shekhar. He mentioned that he wants to underline the importance of no-till agriculture. So this is a comment. You can quickly respond if you want. No-till conservation agriculture is a new agricultural practice, is not mentioned in your presentation. In this new approach, weedicides are tools. We probably know what no-till agriculture is. So I think he says that that's also key to sustainability.
Yeah, sure. No, I think I mentioned minimum tillage.
Or summarizing what he's saying. So your quick views on that.
Yeah, I think I mentioned about minimum tillage in when I talked about economic practices. Along with the DSR, I mentioned minimum tillage as one of the economic practices to be promoted in the country. And unfortunately, so far our uptake of that technology has been very low. I think we need to do that. There is no doubt in that. In fact, I mentioned that we need to develop some seed varieties and others which will be more suitable for that. So I have no doubt in my mind that soil conservation, which we talked about, is highly dependent on how we do this zero till or minimum till cultivation in the country. So I have no doubt in my mind that it is a very high priority area, and it will open up also a use of some of the as he said, use of some of the weedicides will be very important in that as a part of that system, weed management system.
Both on the same page on this matter. I think one last question, and before I close this session,
Yeah.
this is from Sharad, and I will read only part of the question. What is your opinion about GMOs?
I have a good opinion about
But if you can
GMOs.
summarize it for him, it will be useful.
Yeah, I have a good opinion about GMOs. I feel that GMOs have proven their usefulness and their safety and their efficiency for more than 25 years in the world now. In India itself, in BT cotton, we have, from an importing country, we have become the largest exporter of cotton because of BT cotton in India. Their safety has been proved beyond doubt. There are thousands of papers available on the safety of GM technology in the world. GM food is consumed all over the world, including Europe. So there is no such, not even a single adverse health report which has come till now. So I think it has been proved beyond doubt. If there was any experiment to prove the safety of any technology, it was done only with GM foods, and it has been proved. I think what is lacking right now is a supportive strategic intent and regulatory mechanism to bring more technologies to the market. But I am also not saying that GM is a panacea or GM is a silver bullet. I am saying that we need a basket of technologies in which GM has its own role. It should be used in the areas where other technologies don't deliver the same value. And in some of the crops, in some of the situations, for example, weed management or insect resistance, insect control, or water use efficiency, fertilizer use efficiency, some of these areas we can achieve much faster and more precise results with GM technology, and we must use it. So it's not necessary to use it everywhere. There are some areas where plant breeding gives the best results. There are some areas where gene editing gives the best results. There are some areas where even natural farming, which Dr. K.K. Narayanan called as oxymoron, is also the right one to be done. So I am not saying that a single technology or single method of cultivation is the answer for everything. But GM has its own role, and it is our intelligence to see where is that role and how to use it. And the government, the regulators, and the industry and farmers' bodies must sit together and then decide what are those priority areas where GM can be used in the country and bring it forward for the benefit of the farmer. At the end of the day, it is the farmer's benefit if he has to compete in the international markets, and if he has to be cost competitive, and if he has to make money.
If Sharad is convinced, but I think this dialogue can continue, and it's nice to have such dialogue in a civil ambience, and that's wonderful. I have several more questions. Unfortunately, like I said yesterday, we are under the tyranny of the clock, and here you have at least 7 clocks. Normally there will be 1 clock.
Well, they can
So,
send to me. I can answer them through
thank
email.
you very much for a wonderful presentation.
Thank
And
you.
I'm not sure if you can stay on for the rest of the session, but I leave it to you. Please put your hands together to give a big hand to Ram. He should hear it in Hyderabad.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all. It's my pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
and
me.
You can probably now.
I will leave. I will leave if you don't mind, Dr. Narayanan. Thank you.
It is my privilege and pleasure to pass on the baton to conduct the next segment of this session to my colleague on the podium on the dais, Mr. Das Gupta.
Is primarily focused for crop improvement, sustainable crop improvement. And we have heard We can see, we can give a big welcome to Mr. Prashant Belgamwar, who is already on the screen. Happens to be my former colleague and a very good friend. So it's my double pleasure and double privilege to welcome you, Prashant, in this conference, which is about realigning Indian agriculture for a sustainable future, sustainable near future. We do not know about sustainable long future. So, yeah, I briefly, I know Prashant since my days in Sandoz Seeds India, and I briefly also read out that I did not know that he spent only 21 years in agribusiness profession. It looked like he's been there for a long time, and with very good grassroots level experience in the seeds industry in all aspects of it. And he's an agriculture graduate. He has a postgraduate degree. He has been through also Indian Institute of Management in Ahmedabad, and he has gone through several functions, and I have seen him also rising to level by level in various functions of the industry. And the last time we were together, he was head of the seeds marketing, sales and marketing operations. So he's presently with Advanta Seeds, and is head of their South Asian business. Prashant, I think I let you begin with your presentation, and then we will encourage people, particularly from among the young people who are present here. I encourage you to ask questions, encourage you to participate in this discussion. Feel free to do so. So he's going to talk about research and development for small farmers, the priorities of research and development for the small farmer. India happens to be a country of small farmers anyway. So, Prashant, that's your subject. I, you're going to speak exactly like that, or you're going to modify your area of discussion. That's entirely up to you, and you have that freedom. So, without much ado, Prashant, this forum is yours.
Thank you, Dada. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, please
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you very much for introducing me, and it is really a big privilege when you are introducing me. You know, you were a guide, a mentor for all of us. I would like to correct a small thing. You talk about my experience of 21 years in agribusiness. Now, it is not correct. It is 33 years in agribusiness till now, which I have spent. I would like to, really thank you for, calling me, and it is privilege to see you after so long. So I would like to share my screen and take you to the presentation. Uh, I'm not able to share the screen. Can you see the slide deck? Can you confirm whether we can see the screen? Can you see, were you able to see the screen, doctor? You're on mute.
We can't see your.
Okay. Let me
See
see.
the PowerPoint
Yeah.
browser, but share the PowerPoint.
Can you see now? I'm not able to get. Yeah. Yeah, doctor.
So one of the organizers can coordinate with you.
Yeah, I did hear you. What
We
did you
can't
say?
hear
Because
you.
I'm not. Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to share the screen. I'm trying to share the entire screen window. It says. So if I go there, let's see. Okay. Now it will start sharing. Can you see now? Sharad? I opened that. I close my. 1 second. I close your web. 1 second. So I'm trying to close. This is a screen share. Yeah, I got it. And then I should say entire screen or window. Entire screen. Okay. Now it is same. See, I opened it. Yeah, it is visible to me. Is it visible there on the screen? So then, okay, 1 second. Yeah, entire scene here. Okay, okay. Slideshow. Okay. Sharad, please confirm, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. This technological glitches always make me nervous, but anyway, somehow it is started working and shows that technology is always sustainable. So what I'm going to do in my presentation is briefing you about UPL Advanta and our commitments to sustainability to smallholder farmers. Then I am also talking about access to seed index ranking, snapshots of few sustainable initiatives and the key crops we are dealing with. So majority of my presentation will be talking on what are we doing about sustainability into agriculture, and I would be taking you through those initiatives and what UPL Advanta is really looking forward to. So we heard Ram talking about what should be done, and here I will be taking some baby steps which we have taken in this smallholder farmers, what we are doing, and our commitment to these sectors. So first of all, when we look at UPL, where we are part of, Advanta is a part of UPL company, is a global leader in sustainable agriculture solutions. So what does that talk about? In last 25 years, we have successfully have a 40 plus acquisition in last 25 years. And the success rate of handling acquisitions with UBL is pretty high. Almost all 100% acquisitions were successfully implemented here. So we have uh, 44 manufacturing and 25 R&D facilities. We are present in 138 countries with our commercial presence. We have more than 10,000 employees globally. We handle almost more than 13,000 registrations. We have around 1,300 patents granted. In our industry of agrochemicals, I am really proud to mention that Indian multinational company is globally number 5 at number 5th position, and we have been rated as number 1 in AgChem sector by Sustainalytics. And this is coming up based on the report. Their report dated 25th September 2020. We have been rated as number 1. Then we are number 1 in biosolutions. Our total revenue is $5 billion. EBITDA is $1 billion, and we have 90% cash flow conversion rate. So if you look at all these particulars about our company, you find that we are really working very hard for sustainable agricultural solutions. Coming to Advanta Seeds highlights, if you look at, we are rated second in South and Southeast Asia in enhancing productivity of smallholder farmers, and this is rated by Access to Seed Index. I will come back to a little bit more on this in my coming slides. We have almost 60 years research experience in plant genetics. We have 24 stations of seed production and processing sites across 21 countries. Our presence is in 81 countries, and this is about all Advanta seeds, which I'm talking about now here, with a commercial presence in 20 plus countries. 19 R&D stations worldwide in Americas, Africa, India, Thailand, Australia. They are supporting us in our seed business. These are our global operations. Wherever you see orange icon, there we are having 24 production locations. 19 R&D sections are mentioned in our green icons, and commercial presence is in a blue. So the integrated seed business model allows us to end-to-end management in research, breeding, production, distribution, and focus on technology. And if you notice here, if you see our commercial presence, they are all in areas where there is a focus of sustainable agriculture. Geographies like Middle East, Africa, South Asia, ASEAN, and Latin America. So those are the places where our commercial business is there. So we have an opportunity with our commercial presence to do something for smallholder farmers. This is a little bit a busy slide where we are talking about UPL sustainability goals for 2025, which we have taken. And we are talking about here, if you look at our goal, that reduce operational environment footprint, and we have done something on that. We have reduced 30% water consumption, reduced 30% CO2 emission, to reduce 30% solid waste disposal, and reduce 30% wastewater discharge. And these actions and goal is addressing SDG goals number 12 and number 7. Second goal, which we are talking about, enhance world food security. So support farmers with our Adarsha farmer services, increase crop yields through our services and input product which we are providing, create fresh food value chain. That is what we are doing there in an action plan. We are working on that, helping farmers to increase productivity, income, and sustainable farming practices. So through our product and services, we are attempting this, which is really addressing SDG goals of 2 and 9. Third goal, which we are talking about, enhance sustainable raw material sourcing. So we are integrating social, ethical, and environmental performance factors into process of selecting suppliers. Then select sustainable supplier. So that is really helping us to address SDG goals 12 and 3. And another SDG goals 12 and 3 we are addressing through enhance communities well-being. So we are creating school, colleges, hospitals for communities, train farmers to reduce loss from farm to fork, and engage communities, empower women, and enable youth. So these are the some things which we are working as a target for us in 2025. What goals we are working on, and what actions we are doing, and what SDG goals they are addressing to. And at the bottom two boxes, Dow Jones Sustainability Indexes. UPL is rated by Dow Jones Sustainability Index and FTSE Russell with above industry average score year over year. So this is what we are doing continuously and working on this. So in case of environmental highlights, what we are doing here is that we have renewable resources, where 17% power comes from renewable resources in 2 of our largest manufacturing plants. Emission management, we have reduced the carbon emissions due to our responsible initiative across our operations. And advanced technology which we are using globally, we are first chemical company to adopt forward osmosis now, technology for energy efficient water treatment. So little bit busy slide, but it is worth to know what are we doing in this field, what UPL is doing in this field of sustainability. Our values is always farmer first. We develop high quality seeds and new seed technology that allow farmers to grow higher yielding crops and more nutritious food. We are working on sustainable agriculture, committed to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We promote sustainable agriculture practices to smallholder farmers in the region facing food security challenges. You can, if you see that album of sustainability goals, and you see this is being developed by UN. This has a Advanta logo, which was prepared by UN and given to us because of our commitment to a sustainable goal. Modern science, we are dedicated to research and development. Our seed technology is tested locally for years to ensure the best crop performance. So I will come to access to seed index ranking now, and take us through about access to seed index. Everybody knows that access to seed index aims to shine light on key questions. What is seed industry doing to enable smallholder farmers in developing regions to achieve similar results? So that's their goal. Access this index 6 primarily to identify leadership and good practices. So they provide an evidence base for the discussion on where and how the seed industry can do more. Since its establishment in 2012, Access to Seed Index has set to increase transparency around seed industry, to encourage the industry to enhance its contribution to key sustainable development goals, SDG. And third Access to Seed Index launching in 2021 will include three regional indexes, South and Southeast Asia, which is referred as SSEA, Eastern and Southern Africa, and West and Central Africa. So these are the regions they focus, and they evaluate the companies, their contribution to local and regional companies in providing access to seed to smallholder farmers along with global peers. So role of WBA, which is World Benchmark Alliance, the Access to Seed Index will now be released as a spotlight benchmark under WBA's Food and Agriculture Transformation, and it will continue to focus on provide deeper insights into the specific contribution of seed industry to SDG. Particularly, their focus is on zero hunger. So this is all about ASI. Now, commitment to food security and farmer is boosting nutrients. So Advanta is doing on that. We are propagating healthy crops, which we are working on. Okra, for example, we strive very hard on making okra as a global crop because it has so many health benefits delivered to the consumers. So we are working on that. We are working on climate smart crops, which really are become climate friendly and then consumes less water, like sorghum, sunflower. So those are the crops we are focusing on. So this year, I'm really proud to tell you that we are second in South and Southeast Asia, leading seed company ranked by Access to Seed Index to enhance productivity of small farmers and grow more nutritional food. So Advanta Seeds is committed to contribute to achieving UN sustainable goals, to promote sustainable agriculture while focusing on smallholder farmers in regions with food security challenges. So as our commercial activities are in those areas, we are in a better position to serve the farmers. So in this food security and smallholder, what is our strategy on sustainability? So we are providing access to quality seeds, enhancing access to quality seeds for 40 million smallholder farmers by 2025 is our target. Smallholder farmers prosperity, 65,000 smallholder farmers will be granted seed production contracts by 2025. So that is what we are going to do. Empowering women in agriculture, that 60% of our seed production contracts in Thailand will be granted to women by 2025, and these are all commitments. Young youth engagement in agriculture, engage youth in programs that support agriculture production, such as school and community gardens. So that is what our goals are. Climate smart crops, we are breeding crop varieties for better adapted to thermal shocks and drought to secure food production in the regions with heavily affected with climate change. We are improving nutrition into our vegetable. We take that angle while our breeding. So biofortification and growing population has to be fed. So we are working on that. Partnership for sustainability, improving access to the market, development through best genetics. So we are working on public-private partnerships to get germplasm exchange, and then we share farming practices and hybrid varieties that improve farm productivity and profitability and help farmers to mitigate climate change effects. So these are the uh, things what Advanta is working on, and in terms of sustainability. So we have been ranked at second access and overall basis, but we ranked in access to seed index number one seed company South and Southeast Asia for genetic resource and IP management. We are number one. We are number one seed company in ATSI index that 2021 in seed production practices. We are number one in capacity building, and we are number two seed company in R&D. So that is how they have rated us. So we are really proud of sharing these achievements too. Our efforts towards the betterment of smallholder farmers through innovation and localization. So we touch 6 million smallholder farmers. Now, this how we have done this. So we have touched around 6 million smallholder farmers through our digital and on-ground activities. Our teams are continuously in touch with the farmers to make them successfully grow our crops and earn those benefits. So that is one thing which we are going, and that is being done with digital and physical on-ground activities, focusing on providing tailor-made solutions to smallholder farmers. So we have launched rainbow kits in India of 12 vegetables, and that has been given. We are launch now okra packs, which will value less than $1 in Thailand. In forages, companies breeding program includes to develop varieties in single cut, multi cut, silage, and types to fit smallholding farmers. Now, this particular aspect where we are working all the actions which will help smallholder farmers. Now, this we are the only company which is dedicated to forage long back, and we have been driving a lot of solutions to farmers. And I can proudly tell that in a silage, which is a corn dominating sector today, we have brought a Brakai Surgo, a high technological product which will produce more silage and at less cost in a per acre. So that is what we are aiming at. This year it is being launched, and we have done all the trials there. For local farmers, we develop early segment rice product. Now, having rice variety of 105 days, less than 105 days, is something which is really saving a lot of water and giving good quality rice to the farmers. So we are pioneering that. We have promoted and educated rural women on cultivation of vegetable kitchen garden kits for consumption to address their family nutrition gap. So many times we found that those who are growing, they may not be aware of the nutritional benefit, but they want. We are creating that awareness and working with the women in rural areas to really help their kids and their families to get their nutritional need and at the various sectors of the populations. We have red okra program. We have launched a hybrid in red okra, which has high in nutrition, vitamin A, B, C, magnesium, potassium, and calcium. So we are popularizing those varieties in India, and you find the red okra at the roadside also being consumed, and we are popularizing it to consumers. These are some nutritional kits which we have distributed in Narayanpet in Telangana, uh, where 75% of its population engaged in agriculture. So this kit has been distributed to to them to grow, and we can see the impacts here. This is how they have grown the vegetables, bumper yield, and the district collector has appreciated the initiative which we have taken. After about 2 months, the vegetable yield was used by the midday meals in schools and Anganwadis. Additionally, those vegetables were provided as a part of take-home ration for pregnant and lactating and malnutritional children who are under 6 years. Advanta's contribution, in collector's words, helped us in creating nutritional security in Narayanpet. So that is the achievement what we have done. With the success of our initiative, we are thrilled and are planning to take another initiatives to further address nutritional security issue in the location. So that's what we are working on it. Few other sustainability initiatives we are taking is uh, are like this. So first is uh, mulch and drip in okra production. We have seen mulch and drip being used for uh, solanaceous production, but in open field we have promoted this. We saved 75% of water. So that water conservation through drip and mulch irrigation has helped us in saving water. Sustainable packing. So we are working with 100% recyclable packing, and our secondary and tertiary packing is 100% biodegradable. So that's how we are helping these initiatives. In case of community development, we are under the USCL project execution through women mobilizers. So we appointed women mobilizers to work uh, actually in farming community to avoid child labor, and our commitment to that has been really working very well. So all the girls in that area, they are working with us and promoting uh, the activities and encouraging childs to not to go to farm but go to school and educate themselves. So that is one thing which I am really proud that these initiatives are taken. Tree plantation drive as a part of UN SDG. We have started tree plantation. All activities, whatever we conduct, we plant trees there. So even if a small farmer meeting, if we conduct, we plant tree. We go to see trial results of our trials being conducted. We plant trees there. So all those initiatives are helping to do the sustainability things. So that's what we are working on. Key crops. Uh, we are number one in okra. Hybrid okra with combo tolerance is the buzz now. We have been serving farmers, reducing chemicals. Our okra gave financial support to many farmers through the yield and less cost of cultivation. So the ROI has improved. So I'm really proud that since last 5-6 years, we have been now serving okra farmers in India and giving them very good products which really help them to improve the prosperity. Uh, Now this you will be surprised to know that we are selling okra is more than 20 countries in Latin America, Asia, Africa, and Middle East region, and this is driven through our products like Radhika, Navya, Jani, which is a very popular hybrids in the industry today. So that is what we are doing here. Uh, Field corn, we are the fastest growing corn company in India today, uh, which has over last 3 years we have been growing more than 30%. We have leaders in tropical corn and subtropical corn. These two segments we are globally selling these products in Latin America and Africa, also in India and Thailand. So subtropical and tropical corn, we are leaders. Rice, we have grown 30% in rice through non-GMO trait integration technology. With our plus products, we have provided all those blast and resistance, and that is what is helping us farmers to fight the diseases and viruses. So blight and blast, both the combination varieties has been released in rice, which are helping farmers to do. Forages, as rightly said, the nutrition aspect of forages. So we are doing agronomical trial, but also we are taking cattles on leaves, and we do test the feeding trials on them. We prepare silage and then test the quality of silage, and then also do the feeding trials. So moving into forage with a very strategic intent, which is advantage number one in the country, I proudly say, and we are coming up with a very high level of nutritional product which will meet a farmer's need. This will reduce their concentrate feed, which is a costly part of the forage today, the plate of cattle today. So our aim is to reduce the milk cost and thereby improve the ROI of dairy farmers. So that is the one thing which we are targeting in dairy growers. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for patience listening. And over to you, Doctor. You're on mute. Doctor, you are on mute.
which is the farmer, and India is practically all small farmers. 86% of our farming households are small farmers. So you have kept them in your mind, in your focus, and you are doing every activity that you are carrying out. I have not received any sheets of questions as yet. Oh, so they have to be collected and brought here. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a very good initiative. And before the pieces of paper reach here, the question that I have from my side, which is that which are the things which you think that there is still a gap? Something that you would like to do, which your company would like to do for the benefit of smallholder farmers, but you have still not been able to achieve that. So if you can throw
Yeah, I
light
mean,
on
Doctor, which is a favorite subject all the time in last two ETPBR conferences. We have been pushing these things very strongly. Is that how can we make a farmer part of our value chain benefits? How can he get a share of what consumer is paying for the products he is making? And I can explain this through a small example. If a car manufacturers get maximum share of what consumer pay for a car, rest of the chain act like a distribution. But doctor, what I feel is that how can we pass on those benefits to the farmer who is growing those crops, and what consumers are paying for them? Now the transparency has come, digitalization is happening. We know what farmer is growing in his land through 712 extracts. So can we identify something by the government and recommend it pretty strongly to the government, that how can we pass that benefit to the farmer, what consumer pays and what farmer is getting? There is a huge gap today in that. So I think there has to be some index can be developed, that is wholesale and retail index, and part of that should get directly transformed into farmers accounts. And if we do that, the tripling farmer income is a very easy thing to do in my view. And this is what I am dedicating myself to, really work on this, and get it. The this part is missing, how farmers will be making a part of what consumer pays for the produce he produces at his farm. So that's the story. So I think this is one thing which I'm talking.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, you have already explained it very well, so I will not extend it any further on that. We have some questions, and particularly from a number of our young people who are participating in this conference. And one of the questions that I liked a lot, I will first take that up. And this was partly mentioned. You did mention in your presentation about women and about youth and about creating more number of contract production units in the country. One of the question is that this is related to that, and you can answer it. One of the persons, there is no signature under it. The question is, sir, what is the scope of building a startup business in this field? In this field means I would understand seed related field. And what is the key investment required? This is a question required. Like you have already included youth and women in your program, and youth is the question coming from.
Yeah. So, startup, what we can do in case of, I would rather address this really broadly, doctor. I was just saying that there is a very good scope for integrators into an agriculture side where farmer produce value addition has to happen. And simple example is, if you see the transition of uh, green gram being produced and what we buy on the roadside pakoda. So 90 rupees kg, or there is a big value addition which happens. So the agriculture food chain integration and value addition is a better thing for me to look at as a startup in this area. We have seen people doing startup into seedling manufacturing. That is another area where we can young plant research. So these are the 2-3 areas which I think that startups can take shape.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's clear enough. The people, somebody who asked the question, I'm sure got your answer. There is one question that has a number of parts. Is your company dealing with GM crops?
We are dealing in GM crops in America and
not in India. So I will pass on. This question primarily relates to GM crops only. So I will take this up. Adoption trend. You did talk of. So I'll take the next question, which is relating to red okra, which you mentioned in your presentation. What is the adoption trend of red okra, since something by every. So let's say this question, what is the adoption trend for red okra, which is an introduction by your company?
Yeah, see, we have done that red okra, introduced red okra hybrid called Kumkum, and it is catching up the requirement. Now, the consumer acceptance is one thing which we need to look at this, because it has to be popularized into a consumers, which is happening. When we do supermarket studies and when the red okra is displayed there, not only there, but also in other areas, people are buying this product. So acceptance is coming and adoption is increasing. I can't hear you.
Child labor, that what is your company's policy and action regarding the use of child labor, maybe particularly about seed production. So can you comment on that?
We strongly oppose use of child labor into seed production, and we are running entire program to avoid child labor. So we have done popularization. We work with CHRO, which is a seed companies association here. We are the active members, and we run all those initiatives. We helped in designing those initiatives and implementing them. So we condemn child labors.
We'll try to wrap up here, and after this there is a tea break. Dr. Narayanan, there is a question. I think many people have that question, and instead of giving that to Mr. Belgamwar, I'll give that question to you. And because, you know, it relates to GM crops, and he has been very extensively involved in that. And this question, it has one or two, three parts, and it's because coming from one of the students here, I think you can, you know, answer that question better. Prashant, you can add additional points if you wish to, because you are
Yeah,
into GM business outside of India. So you can
yeah,
add, but I'll let Dr. Narayanan answer this first.
I will try to answer the question. The first question is how much yield in the world is done by small farmers using GM seeds. Uh, so by GM, if you are referring to the new application of GM, that is recombinant DNA technology based uh, crops, I don't know how much percentage is done by small farmers, but India's record, I can tell you, there is only one GM crop, so it's easier to remember that data. Uh, there is 12.5 million hectares of cotton grown in this country. Out of that, over 95% is covered by GM cotton. And among the farmers, almost 90% of farmers who grow cotton are small farmers, that is less than 2 hectares. And there are total of about 6.5 to 7 million farmers who grow cotton. So if that makes, that's some data. Globally, I'm sorry, I don't have that information. Can a farmer collect GMO seeds in advance for the next or coming season? Yes, farmer can collect the GM seeds. So it's not so much to do with the, what you mean is whether he can replant the GM. So irrespective of whether it is a GM or a non-GM, if it's a hybrid variety, you can collect the seed, you can sow it, but what happens is because two parents are involved in the production of that seed, in the next generation, there will be genetic segregation. And genetic segregation is not a trait which the farmer likes in a field because the flowering times will be different, harvest times will be different. There are many reasons. So you can collect the seed, nothing which prevents you from collecting the seed. But as long as you can survive or you would like to tolerate the genetic variation. Is GM a threat for natural biodiversity? I would emphatically say no. In fact, GM is actually creates a stake for preserving natural biodiversity because it's not just the diversity among the species. GM allows you to leverage the diversity that is outside the species. So you will have more stake in preserving the diversity. We can do that offline as well. In the interest of time, I will give you a quick and do GM seeds affect the environment? GM seeds affect the environment, but positively, not negatively. And we can explain that. I will take that question with you offline when people dispose for tea. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you
one
so
point
much,
which I
sir. I would now request you to have a quick tea break. We are running a bit late, so it's 11:35. We'll get back at 11:45. Students, you're requested to take the last or the end gate to have a cup of tea, and the delegates, I request you to follow, please, the side gates. Thank you so much. Let's meet at 11:45 a.m. sharp.
thank you.
The recording has stopped.
Thank you, sir.
Sir. Yes, sir. Now, let me interrupt, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Kadi. Dr. Kadi?
Maybe he's not there.
He's not hearing?
No, sir. Our voice is going through Zoom.
BM Kadi mute में है. Dr. Kadi, you are in mute.
Maybe I think 15 minutes people.
Yeah, Gopal, you have Dr. Kadi's number? I think he's switched off in the mute mode. Call it.
डॉक्टर मीरा को जो प्रेजेंटेशन है इसके बाद कॉपी करके रख दी है नाम डॉक्टर मीरा का नाम से
I had three before. Something in yeah,
कौन सा है आपको? तो कौन सा अमाउंट वही वाला 2 ग्राम? तो नीचे ये स्टार पे पर एम पे ये तो मैं
Kadi login करेगा. Login है. वो है ना
और जॉइन है ना? जॉइन है. ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन होगा तो हम मुझे बहुत प्रॉब्लम है मैनेज करना. क्या आपको नहीं दिखा? हो गया. आपको ओपन करना. ओपन करने में डिस्प्ले
directly there you can show some hands or something. And that is emotion that it goes.
तो हो जाएगा. कोई इशू नहीं. ओपन तो
PowerPoint था ना, नेट फोल्डर भी था इसलिए ये तो PowerPoint था. और ये प्रेस रिलीज के लिए नोट बनाया
One talk is still left. So I kindly ask Professor K. Narayanan to come on stage and continue chairing the session.
Thank you. Welcome back. As you all are aware, we are slightly running behind time and we have to catch up. Otherwise, the lunch break may be significantly cut short. So I request all of you to come inside quickly and then settle down in your seats. Meantime, let me welcome Professor Kadi to this meeting. Thank you, sir, for joining. And Dr. Kadi is a well-known veteran cotton breeder, research administrator. He is known for his work on colored cottons, so naturally colored cottons, not the dyed cotton, which is actually picking up in its demand in these days. He has been long associated with the University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad, and he has also served as the director of Central Institute of Cotton Research, which is a premier research of the country under the aegis of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, doing cotton improvement, and is located in Nagpur. So without much further ado, I would now hand over the floor to Dr. Kadi to give us a presentation on role of GM crops in food, nutrition, security, and beyond. Your original talk was slated between 11:45 and 11:15 and 45. So I would request you to, if you can cut short because we are running behind schedule, limit your talk to about 15 to 20 minutes. That will be great. So we'll have some time for interaction as well. Dr. Kadi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you?
You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you see my slide? Hello.
We can see you and the slides.
You can see the slide. I already said. I already said. Can you see the slide? Hello.
We can see the slides and we can hear you also. Please go ahead.
Sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman, sir, and the organizers, and also the participants. I am going to talk on the role of GM crops in a nutritional security, in food security, nutritional security, and also beyond. You know very well that India is a diverse country, and we have a population of almost 140 crores at present. And at present, we are second most populous country and going to be first populous country in a short period, surpassing the population of China. And we are also the seventh largest country in the world, with an area of 3.288 million square kilometers, and also long coastal line of 7,500 kilometers. And in India, again, a diverse country where over 22 major languages and 415 dialects are spoken. Nearly half of the population in the country depends on the farm-based income and providing livelihoods. This was again yesterday told by our Director General ICAR. And also the agriculture accounts for 17 to 18% of the India's gross domestic product. And as far as the the planet Earth is concerned, I think out of 4 lakh plant species, 2 lakh plant species are edible for the human consumption, and 6,000 are used as food. 150 crops are cultivated on significant scale, and worldwide only 3 crops dominant food systems, that is the wheat, rice, and maize, which supplies almost 60% of the calories. But in India, in our National Agriculture Research System, we deal about 85 crops. And as far as the growth of the population is concerned, that is actually the at the time of independence, that is after the 1947, 1950, 51 census, it was now the 51 million tons. And our area was, cultivable area was 100 million tons. And slowly, the population also increased. Every year we added almost minimum a crore population. That is, every decade a 10 crore population was added. And at the time of 1950-51, we were at begging bowl, but now we have become the self-sufficient. You can see the population growth also. 45, 55, 70, 87, 90, 118, at present 140 crores population. And but the area, cultivable area is again 102, now 146 million hectares. It cannot go beyond that. And now it is going to be between 140, 142 million hectares. And in 2020, 21, the production is of the, especially the food grains, 308.65 million ton. And this year already it has been announced that 316 million tons for the year 2021-22. And if you look at the the graph, you can see the the production and productivity has increased a lot. This is mainly because the earlier period we used the fertilizer and also the water usage, that is the irrigation system, and the hybrid technology. These are the 2-3 aspects which could able to, these technology could able to increase the production and productivity of the crop. And yesterday it was discussed about the regarding the production from 1950-51 to today. That is almost 6 times more in case of food grains. Pulses 3 times, and 7 times oil seeds, cotton 12 times, like that, almost all the crops as well as horticulture crops 3 times, and milk, we are number 1 in milk production in the country. Fish, egg, meat, also, a lot of, production has increased to the extent of 12 to 63%. But nevertheless, still we import some quantity of pulses and also more of oil seeds. Yesterday it was mentioned that almost 1 lakh crore rupees worth oil is being imported, edible oil. So we say always that we are self-sufficient. Definitely we are self-sufficient in the food grains and some other things, but especially the pulses and oil seeds, we have to, again, have more production to meet the requirement of the country. And if you look at the projections, I already told you from 1950-51, it was almost 51 million tons, and now it is 316 million tons. And by 2050, we have to have 450 million tons, because our population will be, as estimated, 165 crores. So in another 18 years, I think, another, about 19 by 2050, I think we may have to add about 140 to 150 million tons. And also, if you look at the world, the area and also the arable land is just 10%. Total area of the earth is 30% in that 10%. And if you look at the population growth, almost it is nearing 8 billion now. And by 2050, it is going to be 9+ billion. And 2100, it is going to be 10 billion. And per person at present, the 2.2 hectare is the land. Whether is it sufficient to produce the food, to make it as a food security, that is a challenge. And as far as the the developing countries are concerned, almost I think world must produce 60% more food for the 2050. Developing region is having the more because of the more population and also more requirement as compared to the developed region of the world. And our target was 300 million tons of food grain by 2030. But at present, I already told you 316. We have already reached 8 years before the target. But I think it is required to produce about 450 million tons in 140 to 142 million hectares, with a productivity of 3.21 average ton per hectare. That is the requirement. We know very well that India is a land of contrast. We are proud of our country because it is the largest democracy and 3rd largest economy, IT superpower, and also we also have a number of billionaires as compared to in the world. But also we feel very sorry now that our country also accounts for the 40% malnourished children, 50% suffer from the chronic and undernutrition, 20% people are still under BPL, that is below poverty line. The infant mortality is also more compared to other countries, and our Human Development Index is 122nd out of 172. And also as far as corruption is concerned, again 87 out of 178. But these are some of the concerns. But our agriculture, Indian agriculture supports 16% of the world human population and 10% of the animal population. As far as our sources are concerned, we have 2% global land area and 4% water. And I told you already, the net sown area is 140 to 142 million hectare. With the 2% global land area and 4% water, we have to feed the 16% world human population of India and also 10% animal population. And the irrigation area also has increased from 1950. It was 21 million hectare. Now it is 62 million hectares. And the fruit production, already I have talked to you, that is from 51 million to today it is 316 million tons from the our country. As far as the loss of crops caused by the pests, is concerned, that is most important. We have to look into rodents and other cities, almost 21%, insects 20%, disease 26%, and also through weeds 33%. It is very necessary to have the technology to combat these, so that we can save the losses and make the requirement of the country in coming years. That is the 450 million tons by 2050. So I told you earlier, we had number of the technologies which have helped us in bringing up our increasing our production and productivity. And now we may have to think of new breeding technologies. There are new few technologies are there. One can think of utilizing these technologies, and then we can come out with the again increase the production and productivity and meet the food requirement as well as nutritional requirement. And also beyond that, what are the requirements of the human being that can be thought of. First one is the plant genomics, marker-assisted breeding, genetically modified crops, genome editing, that is a CRISPR-Cas method, others. And I am going to deal with the genetically modified crops here in this lecture, so that what are the things are going on and how these are going to help us in the food as well as nutritional security and beyond. And as far as the plant which have been genetically altered to express a desirable trait, that is, I told you that the insect, disease, weeds, and other things are taking control of the crop. How to take care of that? We have to breed the varieties resistant for the insects, diseases, herbicides, and also the environmental tolerance is also most important. And our food should be nutritious. So the increased nutritional value is also another aspect which the genetically modified crops can give. And as far as genetically modified crops are concerned, it is, I think, at present 191.7 million hectares the biotech crops have covered in almost 26 countries, and 17 million farmers are using these biotech crops. And earlier we used to say that hybrid technology is the fastest adopted technology, but in recent times, the biotechnology or the genetically modified crops is the fastest adopted technology, we can say. As far as the number of crops at present cultivated in the world, the genetically modified crops are concerned, 4 are most important. That is the soybean covering 50% of the area, and maize 30.7%, cotton 13%, canola, that is a mustard, that is 5.3%. There are other biotech crops are also grown in the world, especially the sugar beets, alfalfa, papaya, squash, brinjal, potatoes, apples, so and so forth. There are many crops which are there, but as far as India is concerned, we are having only one crop already. Dr. Narayan said in earlier this thing that the cotton is the only genetically modified crop grown in our country. I would like to come to the first generation GM crops for the food security, and the crops should have the higher crop yields, increased profit, and reduced farm cost. These are the 3 things are most important for the food security. We have to increase the yield. For that, insect resistance we are talking. For the insect resistance, already the insect resistant cotton, boll gourd is there, and corn, yield gourd is there, corn borer resistant. Like that, many examples we can see. The bollworm resistant cotton, you can see the non-BT and BT. In spite of using the chemical control for the bollworms, the non-BT, the yield, and also the BT, the yield, you can just observe. So the genetic modification is really helping in getting the more yield and reducing the cost and also the profitability. This is the one example of cotton in India, BT cotton in India. Work started in 1995, but started cultivation in 2002 after the government permission. And at present, almost 12 million hectares, we are cultivating the BT cotton. If you take the average of the entire country, the net economic benefit of the farmer is 12,375 rupees per hectare, and there is almost an average of 31% yield gain, whether it is irrigated or rain-fed or smaller or big farmer. And pesticide reduction for the especially the boron is the 39% reduction in the pesticide usage is there, and increased profit of almost 88% one can see. And like that, there are some examples, but these are yet to be cultivated. Already the research has been done. Insect resistance rice, you can see the left side, the insect damaged, and the right side is the transgenic. You can see the field level also for the damaged one, and also the transgenic, it is resistant to the insects. Like that, Nigeria has come out with the actually the commercial BT cowpea, that is a pod borer resistant cowpea. They actually the loss was even up to the 80%, but at present I think they could able to combat the pod borer Maruca vitrata. Like that, brinjal, we know the story of the brinjal. Brinjal, actually in India also it has been researched and come out with a number of varieties and hybrids, and which are very the problem of fruit and shoot borer, the most devastating pest, reduces almost 70 to 80% marketable fruit. So with the BT gene introduction into the brinjal, it is possible to reduce the damage of the brinjal fruits as well as the shoe. And Bangladesh is the first country, I think you can see the BT brinjal eggplant cultivation was started. That is, even though the research has been done elsewhere, but they have a political will and a public-private partnership. Because of that, they could able to cultivate this and reduce almost 70 to 90% of the the insecticide usage, and produce more and also the good quality vegetable. And also it has been thought that if the India would have been released this BT brinjal, then 37% increased yield would have got, and 77% of the reduction in the usage of insecticide, and increased net profit of 16,000 per hectare, and total 2,600 crores rupees one could have accumulated economic returns in India, but unfortunately it could not come true. But anyway, let us see in future. Likewise, in a tomato also, the fruit borer resistant tomatoes have been developed, but yet to see the light of the day. But these are the some of the things are going on, research, and the things have come, and only we have to think of utilizing them. That is about the insect. Coming to the pests, especially the virus, you can just see here the virus resistant the transgenic papaya. You can see the yield and also the potentiality of that, and also the left side you can see the devastation of the crop because of the virus. So how this technology is really helping to have the increased yield. Likewise, a virus-resistant tomato is also there, and which has been already researched, and the things are available. But already I talked about how best the people can utilize this. GMO potato is also been developed, resistant to late blight by transferring these genes from the wild relatives. Again, this is the most important staple food crop. The things are available. And the University of Florida has also developed genetically modified citrus with enhanced resistance to greening. That is, which is going to be a potential to the resist canker and black spot. These are some of the examples one can see. And as far as the drought tolerance also, the sugar cane has been approved in Indonesia, and which is going to have less water and more yield, and tolerant to the drought. Such things are already approved. And as far as maize is concerned, there is a growth factor AM3 in Belgium, which has been utilized, and the transgenic maize has been developed to grow better, which grows better during the drought, and also better adapted to the threat of the global warming. This is the one another research. Coming to the weeds are taking the maximum toll, almost more than 33%. And in India, loses agriculture produce worth over $11 billion annually. And the most important crops are rice, wheat, and soybean. And there are 10 crops which have been depicted here. So one has to take care of the weeds so that it is possible to have more yield, more food, and also it can help for the food security. At present, commercially available herbicide-resistant crop varieties are soybean, maize, canola, cotton, and these are the 4 which are available in the world and are being cultivated. But people can think of utilizing these technologies and increase. This is the one soybean and the maize. You can see after the herbicide spray, only the weeds have died and the crop is luxuriant and coming up well. And also there was people used to say that glyphosate is going to be a human health risk, but no, it has been already said that the United States Environmental Protection Agency has released the results of its regulatory review glyphosate in that is January 2020. There is no risk of concern, but anyway, let us look into that when we are going to use those. And coming to the nutritional aspect, the micronutrients, vitamins, and minerals are most important. 1 out of 3 people in developing country are affected by the vitamin and mineral deficiencies. And 47% of the Indian children below the age of 3 are malnourished. And there are problems of vitamin A deficiency, then iron deficiency, iodine deficiency. These are the concerns. I think how this GM, genetically modified crops, are going to take care. That is going to be a second generation crops for the nutritional security. One can think of transgenic crops with potential consumer benefit of enhanced nutritional quality, vitamins and minerals, and modified oil. Oil is most important, and also enhanced shelf-life. And there are biofortified GM crops are available. The manipulation of beta-carotene biosynthetic pathway, golden rice, golden potato, super banana, so and so forth, and also expression of the ferritin, that is iron is most important nutrient, and also the vitamin E and foliate and others. There are many, the examples are there. Let us look into that. This is the one, the golden rice, which is been, realized, after the both marker-assisted introgression and transgenic efforts made the golden rice a reality. And also from the daffodil, the 1.5 milligram of beta carotene per gram of dry weight was achieved. But with the golden rice 2 development, with the maize homologue, now the 23 times improvement in beta carotene content has been seen. That is up to the 37 milligram has been achieved. So it is going to be helpful for the reduce the color blindness. And also the the FSANZ, that is the Food Standards Australia, New Zealand, have come out with genetically modified, again the GR2 line, again the vitamin A rice. That is again another example which has been developed. And it is really interesting that again Bangladesh has come forward to grow this golden rice. So in Bangladesh also they have the vitamin A deficiency, which is affecting almost 21% of the children. It is mainly because of the political will and also the private-public partnership. And coming to the vitamin A and E containing higher content of especially in case of potato, Ohio State University and Italian National Agency developed a golden potato with improved level of vitamin A and E. This is also very, very important because it is a staple crop, and also the banana with vitamin A. Again, the human trial was going on, but still we have not heard how best these are going to be cultivated in future to help the human being. the ferritin in rice endosperm, you can see higher iron content in the GM rice also has been achieved. And innate potato has been approved by the United States. That is the not discolor when peeled, increased shelf life and decreased acrylamide and cooked at higher temperature has been achieved, and it has been approved in US. And coming to the shelf life, especially the expression of MADS1 and MADS2 genes was repressed in banana, which exhibited delayed ripening and also extended shelf life. And these are the increasing the shelf life in fruits like this. And also the pink pineapple, that is genetically engineered pink flesh pineapple, which is safe and nutritious, which has been developed in 2016 only. There are two types of pineapples available: extra sweet pink flesh pineapple and also the golden extra sweet pineapple. Again, these are the genetically modified crops. And also non-browning varieties of apple. It lacks a gene encoding an enzyme that causes plant cells to brown to exposure to the oxygen. So the Canadian approval has been obtained for the non-browning of the apple, which is a major problem immediately. And also the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, in collaboration with the Plant Biotechnology Lab Zurich, they have come out with a genetically modified cassava, because after the harvest of the cassava, there is a breakdown of during the storage, a breakdown of the starch. To combat that, through biotechnology, through genetic modification, they have come out with cassava, GM cassava. Like that, the oil is also very, very important for food and non-food purposes have been achieved in rapeseed and sunflower. And also, very well about the goshapal-free cotton, because cotton is also a rich source of oil. Other than fiber, we have oil of 16 to 20% and protein 16 to 20%. But presence of goshapal is making unfit for consumption. But now the goshapal-free cotton, it is possible to obtain by just silencing a gene which is converting the fernosol to the hemigoshapal. That is the thing. And the omega-3 fat, which is very, very important, that is EPA and DHA, which generally available more in quantity is available in fish oil. Now it has been made in the camelina sativa as well as the mustard. The two universities, Southampton as well as Pratham State Research, they developed the seed oil plant of camelina sativa using the genetic modification to produce the enhanced vegetable oil that contains EPA and DHA. That is the omega-3, which is the most important fat. And also, the Australia has transferred genetic mechanism from sea algae to the canola seeds. That is omega-3 canola. That is, very well that the fishes go into the deep sea, and the particular type of algae they eat, and the accumulation of omega-3 in fishes has been seen. That particular from that particular sea algae, the genetic mechanism has been transferred to the canola and made high omega canola. Likewise, the biotechnology of flavonoids and color development helps in producing total natural color fibers. So, there are efforts are being done, but no much the achievements. But it is possible to have the different colored flowers, like like flowers. We can have the fibers, cotton fiber also. That's what one can think of. The one which you are seeing here is the natural one which we developed. Which we developed at Dharwad, US Dharwad, the brown, green, and also light compared to the white. And also, it is possible to alter the shape, size, and color of the flower through the genetic modification, which is also being done. And we know very well about the technology that is a maize technology, which will help to produce the commercial hybrid in self-pollinated crop. Already attempt has been made in India also regarding the mustard and different crops. Also, one can think of the self-pollinated crops to have the commercial hybrid. One can have the hybrid that is a maize technology through the genetic modification. Coming to the last, that is the third generation of GM crops, that is plant engineered for the production of animal protein, human protein, edible vaccines, and so on and so forth. And there are many examples are available here. I listed almost a 20 life-saving drugs which have been produced through the genetic modification, that is the biotechnology. This is the one from the Mexican that is to reduce the hypertension. Because you know very well, hypertension affects about 30% of the world population. Amaranthine from the amaranthus has been transferred to the tomato to reduce the hypertension. This amaranthine is similar with the captopril, which is a common drug for the hypersensitive patients. So the GE tomato, it is going to be tested for the human for the hypertension. Like that, the vaccine corn, that is Monsanto as a team up, they have come out with the corn with the flu vaccine. That is the vaccine corn they call. So there is no need of pigs for the kids. One can think of having the vaccine corn, which can supply the for the flu. So the GM crops are regulated. We know very well. I don't want to go into details of this. And also there are concerns. Somebody was asking about the effect on biodiversity, effect on human health, the toxicity, and indigenous cultivars, are going to be affected, and effect on non-target organism, microorganism, and horizontal gene transfer. These are some concerns we say, but there are many experimentation and answers for these. And there are 6 competent authorities in our country also for approval of the GM crops. And also the Department of Biotechnology has prepared the above 5 protocols for the food safety and also the release of this. And that's all I wanted to say. The GM crops are here to stay. A good technology needs better management to ensure its sustainability. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Khadi, for, I would say, giving a wholesome appraisal of the GM crops in the context of nutrition and food security in the country. Thank you very much. I would have liked to have some interaction, but unfortunately, we have already eaten into the time of the next session. So I think we will just put our hands together to say a big thank you to Dr. Khadi for giving us a wonderful presentation.
Thank you,
And
sir.
I would now leave the floor to my co-chair, Dr. Das Gupta, to give the final remarks and close the session.
Yeah, I think, no. I mean, when we, actually it was very important to have some question answer, but since we cut it short, I will cut short my thing even further. And I'll say we are, this has been a very exhaustive presentation made by Professor Khadi. And I think we all learned a few things that we did not know about. I mean, it's vast open and also reminds us that how much we are lagging behind in this kind of technology in this country. It's rather unfortunate when in 2002 we had the BT cotton released in this country. We were not far behind because the first one was only 6 years ago in 1996 when it was released anywhere in the world. But now we are too far behind, and I wish the policymakers and the people who run this country get awaken and they do something about it and bring the tomorrow's technology today, and so that we can make up for the time that we have lost. And with these few words, I thank you all, and and the previous speakers that we have had. all of them and the audience and their participation. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor K.K. Narayanan. Thank you, Professor Parthudas Gupta. We had a wonderful session. And next we will be starting session 3. We thank all the speakers of the previous session as well. So the next session is titled as Modern Technology and Biotic Resistance, both in GMO and non-GMO crops, a very relevant subject for modern agriculture. And to chair that, I welcome on stage 2 professors from our School of Biotechnology. The session will be chaired by our senior professor, Professor T.K. Adhya. Sir, please come on stage. And the session will be co-chaired by Emeritus Professor, Professor K.K. Jena. Sir, please come here. So Professor T.K. Adhya has a stellar career. He started his academic and research career back in 1973. He has served as the director of Central Rice Research Institute, CRRI Cuttack, in 2011, and he joined School of Biotechnology, KIIT, in 2012. He is also seconding as the director of South Asia Nitrogen Center, New Delhi, since 2016. He has been part of several prestigious national and international collaborations, and also have been part of different committees of the government and policy making related to agriculture and use of modern agricultural practices. He has over 200 high impact publications, and he has been a loving colleague guiding us all at the School of Biotechnology since we have been working here. And so Professor Adhya, you can now start chairing the session. Yeah, sorry, speak on this.
I think I can start it as a good afternoon. We are already late by 45 minutes. And I think we have to really tighten our belt, because after that we have to loosen it for lunch. So for that, the time we will try to reduce a little bit. We had 2 lectures in the pre-lunch session and 2 more in the post-lunch session. I will, rather with the help of my colleague, Dr. Jena, a learned international level scientist on rice, we will be working, we will be trying to manage the whole session, probably within time, I'm not sure. But since lunch is there, I think we will be trying to push it a little faster, because for that only we live. And then we have to manage that. So the next the session is actually the modern technology and biotic resistance. So I do not want to do a preparatory talk here, but rather introduce my colleague speakers who will be speaking, and they are all learned people. Probably I can learn many of the things from them. The first speaker is Professor K.K. Jena rather. Professor Emeritus, School of Biotechnology, KIT University. He had an excellent 35 years of research and teaching experience, and completed his PhD from Utkal University. In fact, he did his PhD from my institute where I was there. That time it used to be called a Central Rice Research Institute, under a learned cytogeneticist, Dr. Misra, who used to, with him he has worked. And then he did his postdoctoral research at the International Rice Research Institute, Philippines. and developed a set of primary trisomics in rice and successfully transferred different biotic stress resistance genes from 5 distantly related wild Oryza species. Then he continued his work in Erie, and then he also subsequently went to Korea, South Korea, did his work for quite some time there. And now he has come back to his motherland and working, joined us. We hope that his lecture will be quite attractive, and he will be speaking on exotic genes from Oryza species confer broad spectrum disease and insect resistance of rice. Dr. Jena, please.
Thank you, Dr. Adhya. Good morning to all the committee members of this 5F ATPBR conference committee. Good morning to all my faculty colleagues. Good morning to all the brilliant students of our School of Biotechnology, as well as from different national universities who have come here to listen the most essential points from this conference. First of all, I am very grateful to the founder of 5AF ATPBR Foundation Chair, Dr. K.K. Narayan, for suggesting me to give a talk on this particular topic, exotic genes from Oryza species confer broad spectrum disease and insect resistance of rice, which is very relevant to the theme of this conference, Realigning Indian Agriculture for a Sustainable Future. So I'll be presenting on this particular topic about the work that I have done in my laboratory in the International Rice Research Institute and how we have collaborated to improve disease and insect resistance in different rice growing countries in the world. It is not moving. Next slide. So my presentation will be covering, I'll be giving some introduction about this particular topic. Then I will explain about biotic stress resistant genes and what should be the research strategy at the current stage of this cutting edge science of biotechnology, potential resistant genes and their functions, transfer and expression of selected resistance genes into elite rice cultivars for sustainable production. And then I will give some conclusions about the talk. In the introduction, I would like to say that, which was published a decade ago in the magazine Economist, which was predicted that by 2050, world population will be increasing enormously. And it is predicted that it will be 9 billion population, particularly in the developing country, where the people, they live on consuming rice. And those countries are South and Southeast Asian countries. So this topic is very relevant to the audience here, that we should work how to feed the population, which feeds half of the world population by consuming rice. So it is the rice dependent population that will double by 2050, as I mentioned. And also, in spite of this, we have to develop new rice varieties 2 or 3 times from the current yield potential. But how it will be possible if you do conventional breeding technology? It needs the cutting edge science and biotechnology. Nevertheless, we have to do it in spite of having less water, less fertilizer, less fungicide, and less pesticide, and limited land. So we need to improve rice production. Next slide. So in this context, our goal is to improve genetic resistance potential of elite indica rice varieties. Why I mentioned here indica rice varieties? Because we all eat indica rice varieties. We all eat indica rice, not like Japan and other countries who eats Japonica rice. So the hypothesis here is to identify resistance enhancing functional genes controlling pathogenicity and insect feeding habits that can be introduced into elite indica rice varieties and pyrimidine resistant genes to develop durable resistance against pathogen and insects, and hence producing sustainable yield of rice varieties. Next slide. So you have to understand what are the exotic species. So for that purpose, I put this slide because the rice that we eat belongs to the genus Oryza. It is a monocotyledonous crop. It belongs to genus Oryza. It has 24 species. But the rice we eat, that is the cultivated rice, which is the Oryza sativa, which is in the form of cultivation. But there are other 23 species. Of course, there is another African cultivated rice that is Glaborima, but there are 22 species which are exotic. They appear in the form of wild morphological features. That's why I have classified those species into 3 different gene pools. One is the primary gene pool, secondary gene pool, and tertiary gene pool. And it is enormous difficulty to transfer the genes from those wild species or exotic species of the genus Oryza. But it is possible how to transfer those genes, because those wild species or exotic species of genus Oryza, they have high degree of potential for disease resistance, insect resistance, nutrition quality improvement, as well as increasing yield potential. My talk will be covering 3 different biotic stresses. One is the disease stress, which is having 2 major diseases. One is the bacterial leaf blight caused by the Xanthomonas oryzae, pathovar oryzae, or XOO. And the second major disease is the blast disease. It is a fungal disease. It is commonly called as pericularia disease. And it is a fungal disease, and then that is also causing severe damage. As you see in the picture, bacterial blight damage occurring in the field, blast disease damage occurring in the field, and also the third one is the insect damage occurring in the field, which is the brown plant hopper. In this context, I want to mention here that BPH damage is causing serious problem in the western part of Odisha for the last 3 or 4 years. In the western districts of Odisha, the rice crop completely damaged by this BPH infestation in the field. And the field appears like that. So the farmers, they lose sometimes complete loss of the crop. Similarly, in case of bacterial blight, in case of severity, there will be about 20 to 80% yield loss will be there. But because of the advances in biotechnology, there are about 42 bacterial blight resistant genes have been identified. And out of those 42, 9 resistant genes are cloned and characterized. Among the fungal blast resistant genes, in the extreme cases, there is complete loss of yield. Through research, about 100 resistant genes are identified, and out of that, about 20 genes are already cloned using the cutting edge biotechnology. Among the insect damage caused by brown plant hopper, it is a sap-sucking insect, and then it is causing serious problem of hopper borne, as you see in the top picture, how it is happening in the rice field. and then there is a complete yield loss. In addition to that, that particular insect is so damaging that it transmits 2 different viral diseases. Then the rice crop gets stunted and will never flower. In spite of that, because of scientific efforts using mostly genetics and biotechnology tools, we have identified 33 BPH resistant genes and incorporated into different rice varieties for protection. And using biotechnology, we have already cloned 8 resistant genes for brown plant hopper. Next slide. So coming to the first one, which is bacterial leaf blight. It is caused by Xanthomonas oryzae, Pathovirus oryzae. Yield loss is very high. So the best thing is the host plant resistance by conventional technology, which is going on for several decades. But with the advances in biotechnology, we are now trying to use the cloned genes with a known function for resistance. Earlier, we were doing only identifying the gene and transferring by using the conventional genetics method. But now using the biotechnology, we have to understand what the function of that particular gene so that the pathogen will not attack the plant. So in that context, we have done some research on the wild species by evaluation and knowing their potential for resistance to bacterial blight disease. And there are about 10 resistant genes from the wild or exotic species of Oryza were identified in different laboratories in the world, including my laboratory. And then in that, 3 genes are already cloned and characterized. Their functions are known. So if in this 21st century, while approaching to build up resistance in any crop plant, our students must know what is the function of that gene, whether that gene can restrict the invasion of that particular pathogen into the rice vascular tissue. And it is possible. I will show you some examples. Next slide. So here I have listed about several important resistant genes of bacterial leaf blight. Some of these genes are derived from the cultivated rice varieties or land races. But my talk is about exotic species used for genes. Among that, one gene is XA21. That gene is isolated from Oryza longistaminata, which is one African wild species. Oryza longistaminata. You see, after cloning that gene, it is clearly understood that that gene encodes a serine threonine kinase protein. That serine threonine kinase protein, which is a receptor protein, which will be interacting with the effector protein of the pathogen and gives very strong resistance to the invasion of the pathogen and makes the rice plant highly resistant. And that work had been done in University of California, Davis by Professor Pam Ronald and his students. Many young students, they work to clone that particular gene. Similarly, the other gene from Oryza minuta from XA27, and they are located on different chromosomes. And the gene I have identified is the XA40 gene, which is encoding wall-associated receptor kinase protein. So that we call it WAG3 gene. That WAG3 gene is from Oryza australiensis. And these 3 genes are very important. They are from the exotic species of the genus Oryza. Next slide, please. Here I give one example of that identification of XA40 gene from the exotic species Oryza australiensis. You can see in the left side how that leaf, because this bacterial blight is a vascular pathogen. It invades through the vascular tissue. And you can see after infection, that pathogen cannot invade the vascular tissue and the plant remains resistant. But the rice varieties without that gene, that is showing high susceptibility, as you see here, the lesions, how it is spreading in the leaf. So it is that's why it is leaf blight disease. Okay, so This gene XF40 is a broad spectrum bacterial blight resistant gene and has a high genetic combining ability. That is most interesting part, that it can be combined with any indica rice varieties. Next slide. So here I am giving you the evaluation potential of this particular resistant gene XF40. We conducted experiments by isolating different pathogen isolates in Philippines, including most highly virulent pathogens, which are named as PXO pathogen, Philippine Xanthomonas pathogen. You can see that how it is showing all the strains of that pathogen. It is RRRR like that. It is highly resistant. Whereas there are the rice varieties showing high susceptibility at the top two lines, which are from the cultivated rice varieties. In addition to that, through our screening, we identified several other species. They have some future potential to use it for rice improvement program from different genomes of genus Oryza. Next slide. Here, I am giving one example of another species, which is the Oryza rufipogon. Oryza rufipogon is a wild species, which is the progenitor of our cultivated rice. But nobody has explored its genetic potential, whether it can have some potential genes or not. So at ERI, what we did, we screened several accessions of Oryza rufipogon. Then we found that one particular accession is showing very broad spectrum resistance against many virulent strains of that pathogen. So that we picked up that particular species and then conducted genetic analysis and then molecular analysis to identify the gene for its future integration into different indica rice varieties. Next slide. Here I am giving a comparative picture of earlier identified gene and the present one, which is from rufipogon. As you see, I have given the comparison of different virulent strains, res 4, res 6, res 10, and I compared with the XA21 gene, which was earlier cloned and characterized, but because of the climate change and other effects, the pathogen also changing their pathogenicity. So that gene is getting moderate resistance to one strain, but the new gene from Oryza rufipogon is giving consistently very high level of resistance to all the virulent strains. Next slide, please. So we continue to identify what is that gene present in that Oryza rufipogon. And as you see, we identified two genes for XF45 and XF46. And you see the phenotype picture by after infection to the leaf, it is giving very strong resistance that it is not having any spread of infection to the leaf. Next slide, please. Then coming to the second most important disease occurring in the rice plant in the field is the blast disease. So blast disease is caused by the fungus, which is the Magnaporthe oryzae or Pericularia oryzae. So this Pericularia oryzae is a very serious disease in different parts of the rice growing countries in the world. So far, 100 genes are genetically identified, but by using biotechnology, we have now 18 genes which are cloned and characterized. So once you characterize, you will be knowing very well what the function of that particular gene you have cloned. Then you can safely use it for transferring that gene into different susceptible rice varieties. So because of frequent breakdown of rice, but this Pericularia disease is having very complex genetic mechanism. There is very quick breakdown of resistance. If some genes are introduced into the rice variety, you need a durable type of resistance which can last for longer period. So we have identified the resistant gene, and also we have done pyramiding of different resistant gene so that it can have better durability in the rice varieties where it is getting introduced. Next slide, please. Here I have given one model that how you will be quickly evaluating the magnitude of resistance by putting the gene into the rice varieties. So this is called sequential planting method model. And that work has been published in Theoretical Applied Genetics and Phytopathology journals. And as you see here, that the lines that we have developed, that particular gene from Oryza australiensis is PI40. So pericularia and number is 40, that gene. When we identified and characterized that gene, it is published in the journal Theoretical Applied Genetics. And there are several lines I have given ABL 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can see the degree of resistance is very strong as it is done in a screen in the screen house with a genetic model. We have made the sequential planting method, which is a model that you can collect the virulent strains from different parts of the field where there is a hotspot for that fungal disease and mix it, and then you can conduct the experiment in the glass house by giving sequential seeding of the rice varieties and expose to that particular fungus, and then see how it is durable, how many cycles it can sustain its resistance. So that is the picture you can see. It is giving no susceptibility at all. Next slide, please. So the earlier conventionally identified genes, as you see here in the top in this graph, they are showing high degree of susceptibility because of the change in the pathogenicity of this particular fungus. But the new gene, that PI40 we have identified, is in the lower side, it is giving consistently resistant in all the 7 cycles that we have exposed the plants to that particular pathogen. So it gives us the information that PI40 gene is a durable resistant gene in different strains of this pericularia fungus. Next slide, please. So as some students are here, so I put this picture how you can monitor that, collecting the rice plant, extracting the DNA, and then you can use the gene specific DNA markers, and you can analyze. If you get the banding pattern, then you will be able to see the presence or absence of the gene. Then you will be conferring that this particular variety is going to have high degree of resistance against this particular pathogen, which is a fungal pathogen. And then you will be recommending to the farmers to grow this particular variety, even though there will be future attack of this disease in the field. Next slide. So we evaluated that PI40 gene in the screen house by exposing to the most virulent strains. And you can see here the picture that the lines that we have developed, they were exposed, but there was no infection at all compared to Co39, which is highly susceptible. You can see the disease lesions there in the left leaf. And also in the screening picture, you can see Co39 is a standard check variety for high susceptibility to blast disease. But the traditional variety, which is from the cultivated germplasm, is also showing very high susceptibility in the right side. But in between, you can see the gene PI40 is showing all the green leaves. There is no infection, and it is giving very high level of resistance to the disease. So that is the outcome of this biotechnology, that you can change the susceptible plant to resistant by incorporating the resistant gene, which is identified by using the cutting edge biotechnology techniques. Next slide, please. Then I was mentioning that to make the plant having durable resistance, because you never know that because of the climate change and other effects, there is breakdown of resistance. So in your hand, by using the biotechnology tools, you can do pyramiding of the resistant gene, and then you can see the picture how the pyramidal lines are showing very high level of resistance. So they are not at all getting infection by the virulent strains, and you can evaluate and know that it is having high potential for a resistance. Next slide. And this is also again evaluation picture, and side by side you can check when it is evaluated and showing resistance. Then you can check the DNA profile, and you can see that the gene specific marker bands are present there or not, and it is present there. That's why it is causing high level of resistance. Next slide. And here the question is that, can you do the pyramiding of bacterial blight resistant gene and insect resistant gene and also blast resistant gene? We have done that, and you can see in the last row, it is showing complete resistance to blast, bacterial blight, and also BPH. So it is called pyramiding effect to have durable type of resistance. Next slide. So we conducted the experiment at the International Rice Research Institute, but our main purpose is how to help the national program to utilize these lines so that they can have better resistance to the local rice varieties. So we collaborated with the National Rice Research Institute in Cuttack and also Indian Rice Research Institute in Hyderabad. So they found that some of these exotic gene pool lines, they are showing high level of resistance. The green lines, you can see resistance against the blast pathogen. And that has been showing very high level of resistance to also bacterial blight pathogen in our country. So now the scientists in those two institutes, they are now identifying what is the gene present there using the tools of biotechnology. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this is the experiment the scientists in these two institutes they have conducted, and they have found that these lines are having very high level of resistance. The genes are derived from the exotic gene pool of the genus Oryza. Next slide. And this is again the slide showing high level of resistance having the PI40 gene, and you can see the lines having that traditional varieties like O39 and stuff, they are showing high susceptibility. So this gives the information that this gene can be utilized for blast disease resistance. Next slide. So here I want to make a point that we worked at IRI to develop to identify the gene and help the national program. I am giving you an example. By doing 3 years research work, some of my collaborators in Turkey, they have a rice institute. They wanted to improve for blast disease resistance by using DNA marker assisted breeding methods, by using the gene specific marker for PI40 gene. And you see their crop was devastated by blast disease. But when they collaborated with me and introduced that PI40 gene, and the lines are showing very high level of resistance. So within 3 or 4 years time, next slide, please. 3 or 4 years time, that program in Turkey, Rice Research Institute in Edirne in Turkey, they have developed 3 varieties having high level of resistance to this pericularia disease. That is only their target, how to develop pericularia resistance. You can see the line in the left side, and they have done marker assisted breeding, and they have released already 3 varieties to the farmers. So similarly in our country, also very soon, some new varieties will be developed from this exotic gene pool having very novel resistant genes. Next slide, please. Now coming to the third talk is about insect resistance. So far, there are several insect resistant genes that are identified from the conventional rice varieties or land races. I am talking about the gene from the exotic gene pool, which is Oryza australiensis derived gene, that is BPH18. So we evaluated that gene in many countries, and that is giving very high level of resistance to BPH population or biotypes in different countries. And that particular gene has been cloned in my lab, and then we are now using it in different countries for rice improvement program. Next slide, please. And this is the distribution of different genes for your information, how they are spreading from chromosome 1 to chromosome 12, but most of the time the clusters are present on the long arm of chromosome 12. Next slide. So my focus for presentation about insect resistance, about these 4 different genes. The upper 2 ones, BPH9 from Pokali, the land race in India, and BPH17, which encodes NBS-LRR type of receptor protein. BPH17 encodes lectin receptor kinase protein for its defense against the insect. The BPH18 gene that I have cloned, it has two NBS motifs, NBA and NBS and LRR protein, and that defend against the attack of the BPH or brown plant hopper insect. The other gene is BPH32, which encodes short consensus repeat sequence domain containing protein, and that gene is derived from the land race Rathuhinati. So these four genes are very, very important for controlling the BPH insect attack. Next slide. So we have, for this purpose, for utilization in different countries, we have developed near isogenic line. So you introduce many clone genes into different, in one genetic background, so that scientists can utilize it, and whichever near isogenic line is showing resistance can be incorporated into their varieties. Next slide. Here, just you press it, it is showing the mechanism. Just press again. And it is showing, you see, how the insect is reacting to the protein, the defense protein, which has been cloned and characterized. One more, humans, one more. You see, insect actually it feeds from the base of the plant, then injecting and sucking the phloem sap from the plant. And then once that goes, so that receptor protein, which is NBS LRR protein, will be reacting to the insect. Either insect will go away or insect will die. Then your rice variety will be safe from the attack of the insect. Next slide, please. So here is the picture, what the level of resistance. You can see after screening that all the lines showing high level of resistance against the insect, and also both at the seedling stage and also in the adult plant stage. And you can confirm it by DNA analysis. Because of the presence or absence of the gene, in those lines, you are testing for the presence of the gene and its level of resistance. Next slide, please. So coming to that, what is the output of this? That how we are helping the national programs. So the scientists from NRRI and IIRR from Hyderabad, they have already incorporated these genes into our leading varieties like MTU 1010, Sorna, and Samba Masuri. And many lines are having blast resistant genes or pyramided genes for bacterial blight, blast, and BPH. So those lines are now under an advanced stage, and I hope that very soon they will be developing new resistant varieties for our country. Next slide, please. So some more information about the exotic species. I have given one slide that there are also some other species which has potential for a high level of resistance. In case there will be breakdown of resistance, other exotic gene sources, the scientists can work using the cutting edge science to clone the gene from other species which are also showing very high level of insect resistance. Next slide, please. So summarizing what I have explained, what I have presented on this particular topic, which is very relevant to the theme of this conference, that the exotic gene pool of Oryza opened a new paradigm towards rapid development of resistant rice cultivars by transferring biotic stress resistant genes towards producing sustainable yield of rice. Exotic novel resistant genes with specific defense functions, means the functions should be known. As we are in 21st century and we are using biotechnology, we should know the function and transfer it to different varieties, and those are identified and transferred into elite indica rice varieties. High value resistant genes, particularly I have listed XA21, XA27, XA40 for bacterial blight, PI9 and PI40, they are all from the exotic species, and BPH18 and BPH32 with the known functions are very ideal to improve indica rice varieties. Multiple resistant gene pyramids can be used and transferred to elite indica rice varieties that can confirm strong resistance to recently evolved biotic stresses of rice. Transfer of broad spectrum, bacterial blight, blast, and BPH or their gene pyramids into elite rice cultivars will provide durable disease and insect resistance. So with this, I conclude and thank you very much for your attention. Next slide, next slide. If you have any question, I can answer. Yes, sir. Here.
Okay. Yeah, I think thank you, Dr. Jena, for a very nice presentation. I think we will take only 2 questions because we have already lost enough of time. Maybe only 2 questions we will take.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I'm a rice farmer from Kaveri Delta district from Tamil Nadu. Dr. K.K. Jena has you have lucidly presented your the science. Even a farmer like me could appreciate that. So my question is, you spoke about this gene pyramiding effect. Bacterial leaf blight and the brown plant hopper resistant and even blast. So these are all the biotic stress factors. We the farmers, especially in Kaveri Delta districts, where my place is near that coast area, we often face this flooding. So I'm using this CR1009 and the Swarna Sub-1 submergence tolerant rice. Is it possible to incorporate that trait, that is flood tolerance, submergence tolerant, in using this gene pyramiding along with these biotic stress factors to address the biotic stress factors? This is my question from the farmer's perspective, sir.
Thank you very much for your question. I think for pyramiding, I have here. So for pyramiding Sub-1 gene as well as biotic stress resistant gene, that work is ongoing in Hyderabad, that IRR. So maybe they will be helping for giving the breeding lines, and you can evaluate it in your field, and then you can find out which particular one will be very good for your cultivation, because they are using Sub-1 gene, using this biotechnology approach, so that you will not have any junk DNA there. So you will have very specific, because Sub-1 gene is also cloned and characterized. It will be only very specific nucleotide sequence will be incorporated into your variety, as well as this biotic stress, particularly insect. In your area, insect problem is there. So those lines are already there we have sent to Hyderabad Institute, and they can help you. If they have already incorporated, you can get right away the lines from them. Otherwise, you can ask Dr. Sundaram. He is now director. He was my collaborator. So Dr. Sundaram can give you some of the line. I'll also write to him, because they are going to have an RSC meeting in next month. So I can talk to him also. He can help you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, another one we can take. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Jena, for presenting this nice work. I think we have 2 options, Sampaji. One thing, break for lunch. Professor Mirakar is here. Yeah, I think Dr. Jena took exactly 30 minutes. I will put a little pressure on Dr. Kar's lecture. Maybe 20 minutes he can finish. Then we can finish this session and then go for lunch, come little late. I think that will be better. We can still keep in time. There will be 2 more speakers. Post lunch, yeah. Dr. Kar. I think to introduce Dr. Kar. She should have done. Yeah, to introduce Dr. Kar, I think she has been my colleague when I was in NRRI Cuttack. Of course, that time it was known as CRRI Cuttack. She has been very diligent researcher, and I have seen her growing in her academic achievements throughout her life. She is the principal scientist at the Crop Improvement Division of the ICR National Rice Research Institute, Cuttack, Odisha. And she has an amazing devotion towards her work. She received the Women Inspiration Award from Lions Club, setting an example for the upcoming youth. So,
So thank you, Dr. Kar. Maybe you can just.
Thank you, sir. Respected chair, co-chair, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, many students are there. So today's lecture is fusion of genomics and conventional breeding strategies towards breaking yield barrier of indica rice. Just before me, Dr. Jena has elaborately told how he has utilized his knowledge and in enhancing the gene pool so that he could derive many useful genes from the wild background. And now we'll discuss something, how we'll, because through conventional breeding methods, we have come up to a great extent and we have achieved green revolution through this. But now a time has come, along with the conventional method, we have to integrate some other cutting edge technologies so that we can break the yield ceiling to feed the burgeoning population. So rice was domesticated some 7,000 years back, and the farmers, when they started domesticating, the first farmers perhaps, that time only unconsciously they started breeding. They started selecting the lines, the materials which are good for them, either from taste point of view, yield point of view. So breeding started at that time. But for a very long period, it was just like only through farmer selection like that. So if you can see, farmers were perhaps they were the first breeders because they were much more concerned about the yield potential, about the quality preference, about disease, pest, reaction. So they started consciously, they started selecting. But there was no hybridization program at that time. Only selection was going on, and many land races, you can see, many land races were developed by farmers. Over the years of cultivation led to development of many land races, and those were many popular land races are shown here. But besides that, thousands of land races were there at that time. Perhaps now most of them are in the gene bank because they are now no longer in the cultivation form, but still we are growing Gobind Bhog, Kala Jeera, some scented varieties, still they are popular with farmers because of their very unique cooking qualities. So after that, when the land races were already well developed, but they are having some inherent problems. Their yield level is very low. They are prone to lodging. They are tall plantations, very few tillers. So actually our organized rice breeding program started in 1911 by Dr. J.P. Hector, the then economic botanist, and the first research station was established in Dhaka. Then subsequently, emphasis was given, and by 1950, 82 research stations in 14 states of the country were established. And these research stations, they were mostly from 1911 to 1949. The focus was mostly on pure line selection, because we all know that land races are a mixture of pure lines. They were maintained by our ancestors for years together. So our scientists, they started selecting those land races, they started purifying, and many good pure line selections were developed, and even some of them were very popular for a great extent and for a long period of time, and subsequently they were used in the breeding program. And if you can see in our state, in Odisha itself, there were 3 stations, Cuttack, Barampur and Jaipur, and they started purifying the materials available. Cuttack started T series, Barampur BAM series, and Jaipur J series. And many lines you can see T141, T90, T1242, BAM 6, SR26, BFR13A, where from we got the sub 1. And those materials were developed that time. But they also carried the same legacy. They were also very low yielders, and only they were purified form. So there was a great pressure on the scientists to increase the production. And after the Second World War, towards 1949-50s, there was a pressure for increasing the yield by applying fertilizer, chemical fertilizer. But unfortunately, all these pure line selections, as they were tall, they were prone to lodging. So after application of fertilizer, their condition deteriorated. So they all, there was great lodging and yield was low. So that time only, the typical, what we tell, by that time also Mendel's laws of inheritance and scientific breeding procedures, already they were well known. So that concept of hybridization and development of hybridization based varieties started in 1950s by the establishment of International Rice Commission and our institute CRRI, and at presently it is named as NRRI. They were the pioneers, and the war started in 1950 to 54. So through Indica japonica interracial hybridization, because japonica varieties were dwarf types and they were very much responsive to fertilizers. So keeping that in mind, that interracial hybridization program started. But that program didn't result into good materials. However, 3-4 varieties were developed that time. Melingia, Masuri in Malaysia, ADT 27, and Cisna in Australia. Though out of that, Masuri was cultivated for a long extent, and it was very popular with the farmers, and that was subsequently used in the development of many mega varieties. The present day mega variety Swarna is also a derivative of Masuri. So, but the great impetus we got when towards 1965, that Taichung native one, which is a derivative of Bijio Ugen. So that dwarfing gene ST1, that concept started, and then hybridization was done with the local indica varieties and the typical semi-dwarf Taiwanese varieties, TN1. So our first varieties, semi-dwarf high-yielding varieties, Padma and Jaya, they were released in 1968 out of the cross between T141 and TN1. And the typical conventional breeding started. So after that, so many, now more than 1,000 varieties, perhaps they are released through conventional breeding technology. So out of that, you can name Miracle Rice IR8, which perhaps in 60s and early 70s, that changed the scenario in rice cultivation. So yield was double, triple in many instances. They were semi-dwarf varieties. Out of that, we have till now so many varieties are very popular. The Swarna, Samba Masuri, MTU 1010, MTU 1156. Our very progressive farmers, he was telling about CR 1009. They were still now, they were developed through conventional breeding and they are very popular with the farmers. Then premium basmati varieties, Pusa Basmati 1, Pusa 1121, and our first high protein varieties, CR 310, they were all developed through conventional breeding method only. But conventional breeding is having its own limitations. It is a very time consuming process. It takes almost 10 years for releasing a variety. And also, we do not know what genes we are transferring. Only it is a number game. Because once you will make a cross, if the character is a very complicated trait, then you have to grow a very large population. Out of that, you may get a good variety, a good line. You may select a good line. So, and also after 2 decades of cultivation of all these semi-dwarf varieties, and it was noticed that there is no longer increase in yield. There is a plateauing of yield. So scientists started thinking how to break that yield ceiling. So different technologies available, there were different concepts were utilized in rice breeding also. So out of that, one is idiotype breeding. Though the idiotype concept was very old, it was given by Donald in 1968. But that when there was a yield plateauing, so scientists from Erie, particularly Dr. Fuchs and his group, they started thinking how to means model. We have to go for modeling of rice plants. So different traits they tried to combine, because earlier indica varieties, tall indica varieties were side tillering types. But in between, we got very high yielding varieties with large number of tillers. But out of that, many were unproductive tillers also. So to counter that, they started thinking if we can develop a variety with low tillering capacity, with high grain number, then with a plant height 90 to 100 centimeter with thick sturdy stem and dark green leaves, vigorous root system, then certainly we can increase the yield. So this led to development of first generation of NPTs. That time, bulu varieties means tropical Japonica varieties from Indonesia, they are very vigorous type and they are having very good traits. So those lines were combined, but unfortunately that program failed because the yield level was not that high, mostly because of the low biomass and poor grain filling. So again, scientists started thinking of developing second generation of NPTs using those first generation of NPTs and crossing them in the breeding program with indica varieties. So in our institute, in National Rice Research Institute, we have also developed so many, we are telling new generation rice varieties, keeping that concept in mind. Recently we have released last year Siardhan 316, 360 in one variety, which is having very heavy panicles of 6 to 8 gram average weight, high grain number with good quality grains. Tillering is less, 6 to 8, 7 tillers. But we are focusing on increasing the biomass. That's why we are giving emphasis on intermediate height, 115 to 20 centimeter height. And top 3 leaves, they are the major contributors of photosynthesis, that long semi-erect top 3 leaves and strong thick culms. And you can see the panicles, how big they are. Even the average grain number I have shown 250 to 300, but some of the panicles are having more than 500 grains also. So now we have, this is through conventional crushing only, but developing, but using a diverse source of materials, starting from tropical Japonicas, Indicas, different new generation NPTs, so many materials our scientists, they have utilized for developing all these new generation rice varieties. For breaking, and our purpose is to break the yield ceiling. However, there are also some inherent problems also, as their growth is very good. They are also equally susceptible to many diseases and insect pests. And for stabilizing those problems, for biotic stresses and abiotic stresses, we have to incorporate different genes which are already available, and we are doing that. Particularly, these lines are highly susceptible to BLB, sheath blight, and we are addressing those problems. So then another concept also started coming. We have to heterosis breeding. It means hybrid varieties, large number of hybrid varieties are developed, and yes, sir. I'll complete. And here many of our partners, means they are from seed industry, and more than 20-30 varieties were released, hybrid varieties were released. But they are also having some problems because that seed cost is high, and every year you have to purchase seeds. So they are not, means though they are having more than 15 to 20% high yield, but still they are not that much. Area expansion is bit less, and but this is a good technology. This can certainly break the yield ceiling in near future also. So another concept came, Sir has already given in detail, marker assisted selection. Because before that, we do not know, we didn't know that which genetic segment, genomic segment we are transferring to our variety. But as the markers were developed, molecular markers were developed, so our scientists, our breeders, they started using this already well-known clone genes or gene-based markers or tightly linked markers in the breeding program. And marker-assisted selection is no longer, it's almost a conventional method now. And in our breeding program, we are routinely using, but they are having their own problems also. You can see, so far more than 30 varieties we have released in our country through marker-assisted selection. But you can see the major focus is on only biotic and abiotic stresses. But nowhere we have simply bred for yielding, high yielding varieties, because yield is a very complex trait, and marker assisted selection is not working very well. Simply if you will transport 2 to 3 genes at QTLs, then you may not achieve that much level of high yield. So that is the major limitation there. So now another approach is coming, that is the extension of marker-assisted selection, genomic selection. Because now so many cutting-edge technologies are available with us. Now the sequencing cost has come down. We can go GBS technology, genotyping by sequencing. This is available. Large number of markers that markers are high density genome-wide markers are available with us, and then sequencing platforms are there. So now we can use all these things in going for genomic selection, so that we can address all these complex traits like yield. So here our target should be, we have to exploit the novel variation in the germplasm, accelerating the breeding cycle, that is speed breeding, then high throughput, precise phenotyping and genotyping we have to do. We have to, means beforehand, we have to know the genomic estimated breeding value so that selection will be easier. Then already allele mining, gene cloning, all these things, they can add up to genomic assisted breeding. Instead of marker assisted breeding, markers, we can go for genomic assisted breeding. Then, and also, though it is in a nascent form in our country right now, but progress is already there. So many platform projects are coming by CJR institutes and ICR Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They are focusing on next generation breeding, genotyping and digitization approaches. And our institutes are all a part of it. So, and this is just a flow chart, how we can use our knowledge, scientific knowledge from different sources in genomic selection process, but it needs high throughput genotyping and phenotyping platforms are also now well developed. So we can use all these cutting edge technologies in our breeding programs, and our breeders are, we cannot do everything, and biotechnologists, they are there to support us. And this is our plant genomic facility developed at, in IIRI New Delhi, that high throughput phenotyping we can do. Then this is, we have to integrate everything. Even the conventional method, though they are very time consuming and they are having their own problems, but they are the time tested ones. So they should be integrated with different cutting edge technologies, so that we can assemble. Now breeding is, we have already started with Dr. Jena and that ERI group in developing genomic assisted breeding for increasing yield potential also. There we targeted GN1A, SPL14, and we transferred it to two institutes, ourselves from NRRI and our IIRR partner, where we are a part of it, and we developed breeding lines in 3 mega varieties, Swarna, Samba Masuri, and MTU1010, by incorporating different genes, GN1A, SPL14, and you can see the MTU1010 panicle and our improved lines with all these genes and QTLs. Our Hyderabad partner, they have extensively studied them, and some of the lines are even more than double in yield. So you can see the plant architecture. So rice breeding, actually the conventional breeding is a breeding by chance. Whether even if we ask the breeder who has developed Swarna variety, sir, whether you can develop from same Basista and Masuri cross Swarna line, but he told may not be, because we didn't know which genes were combined in what, which segmental regions came from what. But now, as the science has progressed a lot, now we can go for breeding by design. We can design our own crop, design our own varieties. And so certainly it should be amalgamation of all the technologies right now, whatever is available, so that we can yield, we can expect that we'll get a rice variety, which will be more than, now our target is 10 ton, which through all these super rice and all these NGR varieties we can achieve. We can go beyond that, even we can target for 15 tons, and we can feed the burgeoning population. With this, so I'm concluding my talk. Thank you. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me the opportunity to speak a few lines before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur, for the nice presentation. I think, yes, plant breeding has come a long way from pure line selection to speed breeding. And then she has nicely collected all the information. I think for the sake of brevity, we will wait for questioning, and then we will go for lunch. Maybe we can interact there. I think that will be much better. We are already half an hour late, so I don't think that food should wait for us. We are working all these things for food. So now 1:30, it's now 1:30. We come back at 2:30 and then finish up the rest 2 lectures. In that case, probably we'll be able to save time for the next session. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you, all the esteemed speakers and chair and co-chair professors. So now we will break for lunch. All the volunteers, participants and delegates, please go ahead for lunch. Yeah, please, just one extra 2 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. For like all the, yeah. Everyone, please come on the stage for a group picture before going for lunch. Thank you.
Please come on to all. I think we will just have a group. No. No need for chairs. No chairs. No chairs. Yeah, from the top. Please double up. You can come quickly.
Everyone, please come fast. You all are hungry, we know. We continue with the previous session that we had started, biotic resistance in GMO and non-GMO crops. And we will have Professor Tapan Adhya to chair the session, and Professor K.K. Jena as a co-chair. And we have two speakers in this session. So here, Professor Adhya.
Good afternoon. Welcome to session 3 continuation of the presentations. So in this talk now, it will be given by Dr. Rajkumar Joshi. Dr. Rajkumar Joshi is the associate professor from the University of Ramadevi University, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Raj is working on working in this university as a head of biotechnology in Ramadevi University, and he is leading functional biotechnology area in the Department of Biotechnology. So today, Dr. Joshi will be presenting on the topic CRISPR-Cas9 in crop improvement, and he will give a case study towards development of anthracnose resistance in pepper. So I welcome Dr. Raj Joshi. Yes. So we'll be giving you 20 minutes for presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On the outside, I must thank Professor Jena and Dr. T.K. Adhya. They are, in fact, some of my earlier inspiration why I started working on agriculture. So thanks to them, and I feel glad to speak in front of them today. So we have been working in CRISPR-Cas system for last 5 years now, thanks to my postdoc tenure in University of Alberta and subsequent collaboration with the Chinese Academy of Agriculture Sciences. And being a vegetable biotechnologist, I thought that why not use it on the area of molecular plant microbe interaction, which is a very important part required for improving vegetable crops. And pepper anthracnose interaction is one of the most important aspect of biotic stresses in pepper plant, owing to the fact that it accounts for 30% of yield losses, subsequently amounting to about nearly $500 million yield losses annually. So okay, so this is the basic pathosystem. How does it work? I just give a brief idea. It is basically caused by a Colletotrichum species complex. It's not just a single species which causes the disease. So sometimes developing resistance is a tricky job here. So nevertheless, there have been certain attempts to carry out management of the disease by making use of fungicides and biocontrol agents. Also, there have been certain molecular markers developed through host resistance breeding, like QTLs, and a couple of qualitative genes are also available. But most of these things, what I'm telling, are not 100% effective, owing to the fact that severe environmental toxicity plays a very important role in this infection. There is variability in the resistance response of 3 different pathogens which contribute into the interaction. And there are also no qualitative number of natural resistance sources which could be exploited for this purpose. So can we think beyond our gene is the question in our hand. So to pursue on this part, we have done a couple of comparative analysis to see what is the magnitude of change in the expression patterns of different kind of genes during a compatible and incompatible interaction between pepper and anthracnose. And as you can see in this picture, a wide range of genetic factors play a role in ensuring disease resistance in pepper, such as the genes associated with JA and ET signaling, a wide range of transcription factors, also secondary metabolites like glucosinolates. A very interesting thing, what you can mark it here in this slide is that there are two genes, ERF28 and NEC72, which are actually downregulated during a pathogenic infection situation, meaning that these are some of the genes which might be acting as a susceptibility factor, possibly allowing the pathogen to grow in the implanter situation, causing the incidence of the disease. So they were very interesting to us. So we thought of why not further work on them. We did a couple of further experimentation in this area. Sorry, I think I'm unable to change it. Yeah. So just to prove that this is indeed a susceptibility factor gene, we did a comparative analysis of the overexpression lines as well as the silenced line. As you can see in this picture, a couple of overexpression lines are tremendously expressed, and the virus-induced gene silencing lines did not, so almost nil, negligible infection rates. And so as this correlation and the relative fungal growth is also significantly different, clearly suggesting that indeed ERF28, which is the gene I'm talking here, is a negative regulator of anthracnose resistance in chili pepper. So this was found to be a very interesting gene in our hand, which could be possibly exploited to ensure a CRISPR-Cas9 system could be developed to facilitate an anthracnose resistance pepper line development. So continuing with that, this is just a brief idea. You all know that CRISPR-Cas9 has been there in the market for the last 5 to 7 years. And I think almost every sphere of biotechnological research comes across CRISPR-Cas9 now. We talk about human, plant, microbes. Anywhere this technology is rigorously being used or exploited to bring about improvement. And these are the 3 sequence-specific nucleases which are available, of which CRISPR-Cas9 is the most wisely used one, considering that it does not use complex chemistry, can be easily joined, made up, and without much difficulty. And this is just a representation, how CRISPR-Cas publications are influencing us during the last 5 years. You can see more than 10% of the most cited publications make use of the CRISPR-Cas technology. So that itself says how influencing the technology is. And it is also evident from the fact that the 2 inventors of the technology received the Nobel Prize within a very short period of time, considering the significance of the work. So taking that into account, we thought of designing a CRISPR-Cas system to ensure anthracnose resistance in chili pepper. And here we tried developing a very unique technology, that is the single transcript unit based system. Generally, most of the CRISPR-Cas technology that is available in the market make use of a dual promoter system, because we have a Cas9 protein from the bacteria and a RNA sequence taken out from the eukaryotic organism. However, this single transcript unit system makes use of a single polymerase II RNA polymerase promoter, which regulate the expression of both Cas9 as well as the sgRNA. And we do have a hammerhead riboenzyme sequence, which facilitates the breakage of the transcript, separating the Cas9 and the sgRNA subsequently after transcription, so that it generates the complex, which can go and carry out the cleavage action. So based on this background, we designed a couple of constructs. ERF28 is a 2800 nucleotide gene having a single exon. And we designed a couple of guide RNA sequences from the exonic region, meaning that we can possibly facilitate, prevent protein expression. So these are the 2 constructs that we designed. The general method of transformation, I don't want to explain more on this. We used the hypocotyle of the plant, and an agrobacter mediated gene transfer was used. This is interesting. As you can see in this picture, we ended up with about 30 to 40 transgenic lines, out of which about 70 to 80% of them were mutated at the desired targeted gene. And all the 4 possible mutant genotypes were realized. And of among them, the biallelic mutants were the most highly represented one. And among them, the deletion mutants were the maximum one, which were to the tune of 65 to 60%, 60 to 65%, sorry. And we also designed a construct where we inserted both this SGRN together, making a single S1, S2 complex, and found that the percentage of mutant efficiency increases. So we concluded that if we design construct having multiple targets associated, the mutation efficiency can be significantly induced, and we can get the mutant quite easily. Moving ahead, the most important thing is that once we get the mutant, it needs to be inherited following the basic Mendelian principle, to be very frank. And we also tried to do that. And initially in the first generation, we ended up with only a few number of homozygous lines. But then subsequently, we took those homozygous lines and tried to do this aggregation. And we found that all those mutants that were generated in the T0 generation subsequently moved into T1 as well as to T2. And the transmission rate was 100%, absolutely. So this clearly suggests that CRISPR-Cas9 mediated mutant generation also follows the basic Mendelian inheritance pattern, and the mutation can be transmitted subsequently into following generations. A very important thing which we need also to take care of when we use CRISPR-Cas9 system is that we have to make it transgene free. Always regulatory issues comes into picture when a plant is transgenic, and no doubt the tDNA what we use is transgenic. So we also did analysis of the Cas9 protein. Just wanted to see which are the plant or the mutant line which did not have a Cas9 protein, so that we could take them further, considering them as the Cas9 free plants, and carry out the expression. So we used a pair of markers which could be possibly used for finding out which are the plants having the Cas9 proteins. As you can see, there were some few number of bands not available, not visible in this picture, suggesting that those are those plants which were free from the Cas9 protein. So we just targeted those group of lines and carried forward with our experiment. So overall, we selected about 5 homozygous mutant lines which were Cas9 free, meaning they were not transgenic, they were only the mutated one, and confirmed them, so carried out certain validation. On the left-hand side, we also perform a T7 endonuclease assay, which is a detection system for seeing whether Cas9 mediated cleavage has been realized or not. And those lines which are mutated at the target sign gives you multiple fragments, as you can see here, and the wild type does not break because no heteroduplexes are created. And we also did a time score expression analysis. As you can see, while the wild type had a tremendous increase in the transcript accumulation level of the ERF28 gene in the normal plants, while in the 5 mutant lines what we selected, I mean, we have a complete negligible expression pattern. The same was corroborated with the protein expression. I mean, there was no expression of the protein in the mutant line, meaning that the gene is transcriptionally silent and there was no expression of the protein realized. Whereas in the wild type, we indeed got a distinctive ERF29 protein fragment. Then the phenotypic assay, as you can see, if you compare the wild type with that of the 5 mutant lines in here, there is a very negligible pathogenic growth in the ERF28 mutant lines, while in the wild type, there is a significant pathogenic load. And that can also be corroborated with the fact that the lesion growth, the sporulation, and the relative fungal growth was also significantly diminished due to the mutation of the ERF28 transcription factor in the mutant plants. Another aspect what we wanted to study here is to see whether the ERF28 modification is indeed facilitating a defense response. So we just saw that anthracnose growth has been diminished, but we also wanted to see whether this ERF28 modification facilitated any kind of change in the defense mechanism. And as you can see here, we selected a couple of defense responsive genes. And you can see in all the mutant line, there is a significant upregulation of some of the most prominent defense responsive genes, taken into account the lipoxygenase, the PR proteins, the plant defensin proteins, and many of them. So suggesting the fact that indeed the mutation of the ERF28 also facilitated enhancing the defense responsive mechanism by some way or the other. We haven't yet found out what are the different mechanisms directly or indirectly modified by this process, but this is one of the link that we could prove. Off-target modification is another factor we need to look into when we work on CRISPR-Cas9 system, because sequence similarity may also result in cleavage of unwanted genes, or maybe some functional genes which might create other kind of problems in the mutants. And in this case, we also found about 4 off-target genes, but mismatches were less than 3. That is what is allowed. And just to prove that thing, we took all the 5 selected mutant lines and carried out amplification cum sequencing of all the 4 off-target genes, and we found that it was less than 5% of target modification, which is within the acceptable level. If you are doing an SDN1 experiment where just a knockout is being carried out, I think 3 to 5% is acceptable globally. So overall, I could conclude the targeted mutation of ERF28 indeed enhances the resistance to anthracnose in chili pepper. And this single transcript unit CRISPR-Cas system, what we have used in this method, is indeed a very efficient method. And there are more advanced version of this single transcript unit which is available with us. We have replaced the polymerase II promoter with a tRNA polymerase promoter, which is more efficient in targeting a specific gene in vegetable plants. And if you talk about the future activity, we are trying to see the modification. See, mind you, when we did this experiment, we specifically targeted the most belligerent anthracnose pathogen, that is the Coleotrichum truncata. And the disease is actually caused by a complex of 3 species. So we are currently trying to see what is the nature of expression or defense that is being realized by this mutant line against all the 3 pathogens. Then only a broad spectrum anthracnose resistance in pepper could be realized. And also we are trying to see if there is any change in the efficiency when we use a dual promoter-based CRISPR system and a single transcript unit-based CRISPR system. So as to say or prove that we can gradually replace the dual promoter CRISPR-Cas9 system, which is indeed a cumbersome process of designing 2 different vectors, putting them together. Instead of replacing that with a single ready-to-use vector, you just purchase the vector from the market, insert your sgRNA and just do the transformation. So before I end up, I have certain challenges and limitations to discuss. What I'm just trying to tell you here is that CRISPR-Cas vector system make use of nucleotide mutation or fragmental deletion to NHEG or double-stranded break mechanism. While if you talk about the NHEG, it is very well established in the plant system. We can carry out it very easily. We can select the mutants very nicely. But if you talk about the homologous recombination part, it is always a tricky thing in plant system. So we need to develop CRISPR-Cas system to make it more efficient through a homologous recombination based directed repair, because that can solve a majority of agronomic problem, because you all know that single base variations are primarily responsible for large number of allelic trait modification in plant system. So if we can streamline and strengthen the homology directed DNA repair mechanism to use it in CRISPR-Cas, it would be a real boon. And the Chinese have already started doing it in a very rapid manner, and we are also following through. So, and base editing is also recently emerging, which could also compensate the homologous recombination. If it is not possible in a plant, we can also go for a base editor and carry out the experiment as well. So this is the group. Professor Zhao is from Chinese Academy of Agriculture Science. He has been a collaborator in the vegetable research part. And Professor Nat Kev is from University of Alberta, and he's contributing to us in pathogenic interaction part. And the other guys have also significantly contributed. Vijay is the current PhD student. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, for a nice presentation in this new area of molecular biology research. So this is a very new area of research on genome editing. And if anyone has any question, please. Yes.
Thank you. Wonderful piece of work. and great presentation. You have knocked out one of the ethylene responsive factors. And if I remember right, it's a family of transcription factors. They affect many processes in the plant, including developmental stages, hormonal regulation. So one of the technical questions I want to ask is, when you knocked out ERF28, you must have had some logic or some data that it was, but there must have been some collateral damage. And that is the first part of the question. The other part of the question is, coming back to India, are you able to pursue this kind of work? You last suggested
to be very sure that while at one end we are trying to pursue to develop a mutant, at the same time we also need to ensure that it's not going to make a significant modification in the genome that may affect the phenotype or any other trait. Yes. Second part, I don't think it's much of a problem to carry out CRISPR-Cas research, sir, because as I see, there are several transgenic laboratories going on all across India. Yeah, I'm trying to build up right now in my place. Yeah.
Yeah, very good presentation.
Thank you.
And I, from my background as a conventional breeder and practical application of your work into my programs in developing anthracnose resistant hybrids, it can be a layman's question because Dr. Narayanan is more into that area. He can speak more technically. My question is, because you also mentioned there are 3 species: acutatum, gliosporitis, and
Gliosporitis. Acutatum.
Yeah. So now what we have found, or what we have faced practically in the field, is when I develop something resistant, it's another species comes and it gets damaged.
Right.
And also you mentioned about the modifier gene back. Its whole thing is so complex. I'm happy we have come to the stage of gene editing here. If it can happen, my question is, how far do you think this is going to be a reality, and by when?
Well, that's a difficult question, but I would like to highlight that I'm not here to replace the conventional breeding. It is going to stay forever. It has its own requirements and need. But then, when we are in a situation where the population is burgeoning, and we need to look into all aspects taken care of. I mean, a point of time may come when we will be requiring huge amount of requirement under adverse climatic conditions and other things. So all possibilities may be kept in our hand. I'm not sure how long or how fast this can be taken up by the scientific community for acceptance and then going into the field. But as per current regulations, the SDN1 group of genome editing lines, especially the NHEJ mediated modifications, they do not come under the purview of regulation. So I think since they are not coming, I think we can pursue at least those part of the story, taken care of all the other aspects as Dr. Narayanan and emphasized. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yeah, no, yeah. So because that non-homologous end joining is a feature that is not coming under the purview of the regulatory authorities currently. So it is not considered as a transgenic plant. So if we can use them for the purpose, I think it can still solve the problem.
A good explanation. I agree. I got my answer, I think. But then I would suggest you collaborate with someone who is using them to evaluate or test on daily basis. I think Dr. Radha may talk a little later about non-GM and resistance breeding and all that, because we have seen this has been a very evasive objective, we could say. Because we try to Capsicum, Gliosporides, Acutatum, then we find something is extremely good in lab, go to the field, it succumbs.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So these are two issues here. One is modifier gene, another is the 3 species involved. I would suggest you progress cautiously, involve some people who are practically able to test your results in the field. That could be a better.
Yeah. Actually, sir, to add into that, we are in touch with a group of scientists from IIHR, Bangalore. Yes, Dr. Madhavi Reddy is the one whom we are trying to catch up on this part, so that we can possibly share the seeds and then she can take on the performance part.
Yeah, Dr. Joshi, I have one question to you.
Yes.
That the product generated from this out of gene editing, what do you think? It will be GM or non-GM?
As I said, sir, because the one what we have used is belonging to the SDN1 group of nucleases, we are only performing the non-homologous end joining, and this kind of knockout is not considered GM. If we remove and make them transgene free, like removing out the Cas9 gene and the tDNA sequences, we are getting them transgene free, and they do not come under the purview of the regulatory authority. So we can call them as non-GM.
So do you have any information regarding any product coming out of gene editing already in the farmer's field, or
not in India, sir, but in China they are out right now. Yeah, in fact, in February we had lettuce, cabbage, gene edited cabbage that have been right now, but I think I'm not sure about US. I think some of our agricultural scientists can more highlight on that, but I'm not very sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
For a nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
So our next speaker is Dr. Radhamani Anandalakshmi. She is the Vice President, I&B Seeds Private Limited. Dr. Radhamani is the Vice President of this organization, and she did her PhD from the University of South Carolina, US. With her strong interest in plant pathology, advanced breeding techniques, and crop improvement program, she established a wider research and facilities in resistance. So I request Dr. Anandalakshmi to come and present. To present on the topic, which is resistance breeding in vegetables, modern technology in the aid of non-GM crops. So I request Dr. Anandalakshmi, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Could you put on full screen, please? No, full screen. Okay, thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm coming from INB Seeds, Bangalore. And what I'm going to try and tell you for the next few minutes is how we at INB are trying to use all the conventional breeding methods aided by the modern techniques. So to some of you, this will be like really basic stuff. But since I see a lot of students in the audience, and I thought I should go from basics to a little complicated or what we do in the lab. Okay, okay, INB Seeds, I have interest in a variety of crops, which includes vegetables, flower crops, and field crops. We are primarily into vegetables and like cucurbits, it's all listed right there. Okra, onion, peppers, sweet corn, and tomato. We are the leaders in marigold, and we have interest in so many other flower crops. And we've recently started breeding for maize and rice. Next slide, please. So at INB, our headquarters are at Bangalore. We have a satellite breeding station at Hyderabad. We have about 8 trial locations and it's spread about 160 acres. At INB, we have the state-of-art facilities for tissue culture, double haploid production, molecular marker analysis, and recently we've established also a plant pathology unit. This main mandate for this particular unit is to do test for one is help in resistance breeding and second is seed health testing. So those are the main mandates for this plant pathology resource unit. And what I'm going to tell you now in detail is what we've done setting up this unit and how we are approaching the resistance breeding. Okay. We also have QA teams and processes in place. We have seed processing, packaging, and storage facilities like any other seed company. Next slide, please. So the pathology research unit was started in 2019, and we went on a full spree where we started establishing the facilities for whitefly mediated screening of viruses. We also established different labs for testing for bacterial and fungal pathogens. And you can see from the pictures, we have a beautiful whitefly rearing facility there. And I don't know, am I doing something wrong here? Can I? Yeah, okay. I'll just prompt you. The next slide, please. So when we look at the diseases of vegetables, there are several diseases, but what is important is to look for or breed for those diseases which are economically important. You cannot do breeding for all different diseases which are around. So let's see if you look at the slide, you will see that I've highlighted some. So leaf curl caused by bigomoviruses in chili, potiviruses in chili are of importance to us because that's where we started, because we are a young lab and we are interested in so many other things. And I'm going to be primarily talking about chili resistance breeding so that it becomes easy and I don't go from pathogen to crop and I will not be shifting. Next slide, please. Okay, if you look at conventional breeding, we all know what conventional breeders do. So let's say we have a pepper with good fruit and other traits and which is disease susceptible in one side. And if you want to introgress disease resistance into that pepper hybrid that we are going to use, or you can develop lines, you are going to use a pepper disease resistant line and cross it. And by repeated crossing and selection over generations, by studying the symptomology and field screening, we are going to select. So the reason I'm telling this is the emphasis on the field screens and phenotyping of the plant. So in the end, we end up with a good pepper having good fruit quality, disease tolerance, high yield. Okay, next slide, please. So before we start for breeding for disease resistance, what's that we need to know? One is you look at the pathogen, identification and characterization of pathogen, because you can look at there's a large diversity of pathogen prevalent in a place or in a country like India. And we need to look at the infectivity of the crop of interest. So you can have one pathogen infecting multiple crops. So in which crop is it important and which is the most virulent pathogen? Do we have a prevalence of resistance breaking strains of the pathogen in the country? So are we doing our research in one corner of the country where we are using a pathogen which may not be disease resistance breaking, and you continue doing it and then you go test it, especially for companies is very important. What we do is we do research in one location and we go test our product in another location and we'll find that it's susceptible. Okay. The resistant breaking strains can come through evolution. It can be something that is introduced from another country as because of trade. And we can also, it can spread to other locations. Just maybe you are doing work in one location, but the resistant strain is not going to stop coming to your location. So you have to be, the researcher should be aware of what's going on in the pathogen side. It's also important to know the kind of transmission of the pathogen. When you talk about viruses, we are looking at mechanical transmissions, insects, vectored by insects, fungi, nematodes, etc. It can also be seed-borne, okay? And when you look at the crop side, as a company, when we want to breed for resistance, the first thing that your company would ask you, to me as a researcher, is what is the return of investments? We are going to spend so much money in breeding for a resistance for in a crop. What is that we are going to get? Okay. And so what is the advantage of having this, developing a cultivar that is resistant? Second part is what is the kind of germplasm that is available in your company, which you can acquire from outside sources, and what do we know about it? So many times we have passport data. It will tell you that, here is a crop, the leaf is like this, fruit is like this, the length of the fruit is this, but you will never see in that data evaluation data. So I always find that, this is very important for any breeding program. Let us say you have something which is resistant to a pathogen today, and tomorrow it is not resistant. How do we know? Unless this is recorded somewhere, there is something, the plant is doing fine in Orissa, but it's not doing well in Delhi. So that's the kind of information is missing. So it's very important to maintain data for all your breeding lines, your hybrids, and have an idea of the sources of resistance deployed. So you can have non-host resistance, host resistance, it could be RNA silencing mediated, and what are the novel sources of resistance that's there in the germplasm. We can do a wide literature search. There's a lot of information available out there now. So this is very important. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, and I'm going to come back now and talk about pathogen. Why is it so important to have, the pathogen identity? If you look at the pictures on to your left, you can see the first one is sponge gourd, second is bitter gourd, and tomato and bell pepper. All these crops are infected by one pathogen, that is tomato leaf curl noodle virus. Okay, and this is causing a lot of problem because the tomato leaf curl noodle virus, which was identified in tomato first, it's skipped or it's moving in the host range. Okay. Second part is you can have one virus on different genotypes of the crop can make different symptoms. And especially all company people will know this, and because we've been really struggling hard to do this, get resistance. So you have, let's say, a virus which on some of the okra genotypes it makes enations and leaf curl, and the other it makes mosaic. Okay, so these are whitefly transmitted Gemini viruses, which bigoma viruses, which do this. And if you look at the first TOLC NDV, this is a bipartite virus, whereas the ones below are monopartite viruses. And you can also see a tomato which says, it's hidden, the tomato on the lowest panel, that is infected by a monopartite virus. The one on the top is infected with the bipartite virus. So when you breed, you should have an idea what you are dealing with. Next slide, please. Okay, so how are we going to systematically screen for this, virus resistance, and what techniques or what modern things can be used? So let's say, so when you do field collected sample, when you look at any field collected samples, there are a lot of chances of mixed infections. So the first thing that we do when the sample comes to the lab is to look at molecular level confirmation. Do ELISA, that is, you use you can use anti-sera to that particular pathogen, you can detect it. You can use RT-PCRs if it is RNA virus. You can use multiplex PCR to detect multiple viruses. And you can also use real-time PCR if you want to really quantify the amount of virus in your plant. Next thing, the traditionally plant pathologists, like what they do is they do inoculation of suitable host. So how do you inoculate a plant, or, a virus onto a plant? You can take an infected plant, you take the sap, infect it. And for bigomoviruses, you have to go through a vector, which is whitefly. And then once it is done, you can store these viruses. You can revive and use it whenever you want. If you want to, if in the colleges and universities where you have a problem of space, resources to do this, you can also clone the virus into tDNA and make agro-infectious clones. Okay. So if you look at, a second thing is maintenance of the virus. When we maintain the virus in a greenhouse, it's very important to do periodic checking. So when you do periodic checking using any of the molecular techniques, you will come to know if there's a mixed infections in the what you are maintaining. Because often this happens in conventional breeding. Something is maintained in a greenhouse, and they, by symptomology, they use it for infections. So your results can be confounding. Next slide, please. So how does a virus infect a plant? It infects through a wound on the epidermal cells. It can enter the plant. It can now go through so it infects epidermal cells and it goes through, it gets into the mesophyll and it gets into the phloem cells. I wish this was working. Okay. Okay, now when the virus infection is happening, there's first entry, then there is cell-to-cell movement, and finally, once it enters the phloem, it goes systemic. So different stages. Why I'm saying this is to see how the virus infection is blocked in a resistant plants. Next slide, please. So we look at host resistance existing against viruses. So you can have a complete non-host resistance wherein the virus, it doesn't infect that particular group of plants. Okay. Second thing is when it movement from cell to cell, the block could be at the cell to cell movement. It could be at the systemic movement. Okay. This is just to show what kind of resistance can happen. And when we look at the first one, the very first one where it's restricted in the cell, it's often due to the presence of resistance proteins. Next slide. So how does it work? So if you look at the virus, so you have the host factor. So if you on the left panel, you can see so many of the viral proteins. So the viruses are really small organisms. They depend on the host for their multiplication and spread. So if you look at the viral proteins, if any of the viral proteins are recognized by the plant's machinery, resistance machinery, then you get what is called, which is an incompatible reaction, and it's going to restrict the virus at the site of infection. So we look at the panel of pictures on the right side. In the center is a tobacco plant having a N gene, and whenever the virus comes in on the infected leaf, you can see formation of hypersensitive response to necrotic spots. So these necrotic spots are helpful in restricting the virus to the inoculated region. Okay. But there are many viruses for which when you infects a plant, you do not see any necrotic or HR response. And this is when it becomes very difficult and you really cannot see what's happening. Okay. And when we talk about HR again, it could be temperature dependent. When people look at dominant resistance genes, which control tospovirus infection in plants, you will see that you need 2 copies of the gene. That is, it's additive effect in that, and therefore it's going to be restricted. If your homozygous plant and your hemizygous plant, when it comes to resistance, there's a big difference. Okay, in high temperature conditions in the field, your hemizygous plant will be, you can show delayed response, will be susceptible. And we also, the virus, since it's dependent on the host factors, the virus the viral proteins will interact with the host proteins, and there are several host proteins which play a role. If any of these host proteins are mutated, you can get virus resistance, because it's essential for the virus replication spread. Okay, next one, please. So I'm just going to talk about what we do in INB, what we started doing in INB as we were establishing our lab. Initially we started looking for potivirus resistance, essentially because this is an RNA virus which we can inoculate by SAP. So when we looked at this, you can have, there are in paper, there are dominant and recessive resistance against potivirus. And the potivirus that we are using is the chili venal mottle virus. So when you have dominant resistance, it's great. It's very easy. Breeders are happy breeding for a dominant resistance, but when it comes to recessive resistance, it needs more efforts, more time, and because whatever your corresponding plant will have carry the wild type or the normal gene. Okay. So if you look at this panel, so we did inoculation of different entries of chili with chili venal mottle virus, which was characterized and at molecular level. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay, go back, please. Go back 1 minute. Yeah. So when we had these plants in our greenhouse, we also had an infection of, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately now, of TOSPO brought about by thrips infestation. Okay, so we've been hearing about the thrips creating havoc in the country. This is one instant where thrips actually proved beneficial for us. So the thrips came. So when we looked at all our different genotypes, you can see the one and the second tray there, everything is dead. Everything is dead because of TOSPO. Okay. So, but what we found interestingly, we thought, oh, this is going to be, it's not going to be really good. But next one, please. But we found that there were lines which were both CHIV-MB potivirus resistant and TOSPO resistant. And there were ones which were only resistant to CHIV-MB. And you can see here, these are the plants which after the inoculations and after many days, post-inoculation, we transplanted it in the greenhouses. The first line has both poti and TOSPO resistance. Second line has tolerance. The last one is TOSPO resistant, so it was not dead, but it is the potivirus susceptible. Okay, so this is what we found, and I've shown close-up pictures of the same plants. You can see the one on the right. You can see the potivirus symptoms, where you have TOSPO and CHIV resistance. We are not seeing any symptoms. It is not visible symptoms. Next slide, please. So if you look at the potivirus resistance genes in pepper, so when we look at, there are recessive resistances, dominant resistances. And if you look at, everybody knows about the recessive resistance. The recessive resistance is due to mutations in elongation factor EIF4E or its isoform iso4E. But what was interesting to us is that the number 3, serial number 3, PVR4 and PVR7. So the recent papers show that PVR4 and PVR7 may be allelic, and without really going to look for TOSPO resistance, we may have ended up having a plant which is both poti and TOSPO resistant. So the reason I'm telling you this is we have not done any marker studies. We have not done anything. This is just by pure phenotyping. Okay. So we have now lines which are both potivirus and TOSPO resistant, and which we want to employ in the breeding. Next slide, please. So if you look here, so we thought, let's see, because a lot of molecular markers are already available. Let's see how it is going, what is the correlation. When we looked at the correlation, we found that whatever markers we checked, we really don't see any correspondence with the resistance and the marker. So now we are trying to look at PVR4, PVR6, and PVR7, for which we do not have data. We will be looking at it now. And these plants are really holding very well. And wherever we see this mixed of information marker and no correlation between the phenotype, we see that, maybe those are not responsible for resistance to chili venal mottle virus. So when we look at markers, the markers could be gene specific, wherein, the gene is, you can see whether the gene is present, the gene is absent. You can also see whether the gene is mutated. And when it comes to the recessive resistance, it is always mutations in the host factors. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, next slide. So, we were really excited about our potivirus and tospo resistance. We said, okay, the pressing problem what we have today is chili leaf curl resistance, right? So we decided, we thought we would be, and we infected those lines also with the resistance breaking strain of chili leaf curl virus. So when we checked, unfortunately for us, these were not resistant to chili leaf curl. None of these lines which were resistant to chili leaf curl. So when we have a very good DH program in our company, and one of the things that we did was to look at the line development using double haploids. So if you look at the left panel, I'm sure everyone knows this. It takes a long time, many years to develop a line by conventional breeding, but with the DH, you can do that in 3 generations. Okay. So here what we do is we use either anthers. Basically, you're looking at the male gamete or the female gamete, and you are developing a plant from that, and then we are going to double it, the chromosomes, and what essentially we are going to get in a plant is a line which is homozygous for all the loci. Okay, and it's true to type. So next line, please. So if you look at the response of chili genotypes to double haploids, it varies. Not all genotypes are responsive to double haploids. I've kind of highlighted 2 things. There is, whereas with one, we got nothing. We didn't get any double haploids with one genotype, whereas in some other genotype, we got 1.1% success. So this success rate varies. Next slide, please. So this is what happens. You have a flower bud of appropriate stage, you remove the anthers, you plate them, you develop an embryo, you have haploid plantlets, you grow them, and then you can, harden them. And you also do the colchicine treatment for any other chemical treatment for doubling. Next slide, please. So this is the outcome of whatever we did for line development using double haploids. So I'm talking about disease resistance. I was talking to you about the bigomovirus resistant developing lines. So we have got about 84 lines. So far we have tested, and we think that 14 of them are really good. And even, when you use double haploid lines, you should be careful looking at all the other traits also. We've developed about 8 hybrids and 2 are commercialized. We have 15 in the pipeline. Okay. We also use these 2 double haploids to breed for other traits, but since it's not my talk now, I'm just skipping it. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we are excited. So we have all these beautiful, virus resistant lines. So we have to check them for, the response to different virus isolates. So we put this, you can do, we have a setup for doing artificial inoculations, whitefly mediated inoculation. We can also see this in the field. So and we found many plants holding really good, many entries holding very good. Okay, some of these are bred by a traditional conventional breeding, and some are DH lines. What we found, what I want to tell you, this is all the plants which looked free, that most of the people who do work on bigomoviruses know this, they all were carriers. None of them were immune to the virus. Okay, But we found variations with respect to the load of the virus in the plants. So you can have the virus. So if your plant is able to tolerate the virus and do well in the field, produce good yield, you can select it. Reason being because the resistance to leaf curl is also partly controlled by RNA silencing pathway. So depending on the time you collected the leaf, depending on the stage, depending on the temperature regime of the time when you collect it, you can have variations in the viral load. Okay, next slide, please. So here are some of the things what we developed. These are some hybrids in the small duant leaf curl tolerant segment. We have 2 hybrids doing very well in the field now. Next one, please. And we have more lines we are testing, DH lines we are showing. We are testing to see, and you can see the variations in these. Next one. Okay, so what I did not, though my topic was kind of wide, I did not talk about distant hybridization. You can do interspecific hybridizations, which involves embryo rescue, plant regeneration for developing lines. We can also look at mutagenesis as a method for creating variations. So mutagenesis could be random, where we do EMS or gamma radiations, where gamma radiations you can get deletions, EMS you get point mutations. And people have been successful in selecting for those. Some of the mutations, especially EIF4A mutations, have been generated by these random mutagenesis. The only issue is that random mutagenesis, any other genes can also get mutated, though you didn't really do stringent selection. Peeling is a process where you treat the plants, you treat them with EMS, then you look for lesions in the known genes, because you already know the point mutations in these genes can give you a mutation or a resistance. So you can look for that. Unfortunately for me, Dr. Joshi did a good talk on genome editing, and I'm happy that I didn't keep any slide on genome editing. So it's a targeted mutagenesis. Now everyone has listened to it, and it's a beautiful talk. So that's another option that we can do for virus resistance too. What I want to say in addition to what he said is that you could also use virus as a vector for delivering your CRISPR-Cas or your guide RNAs. So your option for doing that, you don't have to go through agrobacteria mediated transformation system and segregating the lines without the CRISPR-Cas. Next one, please. So like I said, our mandate is to do resistance breeding, and we are also taking a lot of effort in checking the seeds that we produce. So from our end, we test for all these different pathogens listed there, including potiviruses. We tested using ELISA for some of them, and for bacteria, we do plating, we do all the testing as prescribed by ISHI. And recently, we've started using RT-PCR, and we are also developing real-time PCR assays for virions and testing for other viruses. So this is what it is. So next slide, please. So this is where I work. This is INB Seeds. And you're welcome, all the students and everybody. You're welcome to visit us anytime. This is in Bangalore, and it's if you look, this doesn't look like a breeding company. This looks like a nice, quaint resort, right? So please come, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, we'll be taking only one question since we don't have time. She has already taken 35 minutes. So only one question is welcome.
Thank you, sir, for letting me talk. Any questions? Okay, either, yes, any questions?
If no more questions, Dr. Anandalakshmi, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Elaborate presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think with this, we come to an end of this session. It's a purely academic session with which will have reference to the field ultimately. We had two topics on cereals and 2 topics on vegetables. Really, it's nice to see that plant breeding has walked a long way. I think in 60s and 70s, there were people were, as has been pointed out by Dr. Kaur in her presentation, it was just trying to cross and develop, go on developing lines and then go on checking which one is having which variety without any target. Now from that, I should say donkey's work, now we have become more precise. So from pure line selection, it has come to breeding of different varieties, and then it has also stepped to other things like marker assisted breeding, and the ultimately the what is that called, the genome editing, and finally the speed breeding to take much faster. The whole cycle, the idea is that whole cycle has to become much faster because we are living in a world which is changing every day. Earlier, a variety used to stand almost for 25, 30 years. And now you find a particular variety, crop, any crop variety, do not stand more than 10 years because there are several reasons, several environmental reasons. And of this biotic stress is very important. So this particular session, all the 4 topics were discussed on the biotic stress. And I mean, when I started my career in 1975, 76, that time developing resistance or biotic stress, I mean, biotic stress, it was not mentioned this way, but resistance to insect pests. And this was broadly called as resistance breeding. And in the 70s, early 70s and all, the only effort used to be made is that growing the field, the crop, put it under intense pressure of the pest or the disease, and then try to select a variety which stands in that condition. That was the beginning of the work. And then now it has become very clear, we know what are the genes which are responsible for the plant and the pathogen interaction. And then we can work in a more designed way. So ultimately we get what is a designated variety or a designed variety we can get, which will help us to fill the, the gap. One important thing for this resistant breeding is the breakdown of resistance. I think this goes synonymously together. Earlier days we used to see that, I mean, I remember when I started working again in 75 or so, in case of rice I was working, BPH was a very important pace. And then development of the resistant breeding, it came up by 80s and late 80s, we had varieties which were reasonably resistant to or tolerant to BPH. But again, towards the end of 90s, that resistance broke down. And probably this cycle of breaking down of the resistance is very common against any pathogen or any disease, resistance breeding. This breaking down of the resistance is very common. But with the help and knowledge of the mechanism of the disease causing agents and their genetic relationship and the molecular mechanism, exploration of the molecular mechanism will give us a more thorough background knowledge of how we can use them to develop a variety which will probably be present for a more longer time as far as resistance is concerned. These are the new techniques which are coming up, and then I find this realigning. Realigning is very important, that we have to change our tech or technology, whatever you call it, tactics or technology, whatever it is, for a sustainable future, which is probably more difficult as compared to today. And it has already been pointed out yesterday by the Honorable DG of ICAR that we have to feed a certain critical mass of people for that we have to go on producing. There is no end of it. And that is only possible when all these approaches are put together and finally shown into the field. I thank all the speakers for this session who made a very nice presentation. Their own presentations were excellent. And then also the audience, which were very encouraging and then asking questions. Unfortunately, we started late. And then that's why we just followed up on time so that you can at least enjoy 15 minutes of tea and come back for the next session. Thank you.
Go for a break. There is no break.
Thank you, Professor Adhyay. So with this, we come to the end of session 3. Thanks for all the enlightening talks. I think we had very diverse kind of talks, given the topic was modern technology and biotic resistance. We got to hear about uh, production of different types of transgenic rice and also use of CRISPR-Cas technology for making transgenic crops, then combination of traditional methods with modern technology to create virus resistant products. So thanks all the speakers. So we will be having one small uh, thanking session in which we'll be presenting some mementos to the chair, co-chair and the speakers. And please give a big hand to all the speakers. So here we invite Professor Tiku to give the memento to Chair Professor Adhyay. We also invite on stage speakers Professor K.K. Jena and Professor Dr. Meera Kar, Dr. Rajkumar Joshi and Dr. Radhamani Anand Lakshmi. Please come on stage. Thank you all. With that, we proceed to the next session 4. Thanks.
Sir. I think we'll have a 15-minute coffee break. Please come back. 5 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes. I request you to come back. We have one more important session and then we will try and finish by 4:45. Thank you. Yes, sir. Anything? No, telling you now.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so please pay attention. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. So I request all participants and delegates to be available in the auditorium. So good afternoon, everyone. So all delegates and participants. So I, Dr. Ritesh Patnaik, Assistant Professor, School of Biotechnology, KIT University, welcome you all to this session. So we are on the day 2 and we are going for the session 4 for this ongoing national conference on realigning Indian agriculture for a sustainable future. Indian agriculture, actually, if you see, we have a lot of background, and what we have seen that they have got immense contribution to our country's economy. And it's almost supporting around more than 50% of the livelihood for the country. So over the years, we have witnessed an impressive growth both in agriculture activity and crop production. However, there is always a scope for further improvement and strengthening our approaches to sustainable farming. So it's my absolute privilege to invite the chair for this session, Dr. Arun Pandey. So he's the head of the R&D Advanta Seeds, to kindly take the dais and chair the session. Along with him, I'll also have the privilege to invite co-chair, Mr. V. Ravichandran. So he's a very famous individual who has got the recipient of 2013 GFN Kleckner Award. So may I request sir to grace the occasion. So the theme for this session is sustainable farming and agronomy intervention. So may I request both chair and co-chair to proceed the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. So together with my co-chair, Mr. Ravichandran, I welcome you all for this session 4, which is the third session of the day and going to be the last session also. And the session is about sustainable farming. So the session topic is so relevant in relation to the theme of this conference, that is for a sustainable future. If we look into sustainable farming, which is a broad umbrella for growing food using methods that nurture society, the environment, and the economy as well. Why this sustainable farming is important? As it offers a solution to the problems caused by the way most of our food is grown today. If we look into the entire ecosystem of this farming, soil, which is the basic, is non-renewable. If we look into the water, that is going down day by day. And the environment, which is being affected by many factors. So agronomical intervention, which is one of the major component of this sustainable farming. I mean, the way we prepare our field, the way we irrigate, the way we fertigate, the way we adopt the plant protection measures for various pests and diseases, the way we harvest our crop, and even
I have the link. I am online already.
so this all affects to this all is highly correlated with the sustainable farming. So the entire globe is now talking about this organic agriculture and how to sustain this organic agriculture. To know that, we are going to have a talk by Dr. C.L. Lakshmipati Gowda. So this is an honor for me to introduce Dr. C.L. Lakshmipati Gowda, who was formerly Deputy Director General at ICRISAT, that is International Crop Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics at Hyderabad. He was one of the pioneers who initiated the public-private partnership, which we call PPP, for Hybrid Parents Research Consortium, that is HPRC, at ICRISAT, and later was one of the co-founders of the Global Research for Development Support Ventures, that is known as GRSV, which is a consulting services. The main focus of this GRSV is to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of ways by which solutions through agriculture R&D are delivered in developing countries. So we are going to hear about this sustainable farming, this organic agriculture. So with this, I over to Dr. C.L. Lakshmipati Gowda, sir. And everybody, please put your hands together to Dr. C.L. Lakshmipati Gowda Saab, which is a renowned scientist. Sir, over to you.
Thank you.
Are we audible to you, sir?
Am I audible, Mr. Chairman? Am I audible? Okay. So let me thank the organizers for inviting me and also allowing me to present my talk virtually. Feel bad that I'm not able to travel, but I hope I'll be able to give my presentation to the satisfaction of everybody. So the topic is on sustainability of organic farming. The chairman clearly mentioned the need for that. So let me go ahead and talk about it. This is the outline for my presentation of a brief introduction of the global scenario. I will talk about the history of agriculture, then look at one of the earlier treatises on Indian history, Surapala's Rikshayurveda, and what we have derived from that, and look at the context for the discussion for today. Look at the pros and cons of the Green Revolution, what happened to that, and then the concept of organic agriculture, how it came about. And then the most important aspect of my presentation is looking at soil as a bank of nutrients, plant nutrients. And then I go to the conclusions and then the way forward for the future. So this is the global scenario. World population going to hit 1 minute, just a minute. Okay, I've made it full screen. I don't know why it is not coming. Okay, thanks. So more than 1 billion people are still poor and hungry. Food and nutrition security will be critical. And most of them are smallholder farmers. So we need to look at ways of increasing food production with the same land area that is available. Added to this is the challenge of the climate change vulnerability. As you can see here, except for the Tibetan plateau, all other areas in Asia are either highly vulnerable. Yes, Tiku sir?
Actually, slide.
Oh, okay. Let me close and then come back. Am I able to, is it coming now?
Your slide change is not happening.
Okay. Let me close and then come back.
Now we see
Now you see?
yes.
Okay.
No, it is not going to the full slide.
I am on the.
That's why I said you exit and reshape.
Okay. So.
Sharing, you have to stop sharing and share again.
Okay, let me try.
Or leave and rejoin.
Okay, let me try. I'm trying to share now.
Screen share. Screen share.
Is it okay now? Is it okay?
It's okay, but you please click on the next slide. Slides are not changing. You can only see the title slide.
Is it okay now?
No.
Did it move?
Second slide to click is yes, sir. Second, third. Please change the slides are not changing. You can see your slide, but
Yeah.
not changing.
I don't know. I'm in my this thing. They are moving. Are they not moving now?
Next sliding ಮಾಡಿ sir. Next sliding ಬನ್ನಿ. Left go cursor left side ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಹೌದಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ಟಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಈಗ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
I don't know. It is.
Maybe Aparna, can we help from here? Sir, the presentation mail ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ help ಮಾಡಿ.
Okay.
Aparna, उसको mail करने के लिए यहाँ से help कीजिए ना, वो नहीं हो रहा है.
Hello?
ಅದನ್ನ ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೋತೀವಿ.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Thank you.
Not it was up.
Can you send that mail by mail to me?
Yeah. I'll send it to you and Aparna. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we will put it from there and you say next slide.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. And by the time let us finish another speaker, we'll come back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Please send the mail.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Right.
All the students here, because you should know one quote by one of the great men of this world. You must be knowing Warren Buffett. Yes, Warren Buffett, the richest man in the world. Listen to what he says. He says, very soon, farmers will drive Ferrari and IT experts will drive their tractors. So you are in the right auditorium, where I also want to congratulate ATPBR for organizing Realigning Indian Agriculture. This is exactly what Albert Einstein also wanted to say. He wanted to say, we have to go on a different path than if you want to solve the complex problems. We have to go on a different path to solve the complex problems, because the paths which created those problems will not be good to go on to solve the problems. So this objective of realigning Indian agriculture and the statement by Albert Einstein, I believe that it's the same objective. This is the situation of an Indian farmer 75 years after independence. This is not the best situation, and this will not attract all of you, I know. But I want to tell you a story today where a farmer can be like this. Farmer can be happy and he can be prosperous and he can contribute big time to this country. These are the examples. This is the example. This is the example. And this is a technique about which I will be talking today, is SRT, Saguna rice technique. This is a no-till. Saguna rice technique is a no-till conservation agriculture practice, regenerative method of farming, where erosion is stopped completely, where carbon is fixed, where the farmer becomes happy and confident. These are some of the most important aspects of Saguna rice technique. For example, this farmer here from Pune district, he used to grow only one crop. Now he grows 3 crops. He has only 1 acre of land, but because he takes 3 crops, this land has suddenly become 3 acres. He is able to take 3 tons of fragrant rice in Realigning. Then after rice, he is taking lettuce, and after lettuce, he is taking broccoli. Putting all together, he is able to make more than 3 lakh rupees a year per acre. And that's very good. This is what we want. And if we can give such a technique to the farmer can become happy and confident. This is a very common scenario in northern India, in Punjab, Delhi, burning parali, burning rice stubble, and creating problem for the environment. Actually, it is creating big problem for that soil also, and soil is very important. Soil is very important for the farmer, for environment, and for easy and affordable food for the public. But when they burn the parali, it's not that they want to create a trouble for everybody else, but they don't have a way, they don't have a choice. They don't have a different way, which Albert Einstein wanted, and which we are thinking here, realigning, different method, different approach for sustainable future. SRT is some such technique where growing wheat after rice without plowing, without burning the parali, it is possible. In Maharashtra, we have got 50 plus farmers doing this, and their crop is extraordinarily good. Their crop of rice, their crop of wheat, both the crops are very good. Rice, as I told you, 3 ton, 4 ton rice per acre is becoming very common now with SRT technique. And this wheat, we haven't got the figure yet, but it is certainly more than 2.5 tons per acre. And you can see there are many different crops can be cultivated with this technique. This is soybean. This is a collage of different stages. Rice is harvested, the soybean is planted, And you can see this is, you can say, a situation a week before the last right corner picture. But these are the enemies of the land, of the farming, of the environment. I'm not talking about tractors, I'm talking plowing. That it's the plowing. Plowing is the biggest enemy of farming. Plowing is biggest enemy of the farmer and farming profession. I'm sure when we have been talking so much about science since yesterday, we all know it's the microorganisms which are the most useful profession in actually the farming. During the microorganisms, one plowing is equivalent to one major fire, one major and one earthquake putting together microbes. These are the results which we saw in earlier pictures, and I'm going to you further. What happens to the soil, what happens to the farmer, and what happens to the farmer. If we can avoid plowing, many good things happen to the soil. Many good things happen to the farmer. This we know, I mean, science knows tillage, plowing is bad for soil, at least for last 60, 70 years. But this is the development is still happening. In big machine manufacturers, they are trying to figure out, they are coming up with bigger and bigger tractors. I mean, bigger and more powerful plows and tractors, of course. But tillage certainly is the enemy for all of us. And in all over the country, I'm sure all different state governments give subsidy for this. But what happens in rice cultivation, especially plowing, puddling, transplanting, these are the big hurdles for the farmer. When we do this, such kind of puddling, this is what is happening. And this is not just muddy water. This is blood of our motherly land. How much of that blood is going? I took half a liter of water, that muddy water, applied alum, put it in my home for 2 days, and then decanted the clean water. You can see in these 2 glasses where a rose petal is kept on top of it so that you could see the water. So these 2 glasses are filled with clear water from half a liter. That's 200 plus 2, 400 liter, and half a glass is the blood of my land. That is 20% beautiful soil, beautiful silt is lost each time we do rice planting by puddling method. And we have to stop it. Soil erosion is the biggest aspect. Now, all the students, I know you must be wondering whether I'm asking you to go and work in the farm. No. But there are lots of aspects where science has to be validated. All the things which I'm talking are empirical observations. It needs to be validated by science. It needs to be convinced to the scientific community. And this needs to be carried to the farmers where it is needed. And further research is required. For example, developing the varieties, developing the right tools. All these are there are many aspects where your proficiency, your expertise will be utilized. Normally, at least in Maharashtra, this is still the scene. I don't know in South India, Ravi, is it the same situation? Yeah, it's all over the country. In Punjab, I know they still do this. But this is terrible. I don't know if farmers are going to be getting that much water and that much labor as the years pass by. I don't think it is possible. Even labor is becoming difficult now for the farmers. So these are all difficulties that are coming to the farmers where we have a better option of no-till, and that is SRT. This is another problem of our environment, global warming, drying of the lands, and there are so many different problems that farmer is facing. So what we need to go from degenerative method of farming to regenerative method of farming. We have to we have to stop plowing our land, and we have to go by this method where I showed you that without plowing the land, you can cultivate many different crops. On my farm, we have not plowed our land for last 10 years. For almost 20 acres of land, we have not plowed it, and we are getting each year where our soil is becoming better and better, and we are getting better crop. This is the science. This is the simple science of our technique. This is carbon sequestration, where the carbon should be in the soil. It is escaped into environment, into atmosphere. Today's condition of our atmosphere is we have got 425 parts per million carbon dioxide. It should be below 350. We are adding three parts per million every year. So how many years do we have? 450 is the higher limit. 450 minus 425. 25 divided by 3, we have got less than 10 years. It's very difficult situation. But there is a simple method which is designed by the nature. And this method, after millions of years of experimentation by nature, this is a method how to balance the carbon. So whenever there is photosynthesis, there are 4 things that are happening. Cooling effect, production of simple food, it's throwing out something that's oxygen, and it's eating away carbon dioxide. But the process doesn't stop there. After photosynthesis, there is resynthesis, conversion of simple sugar into complex products like protein, lipids, oils, etc. The third one is exudation. 40% of the simple sugar are exuded through roots, so that the microflora in the rhizosphere are supported. And the fourth stage is humification. The same microbes convert that organic matter which is fallen around. They convert that organic matter into humus. And humus is a stable form of carbon in the soil. 50 to 100 years, no problem. It remains there, and it is utilized by plant growth and microbes as and when it is needed. So these are the 4 steps which need to be carried forward while we produce our food, while we address our food shortage problems and global warming problems. So carbon, this is the liquid carbon pathway basically, and this is the science. This is all very simple to understand and simple to practice, but lot of complex research need to be done, and that is realigning Indian agriculture. We have to go different way. This what we have been doing is plowing, this, that, developing machines and varieties for the conventional method of farming. We have to stop and go in a different way. This is another picture of regenerative and degenerative method of farming. In the regenerative method of farming, we fix carbon dioxide and we bring in moisture into the soil. We make our soils healthy. They become moist, and there is better water holding capacity, better drainage of water, and better exchange of water and nutrients. Whereas in degenerative method of farming, which is done by big machines, the CO2 escapes and water also escapes. So we have to go from degenerative to regenerative method of farming, and the soil becomes like this. This is the soil in our farm. Our soil was not as good as this. 10 years ago, the clod was so hard, if I threw at a dog, the dog would die. But today, the same clod I can take in on any of my hand, and I can crush it into beautiful soft soil like this. Our organic carbon is more than 1.5%, or close to 1.5%, 1 to 1.5%. It used to be 0.3%. One of the most important thing that we have achieved, the whole world was looking for this, presence of earthworms in paddy field. Presence of earthworms. They wanted to bring in earthworms. Japan and America tried to do this, achieve this after spending a lot of money. But by accepting SRT, Saguna rice technique, almost 5,000 farmers of Maharashtra in 30 districts, including 30 different crops, rice, maize, cotton, vegetables, groundnut, onion, everybody is saying that we've got earthworms. And you can see from this picture, all different types of soils have got earthworms. This is a great achievement which we have got. Our biodiversity has increased. And when I say biodiversity, is the visible biodiversity. The invisible biodiversity in the soil, different types of microbes, and the number of different types of microbes, that also is increased, I know, but we don't know. That needs to be validated by you experts. But these are the things which we have appointed a team of 3 MSc students of zoology, and this is what they found out in last 3 months. Of course, this is the work of past maybe 20, 25, 30 years, but especially in last 10 years since we started SRT, our increased in visible biodiversity is drastic and very remarkable. For example, butterflies and moth 52, reptiles 17, spiders 27 different types of spiders we are able to point and count. So this is all wonderful biodiversity that has happened. This was a workshop, one-day workshop just 10 days ago, and you can see Dr. A.R. Sharma. Some of you may be knowing Dr. A.R. Sharma from Weed Research Institute. Now he is in Jhansi. And the person who is talking to me is Dr. M.L. Jat from CIMET, head of India for CIMET. They were all there. And one farmer, the farmer is on my left-hand side with a white cap. 1 acre tribal farmer, 1 acre tribal farmer whose income was 15,000 rupees in a year, and he had to live by working at somebody else's place. Now he grows almost 35 different types of crops, and so resilient, so beautiful. The cost of production is not even 30% because his family works in the field. And his income, his sales is more than 3 lakh rupees. From 15,000 rupees to 3 lakh rupees sales, after keeping all the required things for his family for the whole year. So he's become very happy. He talks science now. Dr. M.L. Jat and everybody was surprised to listen to him. He spoke in Hindi, and it is happening. So even the smallest of the small farmer is becoming happy, and he's becoming like a scientist. He talks like scientist. This is the same guy. He's showing the quality of soil, how the soil is changed. This is what he's showing. And it's fragrant. Every 365 days, you can get the same fragrance as if it is the first rain. And of course, Dr. M.L. Jat, he was there. And these corn on the cobs are much better than the ones that are kept outside in the exhibition. And this is only 2-year SRT farmer from Aurangabad. The farmer is not there. That's Dr. M.L. Jat and Dr. A.R. Sharma. But I brought these cobs from SRT farmers so that we could give this bouquet to these people. This is the farmer. Can we show the video? This is the farmer from whom we brought this. Let's see his opinion.
I'm going to tell you story of no-till farming. No-till is not spending even 1 rupee on tillage. If we open up a little soil here, you will see lots of earthworms. The vermicompost has become available here naturally and at no cost. I have planted maize as second crop after tomato without any tillage. Even to do one operation of rotavator, it cost me 1600 to 1800 rupees. All one needs is spraying of one weedicide that cost only rupees 400. All the crop residue of previous crop are seen throughout the field. The plant parts below the ground should be left for the motherly land. If we adopt this SRT technique, no one will think of extreme thoughts such as suicide.
In 3 short experiments, we are going to show you how soil aggregation works in zero-till method of cultivation and what are the effects of water percolation in the soil or whether it flows away as a surface flow. In the first experiment, I am going to show you two clods from two different soils. One clod on the left hand side is from SRT zero-till method of cultivation where the soil was not plowed for 6 years, and on the right side the clod is from the cultivated soil, conventionally cultivated soil, where the soil has been plowed and puddled for 2 times a year. And see what happens. We have taken two clods and put in the water with the sieve, and you can see on the left hand side jar the soil is not falling apart, whereas the soil is falling apart on the right hand side, which is a tilled soil. So the capacity of the soil to hold on when the first rain come, and whether that soil should flow away in the flood or it should hold on. In the second experiment, I am going to show you what happens about the surface flow when the artificial rain falls on that particular soil. Now this is the soil from tilled field, which is plowed and all that conventionally. And in the second case, we are going to take soil from the zero-till SRT method of field. Now here what you see is we have taken two plastic boxes, and in these two plastic boxes the bottom is removed where the sieve is fitted into the bottom of that particular box, and we have put on the left hand side, this is the zero-till soil, and on the right hand side it is the conventionally tilled soil. The artificial measured quantity of water is fallen in the form of rain on both the boxes, and on the left hand side you can see where the water is going. The water is getting absorbed into the soil, and excess water goes at the bottom of the box, collected in the second box, whereas on the right hand side box all the water is flowing in the form of surface flow, and it is coming in the front jar. It is getting collected. In the third experiment, I'm going to show you what happens when the water in the form of rain falls on the soil, how it percolates, and whether it percolates, what quantity it percolates. Now we have taken a plastic pipe, and it is fitted into the conventional soil, conventional field, and we are pouring 2 liters of water in this particular plastic container, and we are measuring the time, how long it takes to percolate 2 liters of soil in situ in that field. How long does it take to percolate completely? And you can see we are checking the time, and after 1 hour so much of water is already left. Whereas this is a field which is zero-till field, SRT field, where no tilling was done for 6 years. Now here we are fitting this pipe in the same manner, and we are also pouring 2 liters of water in the same fashion in this particular field. Now you can see this pipe is fitted, and we will pour 2 liters of water and measure the time. And let's wait and see what happens to that water and how long it takes. And within minutes, as you can see, we are putting the timer, and now you can see within 25 minutes, this is what happens to the water. All the water is gone, it's all percolated. So on the left hand side, it is a conventional method where the water remains, so much water remains after 1 hour. And on the right hand side, it is a SRT zero-till method where within 25 minutes, all the water gets absorbed into the soil.
almost 60–70% drudgery of the farmer is gone. So farmers are very happy. They've got a lot of time now, and they're very happy because they don't have to depend on three things. They don't have to depend on tractor or plow, bullocks. They don't have to depend. They don't have to depend on optimum water rainfall. No, the technique is climate smart. So excess rain, low rain, no rain for 1 month, 2 months, no problem. The crop still performs very well. We have a lot of data. So decent work and economic growth, it's certainly addressing this technique. Climate action, we are able to fix. This is our empirical observation and from reading from papers. We believe SRT is, if the right protocol is followed, and if 2 crops are taken, even if it's not taken 3 crops, even if you take 2 crops, the SRT farmer is able to increase his organic carbon by 0.4 to 0.5%, which is equivalent to almost 9 tons of carbon dioxide per year per acre. Fixing of 9 tons of carbon dioxide per year per acre. So climate action we are addressing, and life on land, biodiversity. I showed you the biodiversity. So these are the goals that are addressed. Next, I can do it. So this is what we are doing. This technique is now accepted by FAO for their TECA for smallholder farmer, and they are going to teach this technique all over the world. This technique is accepted. We also have in our country ISRN, Indian Social Responsibility Network. So they also have accepted it in their volume 2, 4 pages of information about SRT. They take it forward. We have our own channel. We make a lot of effort. We have a team which spreads knowledge and technique. And you can see this is used and adapted by different crops. Photos showing different crops, and the farmers from 30 districts, almost 5,000 farmers that we know of, farmers even in Orissa, Karnataka, Gujarat, and some other states, but they are very few. We have not been able to reach them very effectively, but they are already doing it. The wheat crop I showed you, that Karnataka, rice and wheat, he has made wonderful, and he's become very happy. So these are the things that are happening. Many different crops, many different people, many agroclimatic zones, everything, everywhere the technique is working. It's up to you. It's very painful that it's not accepted by our university system. Not they are showing any interest, but farmers and government of Maharashtra have already taken it up. There's a project called Project on Climate Resilient Agriculture. That's POCRA. They have also accepted it. It's World Bank project. But you're welcome. You're welcome to ask me questions, and you're all welcome to come to my farm, Saguna Bagh. We are also a agro-tourism center, first agro-tourism center in the country, and the word Krishi Paryatan is designed by me. So I'm pioneer of that whole concept.
Thank you, Mr. Shekhar, for a wonderful talk and wonderful technique which you have innovated. So we can take up a few questions from the audience. And before that, we have a question with the co-chair.
Wonderful presentation, my dear former friend Shekhar. As a farmer, besides being a co-chair, as a farmer, how do you manage weeds? The very purpose of plowing is to control weed.
Yes.
And again, suppose I grow rice after rice, perhaps I may grow ADT 43 and the next crop BPT 5204. Then the previous rice, the paddy seed that had fallen, that would become a weed for the next crop, and it would be carrying the spores of various fungus. So how do you manage all that?
Okay, yeah. So my farmer friend, so he's thinking, he's already gone to his field and trying to adopt SRT mentally. So he has already the right questions. How do we manage weeds? We, with our technique, we do not consider weeds as our enemies. We consider them as our resource, because weeds are different types. They all sequester carbon in different way and they support different microflora around their rhizosphere. So when our technology is to use weedicides and not ploughing. When we want to turn off ploughing, we use weedicides in the right combination and in precise weedicide application of weedicides. So when we do this, we leave the whole weed as well as the roots of the previous crop that farmer was explaining. He keeps the roots of the previous crop in the soil. So when we do that, the upper portion of the plant is cellulose and lower portion of the plant is lignin. Lignin is a better molecule, it's a more stable molecule of carbon. So it improves quickly the organic carbon of the soil and health of the soil. So we use pesticides. We have a little booklet which we are going to, it's in Marathi, but in next month, within month, we are going to make it in Hindi and English. But it's all there. How do we manage our pests and diseases? There is a scientific principle. If there is more organic carbon in the soil, and organic carbon formula is CHO, it's the same formula of sugar, CHO. If there is more sugar in the soil, plants absorb more sugar in their body because they want the food to be tasted. Human being should be sweeter. Is because that gives resistance to insects and pests and diseases. We grow in our farm fragrant rice, and we had to use poisonous insecticide at least 3 to 4 times in the span of 4 months. But for last 5 years, we have forgotten that we need to use insecticide, though we don't organic. But we make sure that our organic of the soil becomes more, it becomes healthy, and if the soil is healthier, the crop is resilient. And also one more thing is all our crops, the cotton, whether it is soybean or vegetables, they're all aligned in crisscross. So there is better ventilation in the field. So there is no microclimate development, which is the major requirement for build-up of insect and disease population. So this is one more reason. This is one more way that we take care of the disease and pest.
Well, so any question from the audience? Otherwise, so Mr. Shekhar, in interest of the audience, if we talk about the statistics, say for the input cost with the no-till and the input cost which is involved for the normal transplanting, say for example, rice going with the puddling and all. So it would be good if you can share just, what is an input and then what is an outcome, especially in terms of productivity.
Okay. Yeah, cost of production and the yield. I will say conventionally, these are the figures from Maharashtra, where the labor cost is 300 rupees per labor per day. The cost of Maharashtra for conventional method, tillage method, is about between 15 to 20,000 rupees per acre. On an average is 1,000 kilo of paddy. Whereas in case of SRT, the cost of production for SRT no-till farming is about 5,000 rupees, including fertilizer, and the yield is minimum 2,000 rupees, 2,000 kilo. Minimum is 2,000 kilo per acre. But there are farmers, there are many farmers, there are dozens of farmers who have been getting 4,000, 4,500 kilo per acre. They have stood, they have got highest record in their district, state, and all that. There are many farmers like that.
So how does it hold with reference to other crops which are being adopted by SRT other than the rice?
Other than rice.
In other crops?
Yeah.
Okay. Cotton is not my crop, so my figures are not very authentic, I would say, but what we have heard from the farmers. A traditional farmer gives almost 9 to 10 bags of fertilizer, whereas SRT farmer is bags of fertilizer. Traditional farmer has sprayed cotton for 13 to 14 times, whereas SRT farmer has sprayed only 4 times. Traditional farmers yield, this I'm telling you in Aurangabad, traditional farmers yield was between 5 to 6 quintals, and SRT farmers yield has been 12 to 13 quintals per acre. I guess, yes. Yeah, BT. 90%.
And from the farmer's perspective, I would like to add something more to it. So I have been growing rice in small area using drip system. So as you rightly said that rice is not an aquatic crop. Rice tolerates little bit of water, but nevertheless it cannot be sustained with by stagnating more and more of water. So 1 hectare of land means 10,000 square meters. So if you stagnate 10 centimeters, normally farmers, we stagnate 10 centimeters water, that means 1,000 tons of mass we are putting on that 1 hectare. That puts enormous pressure on the soil. Definitely it creates a hot pan, and that is really, the air circulation doesn't go. These are some of the challenges. And besides, by stagnating water, rice, it is by stagnating water and growing rice in an inundated condition, it emits a lot of this CH4, methane gas. Royal Norwegian government, they conducted an experiment in my farm, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University and the Royal Norwegian government, to measure how much of CH4 does my rice crop emit. Since then, I do this alternate week wetting and drying method. After seeing your presentation, I'm going to try it in my farm. So it is too good to be true. Thank you, Mr. Shekhar.
Yeah, can I comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, sir.
One of the thing was hard pan making in the soil. Hard pan making in the soil is not just because of the pressure. It's one of the, I learned it today. But another very important thing, when we plow the land, only top 9 inches of soil is loosened up. But where the plow is rubbing at the 9 inches below, once, twice, thrice in a year, it's actually compacting, it's creating a hard pan, which stops soil water infiltration, stops the movement of all different earthworms, insects, and so on from up and down. So it creates many, many environmental problems by plowing the land and creating hard pan. The second aspect is methane generation, gas generation in the soil, in the paddy field, because of anaerobic. Scientists, philosophers threat the world. That's because and Bush also, when he came to India, just before that he said, you Indians and you Asians eat rice, that's why global warming. On that. It is true that in method, in this convention and plowing is lot of emission is that is taking place. SRT, 0. If there was any methane generation, the earthworms would not come there. This is our empirical observation, but this is for you students to find out, figure out. And I'm ready to, this is what, if there are any university professors and around here, please take up this note, take this as one of the challenge that we have these facts and figures scientific. And I'm ready to work. We have an NGO and I'm ready to work with to precisely find out is the truth, because this is one of the major thing that India can give to the rest of the world. India has the biggest potential to sequester carbon, to stop emission, and to stop fossil fuel burning and generate. We can get, the farmers can get a lot of money on carbon credit. It's going to be a big thing in India now.
Chairman, sir, can I make a point?
And definitely we'll connect one-on-one for having more, elaborated things on it. So thank you once again. And now we are moving to the next speaker.
Can I make a point, please?
We have Dr. Gowda connected now.
Can I make a point? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I am ready. So maybe when the presentation comes up, I have given the presentation, sent the presentation to the organizers, so they should be able to share the PPT, and then I will give the talk. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm going to
Hello,
Hello,
Dr.
hello.
Chavda. Are we audible to you, sir? Probably it's not connected. No, but probably this guy. Wait. To introduce Mr. Chaudhary, Dr. Chaudhary. He is the chairman of Control Union and Inspection and Certifications India Private Limited. He is a postgraduate and doctorate in agricultural operations and related sciences. He is also a certified trainer in chemical residues, an optimistic personality with an outlook for better serving this world with his innovations. So with this, we welcome Dr. Chaudhary.
Hello.
Once again, welcome Dr. Chaudhary, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the sustainable world. Respected dignitaries of the today's functions, my gurus here, and my dear colleagues and friends of these kids' universities. Before going to this presentation, I would like to say that we are just 4.5 billion hours space that we have created till today. So looking to this scenario, we have 70% of the water in the earth and only 30% is preserved for us. So this 30% you are going to share with plant, human and animal kingdom. There the sustainability starts. So today I am going to speak about how sustainability has become a part of life and how certification has become a necklace to get more income out of the industries. We are control union. We are formerly known as SCAL International. We are basically from Dutch government. So now SCAL is the official certification body in Netherlands and the international part is called control union. So we have been associated with more than 300 standards on sustainability and we have created a lot of private standards and how this standard has gone more effectively. So we are present in almost 70 countries and we are 100 years old company and we are just conferred as Royal Control Union in Netherlands. So I told that this world is moving with time and space and we need to talk about what is happening, whether it is a war zone or whether it is a climatic impact that is happening from the war. So this is a thought of the day. When you talk that how the textile sector transforms in India, how the food sector, how the real estate sector has transformed to India, this has created havoc. The real estate that has taken the space of the animal and plant kingdom that has become more concerned. As Mr. Sekhar talked about regenerative agriculture. So we have thinking that how we can sustain in this earth.
How I can
Cotton is one of the deadliest crop which has consumed more than 35 types of pesticides and with 14 to 16 sprays that has created havoc. So coming to that, how the certification has taken a big place in this earth. What is the global demand and how certification has been formulated to a legal entity. Anything that is sold in US, Europe or any Western countries, there is a legal identity called organic. So any organic that could be fraudulent can be challenged in the court of law. Similarly, recycle can be challenged in the court of law. So there are two sustainability that has come and ruled to the earth will be organic and recycle in the future. And in between organic and conventional, you will see the sustainable certifications that will make a huge impact in the future industries. I will give some example that I started my career on organic industry from scientific zone where I was a feed scientist and we started first organic cotton in the year 1998 and the organic cotton after getting the certifications, now lot of entity like Nike, Adidas, C&A, H&M has made this produce. So today India is not because of BT cotton is exporting, it is because of the organic entity that has been made 4 to 5 million export that has been happened. It has created impact in human life. Today if you talk about organic, you have organic socks, you have organic footwear, we have developed the organic shoes, the organic leather, the organic food, organic meat. So this has created a lot of energies in the sector. How the organic happens, what certification does. So this certification comes from the government entities. So wherever organic that respect to the field. So we are not certifying exactly what the system says. We are certifying the land and the production system that is going to be. So any products that is grown in the certified land with a certified process will be called certified organic. So in this process, if you see that the first standard is formed in the year 2002 So in 1995, Indian International Federation for Organic Agriculture movement has created the standards when in the Silent Spring, we saw that the mother milk is contaminated. The first born child, which is coming from the mother's womb, is going to take a first drop of the milk, which is contaminated with pesticides. That was the created havoc, and that's what the certification system started from IFOAM. In the year 2002, Indian government started National Program for Organic Productions. In 1992, European Union started organic productions. In 1994, US took into actions. In 1998, Japan took into actions. So all the organic system, what this scenario is looking is that is a government system. So in this government system, what you find that these logos are very much important. If you find that anything that happens with the European system, they will take a legal entity and you have a big claim to be produced. The recent information that has been happened with the Indian system is called ETO, ethylene oxide, and the radiation technology that is put to reduce the bacterial loads, salmonella in the food chain. So you cannot fade out from the organic system. So this is called country regulations. So any country, if any products going to US, has to form US norms, that is called USDA NOP. If any country is going to export to Europe, they have to form the EUC norm, European Economic Council norms. Similarly, from India, this is called NPOP. So these country standards is very, very important. If somebody is going to sell to Japan, they have to form the Japanese agriculture system. And the basics of the system is that every land has to be virgin and has to be started with organic productions. If it is not virgin, then they have to start from a 0 year, and there are 3 years of conversion period in the certification standard to continue. How do you know that? Now, in the system, you have 700 plus pesticides can be analyzed with a single run, and that is easily detectable. There are machines that has come in $30,000, which can detect more than 700 pesticides with a single touch, positive or negative. There is a GMO PCR technology that has been come, which can tell you that whether GMO or non-GMO. So this sector, so organic does not allow any GMO. So genetic modification, whether GMO, BT cotton, soybean or canola, which has been identified as genetic modification, cannot be accepted in the organic system. So my dear friends, the pesticide and GMO is not placed in the organic system. So now coming to this system, that after the organic is happening, what is going to happen to the next world? Can organic sustain to this world? Organic is just 1% in the world nutrition. By doing organic, you can get 5% to 300% increase in the cost. So today we have organic foam, bedding foam, organic condoms, organic leathers, organic shoes, organic hair dyes. So anywhere you tell that bath mats, towels, you can find organics. The reason is that people have thought that by doing organic, you are doing a lot of climate change that is possible. The SDG 17 goals can be find out in a better way in organic system. So in organic system, you have an individual farming system, you have a group farming systems, you have a processor and trader and wild connections. In Orissa, when I came in 2002, I am the son of the soil. I found that the some of the soil has not been exploited, like Baud, Fulbani and all the region. We started first organic certification in 2001 in Odisha, and the organic turmeric that is expected to explore from Orissa was 300 times. That took the revenue. There was a farming called Kosam farming in Fulbani that has made a havoc to increase the business scenario in Orissa. So by doing organic, your value addition is very much important. Today, thyme oil, chive oil, oregano, what you are eating on pizza, all becomes from organic. Your sauce, that Kisan sauce and all this that's coming from some system is called organic because the fruits is organic. So organic plus value addition for fair trade system where the farmer is getting more money is catching more money in the market. So US and Europe and other Western countries is catching the market of organic and fair trade systems, and you are getting a premium. So by doing a certification, by following the organic practices, the income of the farmers is getting up. So in India, you have got two systems. One is PGS. In PGS system, farmers certify other farmers. It is very cheap system, and one can do that. It is under the NCF, National Center of Organic Farming. And this system is very easy. You need not to spend more money. But in case of other system like NPOP, EU and NOP, you have got 32 SEBI under the Ministry of Commerce, that is APEDA, and you can find those CBs. So there are 5 to 7 international CB like us who are in the export process. So these are little bit expensive, but value added. So you have got a lot of certification system where certification starts from application. You have an offer letter, then visit to the farmers. And as per the regulation, we do the auditing system. And after the auditing, we give a verification system and testing system. And after the testing system, we issue a certificate. And for every transaction, you need a certificate to be put, or else the authenticity of organic cannot be happen. Traceability is one of the important system in certification system, from the farm to fashion, farm to fiber, farm to food. So traceability is more important in case of certifications. So while doing, we do a techno certification program, whether you talk about soil biomass, soil organic matter, or soil microorganisms, that is also tested in the regenerative system. So I told you we have got more than 300 programs, including regenerative agricultures, climate smart agricultures, carbon positive agriculture, carbon neutral agriculture. These are the system which will be talking in the future of the world. So these are the system is international system. I told that EU for European Union, USDA for US, and for JAS for Japanese agriculture system. And this is all governed by the government. The certification body like us get accreditation from the government systems. PGS again is government, Jaivik Bharat is operated under the FOSSAI system, and we have in India. So anybody who is planning to have their own starting point as an entrepreneurship should start thinking about what certification they need. So you have got 3 kinds of certification. One is technical, second is social, third is environmental certifications. In technical, you need to all go through this kind of certifications. In social, you have to go through ILO recommendations. So you have got BSI, you have got SA 8000, you have got ETI. So this kind of certification is available on social front. So whether farmer is socially exploited or not, whether child labor is implemented or not, whether the working system more than 60 hours per week is done or not, is there any women's harassment in the system or not? These are called social system of certifications. In environmental system, we do certification like waste, water, energy, and carbon footprints. So first we look to the footprints, that how the evaluation of the products from the cradle to cradle, cradle to grave, this has been done. There is a systematic calculations of the carbon, energy, water, and waste footprint. So this footprint is very, very important. So you can see in terms of Higg index or numbering system, how the footprint is evaluated in the certification system. Apart from that, in environmental system, we look for the environmental management, whether wastewater has been generated, has gone to the earth ecosystem or not, whether there is impact on environmental, so environmental impact assessment. There are also a lot of impact like financial impact assessment that has been done in environmental sector. So you can see that the LCA that has been done, life cycle assessment for the product, will give a beautiful value about the SDG goals. So today we have got more than 100 standards which is talking about climate smart agriculture, carbon positive agriculture, carbon negative agriculture, and also regenerative agriculture. So one of the rice system, what you shown, sir, we are doing under sustainable rice platform. There is a called SRP system. By doing SRP system, the company like Zawat has increased their revenues 10 to 15%, and they're getting a premium of 30% in the society. So this is called government regulated certification, which is required for the industries, and this need a soil. So there are certification also talks about soilless farming. You have got Aquafina, you have got nutrient agriculture. So this kind of also certification can be done. Greenhouse agriculture. There are spirulina aquatic agriculture. There are animal certification like milk, cheese, ghee, all can be certified on that animal. Similarly, in the wild certification, you have amla. You have got a lot of nutraceutical materials. So today, if you look in the India, lot of nutraceutical material has been certified by us. So more than 400, 500 nutraceutical materials is going to abroad from India, which has got more value. They are doing almost 300% increase in profit because of So take about the turmeric that is going in the form of curcumin. There are turmeric oil is going to cosmetics. So you have organic cosmetics in place. You have organic belt in place. So there are a lot of materials. These are all governed by government standards. Then there are private standards. So these private standards make a big impact. So in the system, you have got textile exchange, you have organic exchange, you have got GOTS, Global Organic Textile Standards. So these are all the NGOs or the government bodies in US, Europe, Australia, and some of the Middle East countries who have formed some of the standards. So these standards is giving 3 pillars of certifications. So basically for a certification, you have a certification body like us, you have a retailer, and you have a standard owner, you have a supply chain. So this way the certification regulates in the whole world. So a certification body form a certification system where a standard owner makes a standard published with a governing body. And the retailer, they have a confidence on a certification body and a standard owner, and the supply chain goes from the source to sink. So what we see that in sustainable certification, we want a better planet, better communities, and better business. So for sustainability, if you go to Google, you can see 4 to 5 million definition on sustainability. How you measure the sustainability? So the pillars of sustainability is called about environmental protections, social equity, and economical viability. So with these 3 pillars, we make more than 200 industry standards. Like last 5 months, I might have made more than 10 standards, which is ruling in the world. One of the standard I did in 2006 called Global Recycle Standard. This Global Recycle Standard is talking about plastic, which is getting recycled back. In plastic also, you'll see ocean-bound plastic. The plastic which is going to ocean, creating microplastic, and it is coming to the food chain in aquatic sector, and that is getting dangerous. So we have written a standard called ocean-bound plastic. So you have wool. Wool is from animal, and this wool is getting recycled back. By recycling the technology, you are saving the time, you are saving the money, and you are saving the earth. So recycle will be the future for the country. And if you do a recycling today, the price of plastic from 2 rupees in 2002, it has gone to 65 rupees in this country. And from plastic, we are getting beautiful jackets, beautiful recycled materials like t-shirts, like Nike, Adidas, which are doing 100% plastic. And you are also getting the ocean-bound plastic shoes by Nike. And this was all started by us. So you have got plastic, you have got wool, you have got fiber. So you throw your garments, and once the garment is thrown, we torn into places, shredded. And these fibers can be again regenerated or refurbished. And you can get a new again item. So that put pressure, less pressure on the earth. So similarly, we have nylon, who is thrown by the fisherman. There are fishing nets. So nylons is getting recycled, again coming back. Like this recycle technology is getting more popular. So in this recycle of water, recycle of plastics, recycle of papers. So this is going to make, and we are making environmental impact, and the SDG goals is getting calculated, and you will get money in terms of carbon credit, you will get money in terms of water credit, you will get money in terms of waste credit. So these are the footprint challenge that is coming ahead. So for anything what you do, if you measure on the impact and you give a value and you give a sustainability measure in terms of certifications with a third-party validity, then you get a good money and your business will be more sustainable and you can look better for the impact on the environment. So these are the sustainable 17 goals that has been put. So all our standards in sustainability is prepared based on the sustainable development goal. Recently, after the London summit or Copenhagen summits, the sustainable goal has been more impact. So organic and recycled materials is calculated in terms of the impact on the 17 SDG goals. So we have a calculation method which talks about the 17 sustainable goal, and we measure the efficiency and we give a value for that. And based on that, the buyers is going to pay you money based on the SDG goals or impact assessment. So we see resource optimization, social inclusion, value addition, and sustainable manufacturing, environmental hazard mitigations. By doing this, you make impact for any product that you do and you make a good business. I hope my presentation is conformed to people, planet, and profit, and we all should be part of this sustainable goal. I thank you for listening this small presentation. I thank you.
Very nice talk. So you want to say something?
Yeah. Again, so besides being a co-chair, I'm also a cotton farmer. I have been growing cotton since 1985. My simple question is, way back in 1985, I was using to control bollworms. I used this spray formulation of BT, Bacillus thuringiensis cutis. I suppose it is accepted under organic farming system. Is it so?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
So when,
microbial formulation is accepted.
yeah, it is accepted. But when it is accepted, I really wonder, a lot of my farmer friends, they grow BT cotton using, without using any chemicals because there is no need to spray any kind of insecticide. So my, on behalf of the farmers, I feel, farmers who are growing BT cotton without using any chemicals, because BT is already accepted under your organic system. So why not?
BT is not accepted in organic.
No, but however, BT spray formulation is accepted. Yes. Yeah, the same gene is put into that. And that is one question that I have in my mind. Even last year, I have this, I made this vermicompost using using the shredder. I made into small billets of my BT cotton plant, and I produced a lot of these vermicompost. I'm using it in my rice crop and other crops. So again, it's after all a soil-based bacterium. That is one question. And most of our farmers, second question is it's something different. Most of our farmers are smaller marginal farmers having fragmented lands. So if, for instance, one farmer, he may be having 1 acre surrounded by different farmers, 3 or 4 farmers. If that particular farmer X, he wants to practice organic farming, then what happens? He has to irrigate the field, by passing the water through another farmer's field. So how do you certify in such cases?
Sir, as you have rightly said that BT or genetic modification in any crop is not allowed in organic. So this is the law of the land, law of the country, and law of the organic, which is formed by the government bodies. Because that is a philanthropic approach, I don't want to debate BT is why it is not accepted. So for BT, like GM crops, we have got sustainability. So there is a BCI called Better Cotton Initiative, which also accept the BT as a sustainable crop, not as an organic crop. So you can do BCI for those crops which is under genetic modification, and you can sell that products. Second thing that what we call it as contaminations. So contamination is one of the important steps in certifications. So in contamination, when it pass through one place, so we look to the slope of the land, we look to the various spray, and we look to the various contamination as a risk assessment. So anybody who is spraying to the next field, if there is a drift and there is no border crop, then we do not do. So if there is a good kind of burnt with good border crop, then we accept that as organic. Yes, sir. Sir, your question. Sir, question.
Is there any question from audience? Yeah. Please. You are audible enough, sir. Please go ahead.
Follow up from Mr. Ravichandran's intervention. I think it's, I'm a complete believer in some of the principles of organic, but how to achieve those ends that the principles demand is where I have difference of opinion. Reducing pesticides, I think these are all things which I completely accept. The process can be different. Now, organic certification is very important because then you can distinguish between genuine products which have gone through the real process and fakes where a label is used more for marketing purposes can be distinguished from the genuine products. But I am afraid sometimes this certification process itself is sometimes used for marketing promotion and also to mislead. I can give you some examples. Now, this is not truly organic. For example, when you market vegetable oils, for example, there will be a big banner which says cholesterol free, certified cholesterol free. It is like selling, I am selling cucumber, which is pork free or meat free. So because cholesterol is not produced in plant systems, you will have fatty acids, which only when animals ingest them in their bodies based on their genetic makeup, it is converted into cholesterol. So like that, I just wanted to point out, you mentioned that 700 pesticides can be analyzed. I was just Googling because there's a pesticide database registry for India. So there may be a impression that, okay, we are using 700 pesticides. 200 and odd pesticides have been registered in the history of India, ever since the pesticide registry came into being. 104 of them are the ones, this pesticide includes not just insecticides, it includes fungicide, herbicides, everything together. 104 of them are manufactured and used in Indian agriculture. So it gives a totally different picture when you say 700 can be analyzed and saying actually that we need to analyze only 104.
You have a very good question.
No, 1 second. So let me just finish this. So these are, I think, how does an organization like yours prevent misuse of the certification products process? I'm sure you must be aware of some of these issues. How does it, what are the steps that you take to prevent misuse, to use it as a marketing gimmick? That is number one. The second question is, I think we heard from the DGICAR that India is one of the major exporter of agricultural products, because you said certification in the context of export to Europe and other things. What proportion of the total, that is, if I remember right, he said about $45 billion worth of agricultural commodities are exported outside India. What proportion, or in value terms, what value of agricultural products exports of this 45 billion is actually organically certified products? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Your first question was that when I told 700 plus pesticides that has been analyzed, it is not pesticide alone. We understand that organochlorine, organophosphorus, synthetic pyrethroids and carbamides, these are the major group of pesticides that is getting analyzed. And you also know, sir, that there are metabolites, there are different compounds that also comes to the chain. So the metabolites, suppose DDT had got 6. Yes. 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 So when it comes as a metabolites, then you have got several, like DDT have got several metabolites. So basically pesticides, when it is applied, there is a half-life period and you have got metabolites formulation. So most of the earlier days, people were not identifying that even somebody spray pesticide, that cannot be detected because it has been converted to metabolites after a safe waiting period. That is number one. Then fumigating agents. So you have got fumigation also. No, sir. No, sir. If you see amida and all, there are metabolites are specific with mass. So that does not matter actually. For us, the matter is that whether any chemical application to the agriculture system has been done or not, which is carcinogenic, which is so much toxic. That is in organic history, the sum of the pesticides or metabolites that is analyzed should not be exceed 0.001 mg per kg. You can imagine, sir, the impact of pesticides. So you have got a lot of antibiotics and pesticides that is listed under the EU and NOP regulations. In the annex of the regulation, all these pesticides and metabolites has been done. And fumigants has been established. And that's what I'm telling, 700 plus pesticide test is conducted in Europe. Chemical. Yeah, yes, chemical residues, I can say that. Sir, I've told that Europe is testing 500 plus to 7. Yes. So actually organic is just less than 1% of the total global exports. So any countries is doing 2 to 3 maximum. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, and for enriching our understanding on certification. It's just not the technical certification. There are various components like social, economical, environmental as well.
Yes,
so thank you for this nice talk. So we will be taking up our first speaker who has been waiting, Dr. Gowda. So I hope the ICT is now able to connect Dr. Gowda, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to everybody for being patient. This is the first time that I had so much of a problem making an online presentation, but
So there is one more question from the
hello? Yeah, I'm on. I'm not, yes. Yeah, I can see the slide, but are they able to hear me?
Cannot hear you.
Because I'm unmuted.
Dr. Gowda, are we audible to you?
Yeah, am I audible to you?
Please go ahead, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to talk about the sustainability of the organic farming. I think two of the speakers mentioned about it partially. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this is the outline of the presentation, looking at the global scenario, history of agriculture as such, looking at the Vriksha Ayurveda written by Surapala about 1,000 years ago. What is the context for today's discussion? Looking at the pros and cons of green revolution and looking at what is organic agriculture and how it came about. Majorly, we will be looking at the concept of soil as a bank of plant nutrients, which is the crux of the sustainability of organic farming that I am talking about. And then I make some conclusions and way forward for the future. Next slide, please. This is the global scenario. World population hitting at 9 billion by 2050. More than 1 billion people will be hungry and poor. More than 85% of the smallholder farmers in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa are the ones who have to feed their countries. And we need to increase the food production by about 70 to 100%. How is it possible? Next slide, please. So with all this, we also have the climate change that is going to affect the sustainability of agriculture. Except the Tibetan Plateau in Asia, all other regions are going to be either moderately or highly vulnerable for climate change. So this is something that we need to keep in our heads. Next one, please. So I put this just to indicate that the total potential arable land on Earth is about 3 billion hectares. And if you see in this slide, by about 2050, we are going to hit the ceiling where it is going to be impossible to have more land for cultivation, which means we need to do more with less land or available land. Next slide, please. So if you look at the history of organic agriculture, agriculture itself originated about 7,000 500 to 6500 BCE. From the West Asia, it moved towards China and India via Harappan and Vedic civilizations. And at that point in time, all agriculture was organic farming, but which got lost along the way as we entered what we call the Industrial Revolution era. The population pressure, increased frequency of famines, forced people to look at alternatives, including chemical fertilizers and pesticides, to increase food production. So the revival of organic agriculture began in the early 20th century in Europe and the United States, and then much later in other countries. Next one, please. So if you go through the history again, in the olden days, with enough land, sufficient food was produced to feed the population. This was before the industrialization in the 19th century. At that time, soils were fertile. There was no need for inorganic fertilizer, that is the synthetic fertilizers. Pests and diseases were controlled by indigenous methods without using chemical insecticides or fungicides. The agriculture scenario has changed tremendously over the last century. Cultivable land per capita is getting lesser, especially in Asia, about 0.6 hectares per capita in India, which was in 2018. Soils are also undergoing considerable erosion and depletion. New species of pests and diseases and weeds are emerging. Next one, please. I mentioned about the Vriksha Ayurveda by Surapala, which was written around 1000 years ago. This is one of the ancient Sanskrit treatises which deals with the art and science of managing horticulture and other agriculturally important crops. Although Vriksha Ayurveda deals mostly on appropriate husbandry practices for horticultural species, its principles are equally applicable to the field crops. So there are only two major principles in Vriksha Ayurveda. Number one, appropriate management of soil, water, and nutrients, and mark the next few words, with love and care. It's more important. This is what the farmer should do. And then number two is proper control of weeds and plant disorders. That's what they called in those days, whether it be physiological anomalies, diseases, or pests. Next one, please. So when we look at the context of discussion, we need to discuss whether organic farming alone in its current form will be able to feed the growing population in the coming generation. Whether when Surapala wrote Vriksha Ayurveda, he spent time and effort in deductive analysis of research to develop the necessary tools and technologies to better manage the plants and trees to enhance productivity over time. Vriksha Ayurveda also established what we call a benchmark for future research, although the technologies of those days may not be fully relevant and sufficient to meet the demands of the present day agriculture. So therefore, what we are looking at is a balanced approach by the national and international agriculture scientists to meet the challenge of the increasing crop productivity per unit of land and per unit of water, but also maintain and preserve the natural resource base and feed the growing population. Next slide, please. So what we need to look at is the location specificity of agronomic or crop husbandry practices, which was known even during Surapala's time. And even the current agronomists are also grappling with the location specificity of agronomic practices. Essential that it is very essential we critically assess and understand the reasons that were followed at that stage in Surapala's time, and then we need to fine-tune those crop husbandry practices with modern science-based technologies to suit the existing situations of the current day agriculture. There are excellent possibilities that exist for amalgamation of both traditional practices, including from Vriksha Ayurveda, and also modern crop management practices. We should be able to harness the synergies of integrating the valuable ancient knowledge and then the wisdom that we have derived from the modern science-based technologies to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Next, please. So I will quickly go through this, the Green Revolution, the pros and cons. Although the Green Revolutions improved food security in many countries, including India, it also had negative environmental impacts and then yields plateauing over time. It also led to deterioration of soil health, depletion of groundwater, pollution in lakes and rivers, and also increased the greenhouse gas emissions. Loss of crop diversification, for example, in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, growing only rice and wheat and not any other crop. Therefore, contemporary agriculture faces the challenge of developing and mainstreaming what we call sustainable agriculture, which I will explain a bit later. And there is a continuing need to increase food production, ensuring that environmental impacts are positive, not negative. What farmers need are agricultural practices that are location specific and context specific, but not generic packages that can lead to further deterioration of the farming systems. Next slide, please. So looking at what is really organic agriculture or organic farming, I think people should understand that most agriculture practiced by the smallholder farmers with no external inputs is actually organic farming by default. So many farmers in India, in sub-Saharan Africa, and many other developing countries are actually doing organic farming by default. Organic agriculture relies on farmland manure, compost, green manuring, etc. for adding nutrients to the soil, and then use biological control to manage pests and diseases. It is also based on minimal use of off-farm inputs for management practices. It also avoids chemical fertilizers, herbicides, fungicides, pesticides, and other chemicals. But what we need to understand is organic agriculture is suitable only for some farmers in some agroecologies and in some niches where it can be practiced profitably and sustainably. Next one, please. Look at this West African land where farmers are trying to grow a crop. What can you grow in this barren soil if you don't put some amount of fertilizer or nutrients, whatever form it is, whether it is farmyard manure or fertilizer, whatever it is? You need to put some inputs if the farmer has to get a crop out of this barren land. Next one, please. There are several advantages of organic farming. I'm not going to go through all of them. It involves multiple cropping, thus crop diversity is enhanced, provides insurance against risks, provides diversified food baskets to the farmer's family, both like local varieties and land races enhance varietal diversity. It also improves sustaining soil health and fertility because addition of organic matter makes the rhizosphere rich in microbial activity and thus helps in sustained release of nutrients and managing soil-borne pests. Next, please. There are also disadvantages of organic farming. Major is the low crop productivity because yield per hectare is low compared to the traditional or commercial agriculture. If you look at the profitability, it's also less because organic agriculture yields are about 80% of modern agriculture in the developed countries and only up to about 60% in developing countries. Therefore, price premiums, that means when you go to the market, only if the organic products get a higher price, then it becomes profitable. But if there are no high premiums, then it is not profitable at all because the yields are low. Organic agriculture is both labor as well as knowledge intensive system. Although it requires less energy, it needs more land because yields are less, so you need to cultivate more land. Many countries actually in the West subsidize farmers who practice organic agriculture. However, if the subsidies are stopped, then the profits also disappear and the farmers will not be able to have profitable organic farming. Next one, please. So the question many people are asking is organic agriculture a panacea? Is it a cure for all the ills of modern agriculture? I would say no. Why? Because there are reasons why organic agriculture alone, in its present form, mind you, I have put that in italics, in its present form, will not be able to feed the global population sustainably. It is suitable for some farmers in some agroecologies and some niches where it can be practiced profitably and sustainably. We need to avoid blanket recommendations that everybody should go organic. So that is not the case. Next one, please. So if you synthesize the organic farming practices, what we find is most certified organic agriculture is in the developed countries, but very limited in most of the developing countries. Organic agriculture is feasible in countries where cultivable land is plenty, soils are fertile, farmers can follow recommended fallows. That means don't grow the crop year after year or season after season. Fallow the land for any season or 2 seasons or 2 years or 3 years and then go back. Then soil will recoup and will be able to give you better yield. Much of the organic farming that is globally practiced is in areas where soils are highly fertile and soil organic content, carbon content is very high. Next one, please. So coming to the next point in synthesis of practices, I say organic farming is feasible and practical in perennial horticulture crops, such as fruit orchards, be it apple, peach, orange, etc., and also in plantation crops, coffee, tea, rubber, cocoa, coconut, that are commercial crops and the profits are high. Farmers in areas with fertile soils, supported by good and reliable rainfall, are able to practice organic agriculture even for annual crops such as staple food grains and pulses. But as I said, it needs fertile soils, good and reliable rainfall. However, farmers in arid and semi-arid regions, which are characterized by degraded soils and low and erratic rainfall, they either cannot afford or risk applying external inputs because of the low input and subsistence farming that is organic by default that the smallholder farmers follow. Next slide, please. So this is not my summary. This is a summary that was published in the Hindu newspaper in 2016 by one Raghu Makapati. He says organic farming promises a lot, but having worked with so many farmers, I know that the realities on the ground present a stark picture to this utopian picture. Organic farming is not economically viable option for smallholder farmers who make 80% of the farmers in India. Pushing these methods on such farmers can actually do much more harm than good. Recent examples are organic agriculture in Sikkim, Sri Lanka taking a U-turn of organic farming, and there are many other examples. Next slide, please. So I mentioned about the concept of organic agriculture being wholly dependent on looking at soil as a bank of plant nutrients. Organic agriculture requires, as I said, good soil fertility, organic form, soil organic carbon, essential macro and micronutrients, and also appropriate soil structure and with adequate soil moisture. Most of the dryland areas have degraded soils, low soil fertility, and high soil, air and soil temperatures coupled with low and erratic rainfall. Crop yields are low. Farmers also harvest the crop residue. They don't put it back into the soil because they have to feed their cattle. Therefore, soil organic matter is low and it also degrades very fast because of the high temperatures. A study conducted at the University of Western Australia said that it is not feasible to maintain organic matter in the soils with less than 600 millimeter rainfall and daily average temperatures of more than 15 degrees Celsius. So which clearly indicates in most of the tropical areas, this is going to be the case. Next slide, please. This is a table which shows the content of major nutrients in the manures and fertilizers. As you can see here, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash in farmland manure, cattle manure, sheep manure, chicken manure. It varies from 0.5 to 1.5 for nitrogen, for phosphorus P2O5, 0.4 to 0.8. Potash, it varies from 0.5 to 0.9. Whereas in urea, it is nitrogen is 45 to 46, superphosphate has 16 to 22 phosphorus, and then in potassium sulfate, 50 to 53% of potassium. Next one, please. So what we are looking at is that organic farming needs to be pragmatic as well as holistic. If you look at the amount of nutrients that are removed from soil, for example, 1 ton of maize crop removes 160 kg of nitrogen, 66 kg of P2O5, and 48 kilograms of potash. Once it removes, then all these nutrients have to be replenished or put back to the soil after every harvest to maintain what we call a positive balance of nutrients in the soil. However, organic manures, be it cattle manure, horse, sheep, or farmland manure, contain only about 0.5 to 0.7% nitrogen and this much of P2O5 and 0.5 K2O. So based on about 0.5% nitrogen in manures, farmers need to add about 9.2 tons of organic manure to get the equivalent of about 100 kg urea containing 46% nitrogen. In whatever the case, farmers need to provide a combination of both organic, and if they cannot put organic manures, then they have to put other fertilizers to ensure improved soil health and sustainability. This is the crux of the whole sustainability of organic farming. Next slide, please. So, smallholder farmers in the developing countries usually practice what I call organic by default. Organic agriculture depends on price premiums. Some people mentioned earlier about conservation agriculture or resource conservation technologies. These are very much needed in terms of minimum or no tillage, having permanent soil cover, using crop residues or mulching, crop rotations and other associations. And then this conservation agriculture will also need, because you are not going to do tillage. If you have to sow the seed, then it will need machinery to put the seed into the soil, and also maybe use of non-persistent herbicides for weed control, because since you are not sowing, not plowing, weeds are likely to be of a problem. Next slide, please. So I say these are the sustainable agricultural practices, SAP. We need to have that pragmatic approach of nutrient management to ensure the nutrient requirements of the crops to achieve optimum yields. We need to combine resource conserving technologies and the principles of conservation agriculture and modern agriculture in a balanced way, looking at zero or minimum tillage, depending on the soil and climatic conditions, use of crop residues and organic manure, soil test-based application of nutrients. Very, very important. We have been taught during our agriculture graduation courses that you need to apply nutrients based on soil testing. And that is a principle that will continue throughout. So we need to manage the weeds using safe herbicides as necessary, and also manage pests, maybe using a combination of biological methods, but ensure that the crop is healthy and the farmers do not incur crop loss. Next slide, please. So to conclude, overuse of chemical fertilizers and pesticides had resulted in ecological and environmental problems. Organic agriculture can sustainably feed the world population, but with support from microbials, biofertilizers, biopesticides, and fungicides. We need to develop a basket of technological options for sustainable agriculture practices. And this is important, that amalgamates both the traditional knowledge with modern science-based practices. We cannot separate these. We have to have the synergies of traditional knowledge and modern science-based practices. We need to empower the farmers to choose the appropriate farming practices that are suitable for their farms, their agroecologies, and their economic conditions. We also need to ensure the availability of quality bioproducts, biopesticides, biofungicides, biofertilizers, etc., to the farmers so that they can have organic farming profitable. Next one, please. So the way forward to the future is that it is neither wise nor advisable to follow past agronomic practices that were possibly followed 200, 300, or 500 years back to the current day farming where soils have already been impoverished. We should take a holistic view of soil as a bank of plant nutrients and need to replenish the nutrients taken up by the crop every season. We need to use GIS and geo-referenced soil fertility mapping that can help scientists to recommend appropriate manures, biofertilizers, bio-enriched compost, fertilizers, and fertigation requirements. Disruptive technologies have brought revolution in information technology, and information technology is impacting several other fields, including agriculture. Farming is also undergoing transformation with the advent of precision agriculture, which is aided by cutting-edge technologies such as GIS, GPS, GNSS, and LIDAR, and many other technologies. Therefore, there is a need to harness the synergies of amalgamating the best practices from the traditional knowledge and then the modern science technologies if we have to go for sustainability of agriculture in the future. Thank you. I think this is all that I wanted to make you aware of my thinking. Thanks for your attention.
Especially highlighting the pro and cons of it in relation to the smallholder farmers, which we have majorly in the country. Thank you once again. If we have any question from the audience, 1 or 2 questions.
Sir, I will ask a very quick question. Thing is, according to me, organic farming, the objective is to produce chemical-free food for the human consumption. And we always get confused about 2 things in during organic farming. One is not application of fertilizers and taking care of the soil, etc. This ultimately dilutes the primary objective of producing chemical-free food. Okay. So I feel that I suggest that in organic farming, we should allow the farmers to use some of the chemicals which ultimately don't get deposited in the parts which human beings are going to consume, like the fruits and the grains. If that is done, because we are organic farming, we are getting confused with the natural farming. Whatever you have explained is natural farming and not the organic farming. Your clarification, sir.
Well, no, you can call them by any name, natural farming or organic farming. What I'm hinting at is you need to maintain that plant nutrient balance in the soil. You need to maintain soil organic carbon. You need to maintain the plant nutrients. So irrespective of from where it comes, whether it comes from organic manure or from others, you need to add those plant nutrients. What we are worried about is pesticides and fungicides which are harmful to the human beings. So we need to avoid. I think in my presentation, I mentioned about biopesticide, biofertilizers, and many other things. Trying to avoid those, and I also said non-persistent weedicides, which do not get into the crop produce. So these are a few principles that we need to think about. That is my submission.
I think Dr. Narayanan has a question.
Thank you, Professor Gowda. I think it was a wonderful exposition of how a balance can be stricken between the concept of what is called organic agriculture and modern agriculture. I think it's a synthesis of both, and that's the integration that I also completely support. And in this context, I would like to suggest that for India, rather than taking standards which are made in Europe or other things, we should develop a new paradigm for organic agriculture. And in that, I don't see why, like Ravichandran mentioned in the morning, why BT cotton, which has got inherent genetic resistance, or the BT, which is used as a microbial spray, is allowed in organic agriculture, but not when it is expressed in the plant. These things can be debated and integrated. So I think one point about the chemical nature, I think if you dissect any organism or anything, it's ultimately it is chemicals, whether it is sodium chloride, But yes, I think one point I want to underline, and which Dr. Gowda actually brought out in his presentation, it is not the use of synthetic fertilizer, but the overuse or abuse which is causing the residues.
Correct.
And that is where we need to focus. And we need to distinguish between use. I hope, Dr. Gowda, you agree with me. We need to
Yeah, you are
develop a new
right.
paradigm, and some of the points I make.
Correct.
Oh, probably.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narayanan. And I think we are left with two more talk for the session. One. So are we going to have that right now? I'm waiting for the tea. Finish. Okay. So you please do you have the put on the mic. No. We are going to have one more session and then we'll have the, some for you. No problem. Okay. Okay. This is going to be by Dr. Pawar? No. Oh, Dr. Hiramant. Okay. So we are going to have the last talk of the session. That is on empowering farmers through one-step post-harvest conversion. Going to be talked about by Mr. R.S. Hiramant. So he is managing director. So Mr. R.S. Hiramant, who is managing director for this Flexitron, is born in Bijapur of Karnataka state. Mr. Hiramant is a brilliant innovator who has innovated over 600 plus products being used worldwide. He is the recipient of National Award for the Best Innovations 3 times. He has also been awarded with Nina Sibal Award. He is a well-thought man with a vision to see the poorest get the best advantage of technology to provide them with better life and truly empower them. We can say he is an engineer inspiring us through his innovations. So over to you, Mr. R.S. Hiramant, to take us through your innovations.
So thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. My subject is going to be something very different from what you heard before. This is a lot to do with empowering farmers by increasing the value of what they produce. The entire idea of making the farmer get more money for his effort is what the whole presentation is going to be all about. This method, as we call it, this is known as the one-step conversion of a product in the farm for several reasons. Can you please put on the slides? Oh, okay. He needs to put on the slides. Yes, what it actually means is we need to put some value into the farm produce, what you get on the field. And there are several techniques for it. One of the techniques that I'll be discussing with you today is the simplest way and the cheapest way we can do it in India for adding value, reducing its perishability, increasing its market. So next slide, please. This is a picture of dehydrated vegetables and fruits. Most of you already know about what dehydration process is. It is removal of water basically from the vegetables or fruits to stop the microbial activity, enzymic activity, metabolic activity, and straight away increase its life on the shelf. Basically, this is a whole story of what happens to a farmer when he gets his crop ready for selling. He basically waits for the buyer, he packs it, he takes it to the market. If it doesn't come, then it is there. And at the market, he must sell his goods. If he does not sell his goods and it does not get the price, there is no way for him to bring him back. Many a times it becomes extremely uneconomical. So he has to dump it. Dump it in the sense they feel it cheaper to throw it rather than bringing it back. There are many reasons. And we have one last this thing, which is a process, because this is a living organism, any fruit or vegetable. There are processes which start, eating it up, damaging it, mechanical damages, metabolic damages, parasitic damages. A lot of issues start taking place. So technically, the farmer is at his tenterhooks to know what is he going to do with the crops that he has grown with so much of efforts. Is there a method to stop that agony and give him some kind of a price? Yes, there is. We'll go through the slides again. So as I told you, most of the surplus vegetables get dumped. These are some interesting pictures here. This is happening across the country, wherever vegetables and fruits are being grown. And a lot of interventions farmers are trying to put in their efforts and see that they are able to get good rates. When tomato prices are high, everybody wants to grow tomatoes, and they suddenly crash and nobody wants to take the tomatoes. I have never seen the bell curve of vegetables or fruits or vegetable prices flattening ever in India. We continuously have a fluctuating graph for the agro produce. So there is some kind of market intelligence and the farmer's effort. A mismatch is happening. You can see the tomato prices. This was very recent, right from 23 rupees to 3 rupees. That's the variation that you get. Imagine the plight of a farmer who has grown at 3 rupees and some other farmer who has grown at 23. 23 guys get a bumper. The guy is having 3 rupees price. He loses a lot of money. The same case with onions. Though the fruits do not really have this kind of a cycle, but the most popular vegetables, onions and tomatoes, they really suffer. And there's a hue and cry by consumers. Oh, tomato prices have gone up to 80 rupees, 60 rupees, 70 rupees. And then when it drops, nobody says, oh, okay, tomato is cheap. They don't buy extra. They say it's cheap. That's it. So why do we actually do the one-step process? The one-step process is we preserve the produce in a very cheap way. We increase the farmer's income almost 3 to 4 times for whatever produce he is going to do the one-step processing, overcome the bell curve of prices, have the advantage of selling at will, reach larger markets. Some of the processes are cereal to flour, then you have dehusking crops on the field itself, then extracting oil from oil seeds, then dehydrated fruits and vegetables. Can you please change the next slide from there? There are a lot of processes. For example, if you take just tomato, you can convert it into like maybe a sauce, tomato puree, or you can deep freeze it. You can do several things. But for the farmer on the field, the cheapest thing is dehydration. And dehydration really adds a tremendous value because it becomes an inert material once the moisture is removed and it is packed well, then it can be preserved for a very, very long time. So it's low cost and very, very simple. Look at this. Developed countries are adding almost $200 worth to a ton of agro produce. That is the kind of value addition they do, whereas we are adding just about $40 to that. That's 5 times less. And 30% of the agro produce is processed in developing countries versus 98% in developed countries. So what does this actually mean? It means that As a farmer, my only job is to produce, bring it to the market, sell it. If it does not sell, I throw it or sell it at a distressed price and come back. So my income path of what efforts I'm putting in are not at all controlled. They are completely left to the vagaries of nature or vagaries of the crop glut or demand or whatever cycle you may call it. Then you can see the last one, only 1.6% versus 30% of value addition is done in the developing countries versus developed countries. This is just about a rough economics I have made here. When the tomatoes are about 4 rupees a kilo, and if you process 10 kilos of tomato, you can have 1 kilo of dried tomato, and the value of dried tomato, the cost for the farmer is roughly 100. Market prices are 400. This is the last known price. It can keep fluctuating between 250 to 600 rupees. Depends on the complete demand of what the market demands are there. But this price is available for the farmer. He can store this and sell it at his will if he has the capacity to withstand the time for regenerating his cash back from the produce. There are various processes of dehydrating. I want to use and show you a very, very simple process that is using solar only for this, because we live in a country where sunlight is absolutely free. We have intense sunlight, and most of the crops that are grown in a lot of sunny areas of India. The hilly areas don't grow kind of horticultural crops. They have their own kind of crops. But places where these crops grow, we always have sun almost year round, barring the monsoons. So this is something which nature has gifted us. So we should use the solar energy to its best possible way. This is one of the process. Individual dehydrates you can put, or you can put collective ones, or you can store the produce, then you sell the price to get a good price. Sorry, the produce to sell, get a good price. Then, as I mentioned to you, solar energy is one of the cheapest and possibly the best option to do it. The last one, prolonged preservation due to activation of ultraviolet rays, which is natural, which is happening. It helps to kill quite a bit of microorganisms and pathogens which are going to destroy the food items, because it's a natural sterilization process. It does not do the job in full, but whatever it does, that's a benefit for the processed food. And this is a simple process. One important process is the blanching process, because that is required to see we stop the metabolic action of the fruit or the vegetable, so it does not further metabolize through the enzymes inside, and also maintains its color. It goes through one simple cycle, dehydration to packing. This is about what the whole process is about. You put it in a box with a glass or a transparent layer of polythene or something. Sunlight enters, it gets trapped inside that box. It does not allow the sunlight to go, the heat is not allowed to go back. There's something called a shortwave to long wave conversion, where the long waves cannot escape the transparent barrier. All they do is start heating up the food and removing the moisture from it. And there is an optimal amount of heat you must give, otherwise the food can get decolorized, and oxidation also can happen due to UV. Plus, you will definitely, you are going to lose vitamin A and vitamin C, because this is the compromise you need to make for storing that food. What is available in the fresh fruits may not be available in the dehydrated fruits or vegetables. Then this is just about the graph. As you can see, the percentage moisture as it comes down, your product temperature also goes up. Your drying activity is also happening there. The drying activity ultimately stops. The product temperature is what you need to control if you need to maintain certain taste and geometry of the products. The very, very simple dehydrator is just one small little tray. As you can see, one H9 mat and polythene tent is good enough that will trap enough and more heat and give air to move, way for the air to move, and it can dehydrate. We have another one with a black sheet behind and a transparent cover in the front. These things, the black sheet heats up and it is able to heat the air in it. The transparent cover allows enough and more sunlight, and together they are able to act as good dehydrators. These are some of the individual dehydration system. You can see solar photovoltaics and solar thermal. The solar photovoltaics is used for air movement. There are small fans operating which can push the air out of the material which is getting dried. And we have individual dehydrators where people use it in small homes. And this is an ultra small portable dehydrating system where you can just put any surplus vegetable you have in your refrigerator, dehydrate it and use it for later time. Then we have community dehydrators. These are like very long ones. It can be right up to 20, 30, 40 meters long and then about 2 meters to 5 meters wide. And you can have tunnel dryers, you can have inbuilt this thing, or you can have even rooms with black zinc sheets on the top. All of these work as dehydrating systems. And this one more picture which just shows you how the cold air, the blue is the cold air and the red is when it's got warm. You have different trays on the top. So the air keeps moving due to change in density. There are no electrical fans here. It is using a natural process of convection where the air becomes light when it gets heated. So it moves and cold air keeps coming in. So the process keeps going on continuously as long as you have heat coming in. Then these are community dryers, large community dryers, which we call the tunnel dryers. This is one more of that. This is something which the farmers can themselves build, and somebody very cleverly has made it using bamboo and polythene sheets. And this is again a commercially made dryer. And this is again something which is half built with equipment outside and something which they have also rigged it up. And this is a professionally made drying system where you have a heat pump, you have a regular exhausting system, you have a tray, and you have a cupboard, and the whole thing can be done. It's an industrial process. These are some of the pros which I had given you. I told you already, it saves money and fruit stays sweeter because there's a high sugar content which gets concentrated. We have water removed, and that's why the fruit tastes very nice. But let me warn you, a bit of the flavor, what we call, is lost because oxidation takes place in the heat. Plus, the flavor also evaporates. There are different volatiles in the fruits and vegetables which evaporate at different temperatures. What ultimately remains is something which we need to very trickily adjust, that kind of removal of the moisture. Then the cons are, you have the processing time because it may take 2 days, 3 days for it to be completely processed. There are lots of vitamins and the idea to get used to the taste and appearance. And some of the dehydrated vegetables, I'll show you a few pictures. So this is all the lemon, apples, and different fruit. Pear is also there. Then you have tomato. This is the most popular thing which is dehydrated. Then we have pomegranates, as we call the anardana and other in this thing. Onions. And we have lemons again. As you can see the picture here, at 35 degrees, if you dehydrate, the color is intact. But when it comes to 57, it starts blackening. So there are certain changes which happen. In the market, generally, the 52 degree and 35 degree, these two things are something which are accepted readily. And different fruits which are there, including strawberry to, you have beans, you have so many varieties here. And this is moringa leaf, which is now catching a tremendous amount of attention because it is a huge vitamin-loaded powder. And transporting moringa was a task. And when the process of dehydration has come in, this is being put in as an additive into food where the vitamin is getting tremendously boosted. And this is one thing which, even after dehydration, manages to retain a lot of its vitamin because the bonding is different in moringa. Then we have the chilies. This is a cousin of bhoot jaloka. Then we have pumpkin, which is again sliced and cubed. We have ginger. Then mango, what we call amchur, which was used traditionally in India, but it was never produced in a larger commercial scale. Then we have the green chili powder, which has again caught the attention of the world because this has some very different kind of combination when you start adding it along with food, because the chili tempered and added and the powder tempered and added are two different things. The tastes are exotic. Then we have mint leaves, then carrots, beetroots, and bay leaf. This is now being used at many places with a mixture of jeera and some other seeds as a weight loss program, and a lot of people consume this. Then we have tomato powder and pumpkin again. And this is a market, not here, but in Philippines, where people are selling this. It's a huge market there. Now, what's the demand and market for this? Now, we have been talking of dehydration and farmers, empowerment, everything. What does the world look at? What are we looking here in terms of demand for these products? This is what the demand is. If you see the right side, $38.5 billion worth of demand from the producer to the consumer, and from B2B, $115 billion. Now, these projections may seem extremely unrealistic, but I made a study to and fro, back and forth, chucked with a lot of ready-to-eat food industry. And the ready-to-food industry is giving the picture that 2024, they will run short of dehydrated vegetables, which need to come in because the growth for ready-to-eat food is growing at a rapid pace. Dehydration is plateaued, which we need to increase even that at that pace once again. 7,30,000 crores worth of business by the year 2026. Are we prepared in India for this? I mean, for a slice of that market. Of course, we can't meet 100% of the demand. Let's assume even 10%. That's about 73,000 crores. Are we prepared in India? I mean, do we have a system and method where we have educated our farmers? Or has it been taken in a formal way that, well, this is also a process of addition of value to the farm produce? I think it is being done, but in very sporadic and at random ways. We need to club all this, formalize a methodology and a method for this. And the system will be this way. Of course, this is what I put the demand, how it will come. A difficult area requires the military, large community kitchen, travelers. Now, there is another interesting fact what the disaster management in the world, they have made some studies. There are going to be rapid dislocations of human population where ready-to-eat food is going to be the savior in terms that there will be no other option but to get these for people to survive. And military's actions, people on the move, travelers, everywhere else, don't expect fresh fruits and vegetables to be on your table, because it's not only going to cost a lot of money to transport these, they also produce a lot of CO2 during their transport. Imagine transporting something which is just 10% of the weight versus something transporting 90% of the weight, that is plus, and the volume also. So this is what the road ahead should be for people sitting here and policymakers, plus for all of us who plan to do something in this area. We must create one special purpose vehicle exclusively for dehydration of vegetables and fruits. Educate the farmers about this process. Maybe they can experimentally try it in small little delta formats and increase and incrementally increase this. Then create a supply chain. This is extremely important because India, we produce so many things, but we lack in making an arrangement for the supply chain, in the sense the statistics to know where the spokes and hubs should be for moving these produced items or finished items. And finally, we need to create low-cost prefabricated dehydrators, which can be scaled up in terms of vertical scaling and horizontal scaling for any number of dehydrators a farmer should be able to put in. And then we are reaching a stage where we'll definitely have a very nice scenario for this particular process. Thank you. I will take a few questions and I hope that was exactly 25 minutes. Right.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yes.
keeping the time well. And thank you, Mr. Hemant, for such a useful talk.
Sir.
To save the post-harvest losses and to take care of the leftover after sale. So this is really just as a general query.
Please, sir.
How convenient and cost effective do you think it is for the smallholder farmers who produces overall less and left over with the less after sale?
You mean in terms of his capital equipment or?
I mean, quantity as well as.
See, this is something where he can dehydrate 2 kilos, 20 kilos or 2 tons. And the dehydrator per se, I showed you about 4 of them. One is a controlled dehydrator where you can control the temperature. One is open dehydrator. They cost somewhere between 700 rupees to up to 70,000 rupees for dehydrating 10 to 15 kilos of produce.
So do you yourself provide these dehydrators or facilitate in getting?
I was making them. We were making it way back in 91, where we had a system where a lot of electronics was involved. The volatiles were preserved. So those dehydrators are still available if people want. But that's not what I plan to propagate. What we want is the farmers to make this by themselves and use this as a part of it. And mind you, we have certification agencies where they may not possibly pass the dehydrated vegetables because they would contain a lot of residues. For an internal consumption within India, especially the community kitchens, what I'm talking, they would have a massive demand for this. I'm talking of places like the Golden Temple in Amritsar and everywhere where meals are prepared for 20,000 people, 30,000 people a day. I see no reason why we should be wasting our agro produce. We should dehydrate it and store it and send it across.
Thank you. I think we have a question. Someone can take the microphone, please. Yes. Okay.
An excellent presentation, Mr. Hiramat.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
impressed because we have been talking, we produce a lot of vegetables. I think next to China, we are the largest producers.
Yes,
We are also largest wasters. We have been talking, there is no processing. In Western world, this much processing is done, we don't do, but you are doing something practically done. My suggestion is, because other day I was reading in National Geographic or some magazine, even when the vegetable prices are very high, the ones which are not aesthetic are rejected. They are not bought over.
Those are known as ugly vegetables.
Ugly vegetables.
Yes, yes.
Ugly vegetables is a big question. I think this technology can help even to process ugly vegetable when there are very high prices, leave alone the glut part.
Yes.
That is one thing I wanted to suggest. And another is, you must be aware, Dharwad Agriculture University has developed a vacuum packing thing.
Oh, yes.
Maybe along with this dehydration, if you also combine vacuum packing, that can prolong the life of the produce and then transportation can become much easier.
Yes, agree, sir. So the idea, if you see the entire presentation, what I'm trying to put across is there should be no dependency on electrical power externally and try to reduce the kind of machines that are required. So every single farmer must be encouraged and know that, yes, I have a produce here. Instead of wasting it, I will dehydrate it and store it.
And also community kitchens. You said
The community kitchen. No,
another area.
The demand is very high. Community kitchens, hostels, the kind of vegetable requirement, if it is dehydrated and we are able to supply it, it's massive. Now the whole process should see that the consumer is able to put a demand. I need about 500 kilos of dehydrated tomato to add into my sambar. So once it gets into a product called a sambar, the shape and size doesn't matter. The taste matters there.
But onion dehydration is very common. Even in US, you get to see a lot of onion, dehydrated onion.
Yes,
but
yes.
Other vegetables, it's very well.
There are many vegetables. Like I showed you brinjal.
Even the leafy one looks interesting.
Leafy also.
The moringa.
Congratulations to you and compliments. Great work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you once again, Mr. Hiraman,
Thank
for
you, sir.
such a useful talk.
Thank you.
This is really interesting. So we had a long session with the 4 speakers, and thanks to the audience as well. And to summarize, to wrap up the session, I request my co-chair, who is a progressive farmer. So he has made, many observations out of all the 4 discussions, 4 talks. Though I have made a good note of all the key takeaways from all the speakers, which I will be handing over to the organizers. And it will be good to have a summary, comments by Mr. Ravi Chandran. You can use this. That's working also.
So considering the time constraint and we have other things to do, let me briefly summarize. All the four speakers, they presented extremely well. First and foremost, my friend Mr. Shekhar, he presented a very good, very good presentation about this SRT. Certainly, so as I said earlier, there are a lot of people. We have a Pro Agri Science WhatsApp group. I requested him most of it in Tamil. For his sake, I used to translate it in Tamil. Many farmers, after listening to our Shakers post in the WhatsApp group, they are following this SRT. That is a good news. And again, besides carbon footprint, we have to take care of the water footprint. Certainly, he emphasized on rice cultivation, and I understood that it could be used for other crops as well. Rice is not a water guzzler. It needs just about moist level. So we have been stagnating water for a long time. So there is going to be a great mindset in rice cultivation. It's excellent presentation, Shekhar. And yes, the organic certification process, certainly there are a lot of take-home points. And again, as Dr. Narayanan sir suggested, there needs to be some kind of redefining of what is organic in Indian context. So again, it's not in his hands, and the government has to take care of redefining organic. What is organic? Agriculture, when it is domesticated, then it loses its natural. It's not natural. We have to redefine in Indian context. And coming to Lakshmipathy Gowda, he emphasized a lot of things about how sustainable farming could be sustainable. So actually, any farming system, it has to be environmentally sustainable and economically viable. So we, the farmers, we use a lot of these integrated management of farm practices. For instance, integrated pest management. We use this Trichogramma chilones. We use this color trap, light trap, pheromones. So all such things, we do this crop rotation. That is also one of the integrated pest management technique. So to control this white fly, we use this yellow sticky trap. So the combination of the synergy of all such technologies, certainly we can maintain this, we can have this sustainable farming. Again, with integrated nutrition management, we use a lot of these biofertilizers. So gone are the days when we used, unmindful use of urea. So like the Seelal Gowda, he mentioned, he referred about this green revolution. So those days in 70s, farmers, started. They were thinking that it's like a curve, parabola. So more use of nitrogen, more would be the yield. But again, after a particular point, again the yield dips. Now there is, farmers, they started using all the chemicals in a very responsible way. We use farmyard manure. Farmers are not averse to any kind of these organic inputs. We use a lot of these biofertilizers, acidobacter, azospirillum, phosphobacteria, potash solubilizing, and we use all such things. We use this vermicompost, everything we are using. Sustainable farming means using all the technologies that are available with us. Again, integrated weed management. Crop rotation is one such method, and using herbicide is one of the options. It is not the only option. And again, integrated nutrition management I touched upon, integrated water management as well. Water is very scarce. We have to use water more responsibly. He touched upon so many things about this, how sustainable farming could be practiced. All for all the four speakers. Again, this post-harvest loss, the last speaker, actually, if we incur any loss during while growing the crop, in the case when we after the yield, after the harvest, if we incur any loss, it would be 100. We would have spent 100% of the cost, over and above that transportation, and any post-harvest loss. Certainly, it is going to be a big loss for the farmers, big loss for the country. And some of the gadgets, simple gadgets, these are all simple gadgets, affordable even by a small farmer. Many of the FPOs, I think they have to use these gadgets to prevent post-harvest losses and make value addition for the produce. So all the four speakers, you spoke extremely well. Thank you so much.
Just to add to this, one key highlight from Dr. Gowda's talk in relation to the organic farming, he stressed upon adopting a holistic approach. I mean, having a kind of blend with the traditional knowledge and the modern science. So that is really going to, work out a lot to have our own customized, way of organic farming for the country like us. With this, thank you, Mr. Ravichandran. I mean, very, very key observations by progressive farmers, especially from farmers' perspective, which are very, very practical. So with this, I thanks to the audience, and we are done with the session. So we can back now for probably we are going to break for the tea. Okay.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So as rightly said, if you have sustainable farming, then we need to understand both the traditional methods as well as approaches for modern techniques. So as young minds, we need to assess the conditions of the soil, the environment, and then only we can have improve farming and improve agriculture. So may I have the privilege to call upon the stage Dr. Tiku and Dr. Narayan to on the dais, and then present a small felicitation to both chair and a co-chair, please. May we have a round of applause, please.
I will pass on to Prashant.
May we have a round of applause, please? So can you have the speakers on the dais?
Please come on the stage.
A big round of applause, please.
Yeah, in the center. Look. Yeah. Farmer is in the center. Congratulations for such a nice Yeah, Mr. Hiremat, please. Correct. Especially the cauliflowers, especially the cauliflowers. Somebody can receive on behalf. Yeah. Dr. Chaudhary, please. Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Somebody can pass on. Pass on to Dr. Koda.
But we need to add some twist.
So with this, we come to the close for today's sessions. So before winding up, I may call my colleague, Dr. Gopal, to proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Ritesh, and good evening. We are done with the day and we are remaining with the ATPBR awards ceremony. The ceremony, along with followed by dinner, will be held at Swasti Premium Bhubaneswar Hotel. So I would request all the guests. We have vehicles here, so they'll take you to Suryansh. You can get freshen up, and then the same vehicle will drop you at Swasti Premium. So I think that shall be fine. I mean, after the whole day, you need to get freshen up. So 2 vehicles are there. So 2 vehicles waiting outside and teas as well there outside. So please help yourself, and the vehicle is there. Thank you.